Oh, we have to have Doug, are you dressed yet? Now we have a quorum. Thank you. Doug. It's all right. Good work. Did Walter give me a
Walter,
thumbs up and I
yes,
missed it?
yes, he
He
did,
did?
Madam
Okay.
Chair.
Okay. I'd like to call to order the regular city council meeting, July 1st, 2020. The time is 6:01 p.m. Madam Clerk, will you call the roll?
Mayor Ronnie Felder,
Here.
Chairperson Julia Botel,
Here.
Chair Pro Tem Douglas Lawson,
Here.
Councilperson Troderick McCoy,
Here.
Councilperson Shirley Lanier, Councilperson Kashamba Miller Anderson,
Present.
City Manager Jonathan Evans,
Present.
City Clerk Claudine Anthony is present, City Attorney Don Nguyen.
Here.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Would like to have a moment of silence followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilwoman Miller Anderson.
Guess I need my microphone on, huh? I
Yeah.
was halfway done. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Any member of the public wishing to comment publicly on any matter, including items on the agenda, shall submit their comments by email to City Clerk Claudine Anthony at publiccomments@rivierbeach.org. The email shall contain the applicable agenda item numbers along with the precise wording to be read into the record. Explicit language will not be read. Emails without applicable agenda item numbers will be read under the general public comments section. Be advised, public comments will be accepted for each applicable item in the general public comments section until closure is announced by the chairperson or the city clerk. All email addresses and submitted comments are and will be public record. The city clerk or designee will read public comments into the record at the appropriate time for no more than 3 minutes unless the time limit is reduced by a vote of the council based on the voluminous nature of the number of public comments received. If you have any questions, please contact the city clerk's office at 561-845-4090 or email crobinson@rivierbeach.org. Do you have any additions, deletions, or substitutions?
Madam Chair, if I may, two brief presentations from staff. We would like to bring the council up to date with regards to the cycling event. Chief Curd, Chief Osgood, and Miss Eladia Franks will provide a brief presentation on the matter. And then also underneath my comments, Councilman Doug Lawson and myself would like to bring the board up to speed with regards to the grad bash and the deviations to the program. And wanted to get the board's blessings to move forward.
That's great. Where would you like to have that on the agenda? I guess to the consent agenda?
We can do that at the conclusion of the meeting, close to the end.
Great. Thank you. Any others? Any disclosures by council or the mayor? Thank you. Could we adopt the agenda? Could someone please make a
Madam
motion
Chair?
to adopt the agenda? Yes,
Madam Chair, where are we putting the presentation?
at the end.
And Mr. Evans, both are at the end?
At the end, yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
So,
Was that a move? Did you make a move? Did you make a
Yeah.
motion? Thank you. May I have a second, please?
Second.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Madam Chair, before proceeding with the roll call vote, let me acknowledge that Councilperson Lanier is now present.
Thank you.
Councilperson McCoy,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
yes.
Pro Tem Lawson,
Yes.
Chair Botel,
Yes.
unanimous vote.
Thank you. Are there any public comments on the consent agenda?
Madam Chair, there are no public comments on the consent agenda. The acceptance of public comments on the consent agenda is now closed.
Thank you. All matters listed under this item are considered to be routine and action will be taken by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a council person so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the general order of business and considered in its normal sequence on the agenda. Do we have a motion to accept the consent agenda?
So move. Second.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Councilperson McCoy, Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier,
Yes.
Pro Tem Lawson,
Yes.
Chair Botel.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you. Item number 2.
Resolution number 5620, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving a change order with Alan J. of Sebring, Florida, for the painting of police vehicles in the amount of $29,600, authorizing the Director of Finance and Administrative Services to make payment for same from account number 101-201-101-546-000 and provide an effective date. Madam Chair, we do not have any public comment cards on this item. The acceptance of public comment cards in this item is now closed.
Thank you. Would someone like to make a motion to accept this resolution?
So moved. Second.
Mr. Evans? you have a
Madam
presentation?
Chair and members of the board, if I can turn the presentation over to Riviera Beach Police Chief, Mr. Nathan Osgood.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair. On October 22nd, 2019, just a few months prior to my arrival as your police chief, the City Council approved resolution number 10419 for the purchase of police vehicles. The vehicles have been all manufactured and they are currently waiting at Allen J's pending the installation of required emergency lights or the equipment needed. In March, shortly after I got here, I formed a uniform committee to take a look at all the police uniform and the police vehicles. I did this so the police officers can have a voice and say so in how we look as a police department. The committee did extensive research and they developed an updated scheme for the police vehicles. Don, if you don't mind, if you can show that scheme, please, for me. I cannot share my calendar here, my pages. But the scheme and graphic that was chosen by the uniform committee was all agreed upon by the command staff and me. The mock-up, I should get it attached shortly if Don is on. So what we're asking is to paint 8 of the vehicles. 4 of them already, they had come in black already, but the previous 8 came in prior to my arrival, they came in white. We would like to paint them black in color. And the price we have for the painting is $29,600. And we had a previous paint for that vehicle, and it came up to be a little bit more than what Allen J. And furthermore, Allen J, that's where the vehicles go to be assembled together with the emergency equipment in Sebring, Florida. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question. Mr. Evans, did this have to go out to bid, or is it simply because we had Allen J, the vehicles were there? We didn't have to go for 3 bids or anything?
I believe that this is off of the state contract, Chief.
That's correct, sir. It did not have to go out to bid. I spoke with our procurement director, Ms. Pencil, and that's what she informed us.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from council? Madam Clerk?
Councilperson McCoy.
Question.
Oh, sorry, Ms. Miller Anderson.
For why are we only doing a few of the trucks? I mean, are we rolling this out where we're going to eventually have all of them black, or is it a specific reason why some are black?
Yes, we're gonna do them all black. This is the mock-up right here. They're all gonna come in black. It's just that the 8 came in prior to my arrival and they came in white. So I tried to send them back to get them white, but they wouldn't take them back. So I said, okay, we'll just change the color. We'll paint them black.
So the inventory that we currently have, those are being done away with, and all of the new ones are going to be coming in black, and we're just going to have a few that are white that we're having to paint. Is that what we're doing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, Councilperson, we're going to incrementally, as we modernize the fleet, through the attrition process, replace the fleet, because it is so cost prohibitive if we just went and painted all the vehicles, especially when you see the vehicle that it's mocked up as a Ford Explorer with the Pursuit package, and we're looking at the Dodge Charger and the Ford Explorer, so smaller vehicles. So as we go through the acquisition of vehicles for public safety, we will look to eventually get to the point where all the fleet matches, but it was cost prohibitive just to be able to flip the switch and paint all the vehicles, in addition to when we're looking to move away from the traditional Suburbans that we have in our fleet.
Okay, and just out of curiosity, why black? I mean, is there any rhyme or reason as to why we're going with the black?
No, ma'am. One is kind of when the research that we were doing around the police departments, it's kind of the new color scheme that police departments kind of going to. And when we put together a uniform committee, they all liked it. We liked it. I liked it. Then we had to come up with the color scheme of the tactical vehicles, which is what you're seeing right now. That's called a ghost out lettering. That's what the traffic unit and the CI2 unit was using. When the light hit that thing, the police and Riviera Beach, it reflects and shows really bright. And then went the blue right in for the regular patrol. You can see it in the white and blue. So the blight look on the police vehicle is something new. We're getting away from the white. And if you look around the county, you'll see a lot of police department have already gone into like a blight vehicle or black and white.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Madam Clerk.
Councilperson McCoy. Councilperson Miller Anderson.
Yes.
Councilperson
Did you hear
McCoy.
me? You heard me?
I heard
I
you,
heard
yeah.
you, Ms.
Okay.
Miller Anderson. Councilperson McCoy.
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier.
Yes.
Pro Tem Lawson.
Yes.
Chair Botel.
Yes,
Unanimous vote.
thank you. Item number 3.
Thank you.
Resolution.
Thank you, Chief. By the way, Chief, we assembled lately, I don't know, I think Ms. Miller Anderson was there. I know Mr. McCoy was there. We assembled lately at the Jay's Ministry parking lot for something. I think it was one of the graduation events we went to. And one of the cars was there, and the officer driving it was so proud of it and said, this is great. We can sneak up on people. So citizens beware that black color. He really liked it. And I think it was wonderful that you went to the officers to get their opinion about it. That's so important. So great job. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Item number 3.
Resolution number 5720, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, accepting staff's recommendation relating to request for proposals number 992-20-2 for professional auditing services to execute the agreement between the City of Riviera Beach and Grau and Associates, Inc., and authorizing the City Finance Director to make subsequent payments after work authorization has been issued and provide an effective date. Madam Chair, we do not have any public comments on this item. The acceptance of public comments on this item is now closed.
Thank you. Mr. Evans.
Madam Chair, if I can allow for the Procurement Director, Ms. Althea Pimsel, to present this item.
Madam
Can
Chair,
we have a
Can
motion?
we get a motion?
I'm sorry.
So move.
Thank you.
I actually indicated I want to substitute motion.
Well, we've had a motion on this item.
I've already said it.
And a
Clearly,
second. We have a motion and a second on this item. Mr. McCoy, can you wait until we resolve this issue and then you can make another motion if you.
I cannot.
Actually, Ms. Nguyen, could you give us some guidance on this?
I offered a substitute motion.
Right, he can state the motion, and if it gets a second, then it is proper, and if not, then his substitute motion would go away and the original motion would stand.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. McCoy.
I wanted to offer a substitute motion that we select a firm other than Grau.
I'll second it for discussion.
Okay. Mr. McCoy?
Well, I was hoping that we was going to hear the presentation, but if I guess I'm being asked to lead the discussion, I certainly will. Is that what we're doing, or do we need to hear
Well,
from?
it's your motion.
Well, okay. So obviously, here's what my concern is, and Mr. Evans, and I know I had a conversation with Ms. Wayne. Can we have Ms. Wayne see her, because I got some questions.
I would like to hear a presentation.
Okay, let's look, Mr. Evans, we'll hear the presentation and then we'll see what Mr. McCoy has to say.
Ms. Pimsel, are you on?
I am on. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes, but we
Okay,
can't.
so my camera, for some reason, it's green on my side. It initially showed up, but it's not showing on the other side. In regards to the presentation, on April the 7th, we issued a solicitation for professional auditing services. Prior to that, the audit committee themselves developed the specifications, and it's a complete rewrite of the solicitation that was done in the past. And it was issued on April 7th, and it was due back to the city on May 8th. The solicitation was sent to 256 firms. 8 of the firms pulled down the solicitation and reviewed it, and actually 4 firms responded. Those firms were Carls and Riggs, Grau and Associates, HCT, Certified Public Consultants, and also S. Davis and Associates. We had a initial evaluation meeting on May 27th, where the proposals were reviewed. And then we had a subsequent meeting on June 1st, because some documents were issued and we wanted to have everybody on the same page. So we convened on June 1st and reviewed all the scores and the forms. And then the committee decided to have presentations. Initially, there was 3 presentations scheduled for June 11th, at which time Carls and Riggs withdrew. So that left 2 presentations for June 11th. And the subsequent last presentation was by S. Davis and Associates, which was scheduled on the 16th. Attempts to move the firm to the 11th was done, but they had already had commitments and was unable to move. So we had the second oral presentation then. The solicitation outlined the mechanism by which we would do the written and oral presentations. The scores initially was for shortlisting in order for us to determine who would come in the event that we had more than 4 firms that submitted. We would have had it to, according to the statute, chapter 218, whittle it down to the top 3 firms. So in keeping with the statute, you can always have more than 3 firms present. So they selected all 4 firms to present. In the end, there were only 3. After that, the proposals, then the review of the proposals, then there was the ranking, whereby the committee was instructed to rank the firms 1, 2, and 3, and the firms were ranked 1, 2, and 3. Initially, the scores were, I believe, 4.42, and you should have that sheet in front of you. I think it's 2.35 for HCT, and then 418 for Grau, 392, I believe, for S. Davis and Associates, and then Carls and Riggs came in at 376. So those scores got us to the oral presentation part, and then the firms were ranked, and that ranking turned out to be Grau and Associates, after oral presentations, was ranked number 1. S. Davis and Associates was ranked number 2, and third was HCT. The point spread between the top two companies initially was 6 points. And I wanted to discuss the state statute itself and the provisions that the committee, the auditing committee, is to evaluate the proposals, select the top 3 firms, and then recommend the top ranked firm for a contract. And if a contract can't be reached with the top ranked firm, then the statute requires us to go to the second ranked firm and then the third ranked firm.
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
Ms. Penzel, if I can stop you right there, members, that's exactly why I wanted to offer a substitute motion, because what the resolution that was read, the title is facially defective because it says accept staff's recommendation, when Ms. Penzel just kind of touched on what the statute reads, that we're to accept the audit committee's recommendation. So what we don't want to do is accept staff's recommendation and make a motion on something that is not prescribed in statute. Also, statute does not provide that we accept Raw and Associates or any firm for that matter. We accept the rankings of the audit selection committee's rankings as opposed to one firm in particular. So members, respectfully, if we would start this conversation, we would have started this in a position that would not have been consistent with state statute. So that's why I wanted to offer a substitute motion, because the title doesn't coincide with the statute. And I'll reserve for some other comments later. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCoy. Ms. Pimsel, would you reiterate what the statute says? I want to be clear, and thank you, Mr. McCoy, for pointing that out. We certainly should revise the language of the resolution indicating that we would be accepting the committee's recommendation. But could you please, Ms. Pimsel, refresh my memory? Is it that we must accept the firm that the committee recommends, or is it that we must accept the committee's ranking? I think that's your question, Mr. McCoy. Am I right?
Yeah,
Yes.
it says in section E, to rank and recommend in order of preference, no fewer than 3 firms should be the most highly qualified to perform the required services after considering the factors established pursuant to that paragraph, which is A. And then it talks about if there are fewer than 3 firms, you could still go ahead with the evaluation.
Yes, but no, what is the language about the role of the council in terms of accepting the recommendation from the committee, from the audit committee? Is there a legal underpinning for what we have to do? Do we have to accept, that's my question basically, do we have to accept the recommendation of the audit committee? No.
It says the governing body may select a firm recommended by the audit committee and negotiate a contract with one of the recommended firms using an appropriate alternative negotiation method for which compensation is not the sole factor. In doing so, the methods used by the governing body to select a firm recommended by the audit committee and negotiate a contract with such a firm that agreed upon compensation is reasonable to satisfy the requirements. And it says, if the governing body is unable to negotiate a satisfactory contract with any of the recommended firms, the committee shall recommend additional firms and shall continue in accordance with this section until an agreement is reached.
Madam Chair.
And there's much other than that. I don't know if Ms. Nguyen wants to weigh in further on that.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Ms. Lanier.
Madam Chair, as the chair of this committee, audit committee, I wanted to say that initially, Mr. McCoy is correct. The council can make their own decision about what firm to choose. The purpose of the audit committee was to ensure that there was no politics in play. The audit committee is a selection of individuals that each council person has chosen. It was reviewed through this process. They reviewed it by going over, 2, 3, 4 days of review of these proposals. The recommendations that they made were based on numerous conversations with the firms and with each other in regards to who we should choose based on qualifications and based on their oral presentations. Now, the rankings that we're giving in terms of what the committee felt should go, who should have the bid, is something that the council can totally reject. It was the fact that we wanted to ensure, and because there has never been an audit committee, we wanted to ensure that the process was not political, that each council person would have the opportunity to choose someone, and that committee would go through the process publicly to be able to say this is the reason why we chose this particular firm. So Mr. McCoy is correct in the fact that we don't have to look at those choices or make those choices for that particular firm, but it is considered to be the reason why the audit committee was established.
Thank you. Mr. McCoy, I know you wanted to say something, but I think Ms. Nguyen may be able to help us understand the legal basis for this decision if we decide to change from what the committee recommends. Ms. Nguyen.
Good evening. I mean, I'm really not sure where you all are going right now. I wasn't sure what provision Ms. Pemsel read regarding the selection of the firms. However, the statute says that if this procurement is not based on compensation, which I understand that it was not one of the factors according to Ms. Pemsel, that it was not one of the factors established and used in the evaluation, that the governing body has to inquire of the firms, which is why one of the reasons why they're on the in the meeting now on the line, as to the basis of compensation, and then select one of the firms recommended by the committee and negotiate a contract or delegate that contract, the negotiation of that contract. If you are unable to negotiate a contract with the firm ranked first, then you move to the second and then to the third.
Okay.
And that, again, that's assuming that compensation is not one of the factors. If compensation was one of the factors, then there's a different method of selection according to the statute.
Okay. Any other comments by council? Mr. McCoy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, my only concern was this item should not have been presented as a resolution in this fashion to name one of the firms. Ms. Pemsel kind of sort of answered the question, but when I look at the statute, she's referring to, I have it here, she's referring to a section that is further down, but the actual legislative intent, and it's stated in section 3E of Florida Statutes 218.391 says, rank and recommend in order of preference, no fewer than 3 firms. If you just take that on its face, we should have been presented with 3 firms as opposed to a resolution saying accept staff's recommendation of Gar and Associates. That's kind of a little bit misleading, and I wanted us to have the conversation about how we further reduce those 3 firms that have been recommended. My other question, or my other concern is, Ms. Pemsel, I was able to see that in these submittals from these firms, there was from all, I believe all 4 firms, a indication of the number of hours that would be required. Well, actually, Councilwoman Lanier, since she was the chairperson, that you guys did discuss the number of hours, correct?
We looked at it as not so much as a big factor, but we did look at the number of hours from each of the firms.
Okay, and that was a part of the submittals, though, correct? Or was that done in the?
No, I think that they had their hours in their proposal. I think that they did, yes.
So I guess then, I mean, for all intents and purposes, there was discussion from your board about the hours and pricing, and there was, you know.
No, there was no discussion about pricing. There was only discussion about the number of hours they would commit to providing the service.
But wouldn't that correlate with the pricing or no?
No, not so much, no.
Okay, all right, so I just so happened to see that one firm was over 1,000 hours in doing this, so that wouldn't impact the pricing compared to another firm that chose 600?
We wouldn't know. We didn't get prices. We just got the proposals. I mean, you would think that it would, but We don't know. We got the proposals, we got the number of hours, and there were numerous um, avenues or numerous issues that we had to hit in lieu of pricing. We wanted to not look at that. We wanted to look at the actual services that these agencies were going to provide to the city. We did look at time committed. We asked different agencies about the time that they committed, or the time that they proposed to commit. Some of them can, based on the number of people in their own firm, can do it sooner than others because they had less people. But that really wasn't a factor in terms of our overall looking at these firms. We looked at their staff. We looked at when they broke out the different sections of the audit in terms of how they would look at our IT, how they would look at other um, departments in the city. We asked them specific questions, especially about how they would look at IT for the city, how that fits into the overall scope of how the city actually runs. So there were very, very minuscule things that we asked them in regards to what we already knew we had. So we were looking for something different. We were looking for something that was innovative. We were looking for something that would bring to the table something that people who are lay people, because my main concern was, I look at these audit reports, I look at the audit report that the city has, and sometimes I can't make heads or tail of it. So I wanted to be able to understand what it was that each of these firms were doing. The committee wanted to understand what they were doing to make sure that a layperson could understand what they are doing. So each of them interpreted or told us how they were going to do these audits and what would they would focus on. We asked them, they may not be in your backup, but there are questions. And if you look at the tape, I don't think it was written down or transcribed, but if you look at the tape, there were very specific questions. We had two CPAs on our committee. So they were asking very specific questions about how they were going to do the audit. And each of those firms did very well, but the committee had to whittle down those responses, whittle down those CPAs to make sure that we came up with the top three. And then after the oral presentations and even more questions, then we came up with ranking the top three. So this was not a very, 1 day, 2 day process. This happened over a span of a month and a half that we were going back and forth with ourselves, with the firms, to be able to have the right ranking, so to speak, based on qualifications. And as I said at the top of the council can totally say they don't want any of the three that we recommended. But what we did was spend a lot of time to get to this point.
Oh, well,
Yes, go ahead, Mr. McCoy.
okay, and I appreciate that, and I gotta commend you and thank you for your service. I just couldn't do any more board commitments, so thank you for taking on that and representing the board. You did mention that you guys kind of asked some questions, and one of the things I heard you mention was you guys were looking for something different. Like, was this something that you guys had? Like, how did that work? Like, can you explain that when you said you
Well, I mean, when we say when I say different, there are methods and methodologies that different firms use to be able to calculate risk, to be able to calculate how departments are run, to calculate, security. They have different methodologies. One of the firms, I can't think right now which one it was, but they had specific methodologies that they used to be able to look at the whole IT process. There were, very, methodical ways, new innovative ways that they were going to look at the whole IT process that other firms didn't have. Now, I'm not saying that firm got it because of that, but they brought something to the table that was different from other firms. And that was just one piece of it.
okay, all right,
The thing about it is that we really, to tell you the truth, we really just, focused on quality assurance, over hours. We wanted to make sure that the quality of work, if they took 1,000 hours, if they took 600 hours, the quality of work was what we were looking for, and how would they be able to be innovative, be detailed enough to be able to make it worth the city's while to go with that particular firm.
Thank you, Ms. Miller Anderson.
Thank you. I just had a question regarding the oral evaluation. I see that I just said that it was based on the written evaluation scorings above that you all would pretty much rank them. What were some of the criteria that you used in terms of the oral presentation scoring or ranking?
Well, I mean, I don't know that we had anything, I can't recall specific, but what we were looking for in oral presentations was, number one, basically to ask questions that we had in our minds during the written part of looking at the proposals. When looking at those proposals, those are when the questions came up. We could have sent the questions to them beforehand, but we decided to wait until we had the firm in front of us, and then each individual on the committee asked their questions about issues that they had with the proposal. So most of it, after that conversation with each of those firms, it was just basically how well they answered those questions and how well they were able to, answer questions from another CPA or answer questions from another auditor. How well they were able to do that.
Within that oral presentation, though, I noticed that the rankings was 1, 2, and 3, obviously. How did a person determine what a 1 was versus what a 3 would be?
Well, they actually asked us. There were 3 firms that presented. We had to, each committee member had to say, this is how I rank these 3 firms. 3, 2, and 1, or 1, 3, and 2, and they each of the committees ranked the firms themselves, and then the average of that was how we got to the 3 that we're submitting to you tonight.
Okay, and that was separate and apart from the written scores, where you had the HCT firm that scored the highest for the written part, but then when it came to the oral presentation, within the, I guess looking at the RFP, when it talks about the oral presentation, it did say it would rank it, but I didn't understand that to be that you just totally throw out the written part, because it's almost like the written part doesn't even matter, because at the end of the day, it was decided based on the oral. Am I understanding that?
It was, well, to be honest, it was above and beyond. Well, I shouldn't say above and beyond, but the written part, of course, that got us to where we were in terms of the oral presentations. When we went through this whole exercise of 3 days, probably 3 days, of trying to come up with this written part, that is what got us to the oral part. It wasn't that we totally disregarded it. It is what got us to the oral presentation. And once we knew that we were looking at, for lack of better terms, rankings at that point in my head, we got to the oral presentations part, and then we just kind of looked at how they answered questions, the responses that they made, and then we just kind of ranked them based on that.
Okay.
So it's the writing. It's not that we threw it out. It was a means to get us to the oral.
I guess if we had more people that participated, that may have at least given the appearance that that's how you got to the oral and the ranking part, but being that there was 4 to begin with, 1 dropped out, and then you were only left with the 3. It just seems like the written part, those scores were not considered. I could see, did that, like the person who had the highest from the written part, did they gain a couple more points when it came to oral? Everyone just started at 0 when you got to the oral?
No. It was a 2-part basis. Because basically, when I came into this, and I can't remember my rankings. So just say,
no,
I went with the Miller Anderson firm first in my head.
Mm-hmm.
So when I got there, I'm thinking, as I'm asking questions of Miller Anderson, I'm still ranked this person the highest. So the questions, if they answer those questions the way I'm looking at them answering the questions, or and my expectations of how they answered those questions, then of course they're going to stay number one in my ranking. But if they got to the meeting, now they're number one, they got to the meeting and they just faltered on the questions and they couldn't answer them, then maybe they got number two then in my ranking.
Okay, and there lies my issue, I believe, because there's a lot of subjectivity, as you stated. In your mind, that person may have been the top person, but in the other people that were doing the rankings, that may not have factored in for them, and so it just
no, it
just
factored in for everybody. We had the same conversation. If you go back and look at the last tape that we had the same conversation about the ranking and about the oral and the written. Was it together? Was it apart? The same exact conversation we had. So we all came to the same conclusion that that's how it was going to be ranked.
Thank you. I don't want to cut you off, but Mr. Evans has been trying to make a statement.
Okay.
Madam Chair, before we jump in, Mr. Evans, I apologize. I just had a question before Mr. Evans jumped in. I just had a quick question. Maybe he can incorporate that into his response as well. So if I'd be inclined to ask a quick question. It's in line with what Councilwoman Miller Anderson, with the scoring, whether it's Ms. Pimsel or Councilwoman Lanier, the scoring criteria for the oral presentation, I didn't see what was actually used. And when I look back at the 2014 RFP for the audit services, there was 50-point metrics used for the oral presentations. And then in the 2019 RFP that we originally put out, there was 100-point metric. So I didn't want the orals or to come back and look and just see that it was a arbitrary expectation of 1, 2, 3 without possibly just having a point system in place comparable to other RFPs that we've used in the past. And even in a comparable RFP, which is emergency medical services, which was put out in 2019, that had a scoring metrics to the oral presentation as well. So I was just kind of confused as to how we went from just kind of selecting oral as a 1, 2, 3 selection and then making a determination without even considering the written part, which kind of flip-flop. So possibly,
Mr. Evans.
Possibly,
yeah,
I'm sorry,
Councilwoman. But that's not true, Mr. Lawson.
Which part is my point?
Let's let Mr. Lawson quickly finish up his sentence, and then Mr. Evans has been waiting, so I just want Mr. Evans to be able to answer Mr. Lawson's question.
We definitely understand Mr. Evans is waiting, but I would like to have my questions answered, and he could possibly incorporate his responses for all of the commissioners, all the council people into his response. So if you give us an opportunity to speak first, we can get our concerns addressed, and then Mr. Evans can jump in.
Yes, thank you. I think I understood your question, though. Did you have something other to say other than that?
No, Councilwoman Lanier had a response that I would like to responded to. So I'd like for us to finish our discussion, and then allow for Mr. Evans to jump in.
Well, I'd like to hear from Mr. Evans first because he's been waiting. Mr. Evans?
That wouldn't be correct.
Mr. McCoy, I would like to hear from Mr. Evans because he has been waiting.
I would really ask the members, because we're asking specifics as to what the committee members understood, not what Mr. Evans understood. And I would like to see if Councilwoman Lanier can share her perspective as a member and what their expectation and understanding was, as opposed to the perception and the understanding of the manager.
Ms. Lanier, would you like to defer to the manager, or would you like to answer that question?
I wanted to just answer Mr. Lawson's question. And his question was, he felt like, and this is what Ms. Miller Anderson said, they felt like the oral didn't have a ranking to it. That because the oral didn't have a 1 through 100 or a 1 through 50, it wasn't because before it was something that was done. Now, let me say this: the committee and the rankings and the metrics is a part of the Florida statute. So it wasn't done wrong. It was just done different. Right. All right. Second of all, we did not throw out the oral part of it. I mean, we didn't just get to the oral part and say, oh, all that stuff we did for those 3 or 4 days on the written part, that's just out of here. We did not do that. We brought the we brought the written part to the oral to make the decision. And that's how we made the ranking, based on both, not just based on when we got to oral, everything else was just done.
Follow up, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Councilwoman there, I apologize. I'm not saying that it was done wrong. It's just I want to see what criteria was used for the oral. That's it. I just want to see what scores, what position, what ranking, what responses, because I wouldn't want the orals to be given in comparison to each respondent to the RFP. I would like a scoring to see, okay, what would you rank this individual individually, this firm individually, versus saying, okay, I like them better than the last one I listened to. And in addition to that, they were done on separate days. So just to have an actual scoring metrics or something to show that these are how we ranked this oral presentation, similar to how the RFP was written, that each firm was given a certain point ranking. So that was my concern. I just didn't see anything like that. And that was my question. It wasn't saying that anything was done wrong. I just wanted to understand it.
No, of course, of course.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. And thank you, Dr. Botel, Madam Chair.
Could we hear from Mr. Evans now? If there's no other comment from council, Mr. Evans?
I have comments. I just don't have.
Sorry, go ahead.
Councilwoman Lanier, but I wanted to hear the answer. So I want to hear from Mr. Evans first.
Madam Chair and members of the board, Ms. Pimsel can provide a little bit more insight, but the criteria that was utilized where the points were assigned was to shortlist the firms. Once the firms were shortlisted to the top 3 or 4 firms, then they moved into the next phase of the process where the oral presentations occurred. The oral presentations did not have any ranking or any points associated with it. At the end, all the individual committee members were asked to rank the firms that they think are number 1, number 2, number 3, based on all the information that they've been able to glean through the process. And that's when the committee came up with, and consistent with the statute, for them to rank. So they each presented their individual rankings, and then Ms. Pimsel assembled that, and that's how you have the rankings that are before you this evening. It's not that the point system was to shortlist the firms to move into the next phase of the process. And then the committee members individually, based on everything that they've been involved in as it relates to the audit, came with what their recommendations were for the board to consider. Ms. Pimsel, if you're on the line, is there anything else that you want to add as well to that point?
Yeah, the way the criteria was set up is just as Mr. Evans stated. The points were assigned very clearly into each of the criteria areas, and it said that phase 2 would get us to the oral presentations, and after the oral presentations, the firms would be ranked. So we were very clear about how we were going to rank and shortlist the firms. So he's correct, and we used the composite scores to do the shortlisting, and then everything was considered in totality. The questions that they asked, the review of the proposals, and the detailed questions that was asked during the presentations, because each firm approaches things differently. So they were basing their decisions based on what they heard cumulatively.
Ms. Pimsel, is that standard practice in terms of how you have done these kinds of evaluations in the past?
Yes, ma'am. The CCNA, which is the Competitive Consultant Negotiation Act, which originally had the same process for auditors to be used. It's where you qualify the firms first, and then you can ask for oral presentations. And at the oral presentations, you rank them 1, 2, and 3. And the reason why that's important is so that from there, you can negotiate a contract with the top ranked firm. If you don't reach a contract with the top ranked firm, you go to the second one. And so it's the same process as CCNA. The only thing they added differently was that it would be done by the audit committee.
Okay, thank you. And when is the audit due?
I'm sorry.
When is the audit due to the state?
It's due to the state in September 2020.
No.
Oh, sorry. Mr. Sherman will weigh in on that.
Yeah, the audit was actually due to the state yesterday. We're supposed to provide it to the state within 270 days, at the end of June.
Okay, thank you. Mr. McCoy.
Ms. Pimsel, you referenced the Consultants Competitive Negotiation Act. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, in reviewing that doesn't apply to auditing services. So how would that even be of relevance when that's not even one of the professional services called out in the statute?
In the past, that's what was used to be able to obtain auditing services. I think that ceased when they changed it in the legislature about 3 years ago.
Okay, so it wouldn't have been in 2009 that they changed it?
I don't recall the exact date, but
Okay,
there's,
I guess my concern that you're referencing and you're suggesting to the chairperson is that this is almost like the practice based on the Consultants Competitive Negotiation Act, which is Florida Statutes 287.055, when clearly that applies to architectural services and landscaping and surveying and that sort of thing. So that, I don't understand how that would even be relevant, or to suggest that that process is some way similar to how we select the auditor.
I understand, Mr. McCoy. The similarities are you receive the proposals based on and review based on the qualifications only. And then after that, you can invite for oral presentations, and then you get the pricings and negotiate one by one. Those are the similarities.
Okay, but nothing is prescribed that this is the way, or even best practices for that matter, being that there's no reference to auditing, because I don't understand that. And I guess I should have asked that before, but that it clearly is, in my opinion, not even relevant, other than it's more or less concerned with the actual qualifications, but that doesn't apply in itself.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Ms. Lanier.
No, I just wanted to say that it may not be, Councilman McCoy, it may not be a practice, and I don't even know, you're looking at it yourself, but it is a best practice, which means that it is not something that is wrong to use if you're going to use something to be able to come to a Florida statute. That this process was deliberate. All of this was done based on Florida statute and based on how this is supposed to be set up. We did nothing wrong in the process. Now, because because we're going back and forth, if you want to make a motion to throw out the whole thing, you can. And you can also make a motion to get the firm that you want to get. That's the point here, is that the process and the work that we did was to bring to you, so that you didn't have to do the work sitting here, that we will bring to you the top 3 firms. We recommended a firm based on the committee's recommendation. If you want to throw all of that out, you can. If you want to pick the one that you want, you can.
Okay. Well,
but we can't keep going back and forth as if the process is wrong.
I never said the process was wrong, but she's referencing a specific section in the chapter that doesn't even agree or even compare with auditing services. And to that point,
she just validated the selection process of written and oral.
Okay, I've never said that there was anything wrong, and I think perhaps you shouldn't be so defensive, because I think you said the same thing to Councilperson.
No, I'm not being defensive.
My question is very simple. Since you actually were a part of that committee as a member, what drove you as a member, or drove the members, to suggest the process where you don't actually score orals in the same fashion that it's been done in the past, or that is done in other municipalities or in other organizations such as the school board, or such as special taxing district, or any other government agency? Why did you guys choose this method as opposed to what we've already seen? Because clearly the Competitive Consultant Act doesn't apply.
I answered that question. We chose this process because it is a process. It is a legal process. It is a best practice. It's just a different one than the ones that we did before.
Okay,
and we're not the only one. And we're not the only. Let me finish, Ms. McCoy. And we're not the only committee or entity that has used that process before. So the only difference here is that it is different. It's not wrong. It's not illegal. It's not a part of the statute. It's just a different process. And that is it.
I'm looking around. I see no hands raised. Mr. McCoy, would you like to restate your motion?
I just wanted to make sure, and Madam Chair, here again, Ms. Pinzel didn't recognize it, but let me go ahead and bluntly state it. what was printed on the agenda is absolutely statutorily incorrect. So I
Okay.
just want to make sure that I put it out there that what we were being asked to make a motion on, and I was expecting the chairperson of that committee to already have known this, or you at least be aware that you can't make a recommendation of one firm. You send the rankings. So I wanted to see, and obviously that the discussion is kind of linked to Ms. Pencil saying that this was a committee member and also Councilwoman Lanier saying that this wasn't an issue of pricing. So obviously I don't agree, like some of the other things that I've heard. So it's not my desire to appoint Rod and Associates because this clearly doesn't coincide with the rankings that we've heard. Even though,
It doesn't coincide with the rankings.
suggested that this was some kind of way cumulative, it's impossible and impractical, especially without having any scoring mechanisms to actually support that. And I don't support moving Groff forward as the city's auditor, so I don't have a motion for that. But I do want to see if there's any other discussion.
Madam Chair, can I just say
Yes.
one more thing?
Sure.
So how do you just pick a firm and you were not a part of the whole process? So what would be your basis for selecting the other firm and you have not gone through this whole process that this committee did over a month and a half to get to this point? What process would you use to get to the firm tonight that you're going to select?
Well, Councilwoman Lanier, I actually didn't come up with a process yet because I wanted to see what your reasoning was and how you came to something that we believe seems to be arbitrary. And
Excuse me, Mr. McCoy. Please use the singular pronoun in the subject of that sentence.
Okay, well, clearly Councilwoman Miller Anderson and also Councilman Lawson also brought up those same questions. But quite honestly, I think it's incumbent upon you as the representative member of this body to maybe bring back to us a presentation on how you guys arrived at selecting something that was completely untraditional. And you indicated best practices, and I'm simply asking best practices from where? Because I've not seen this anywhere, and I actually made a diligent effort in going to look. But I mean, if you don't want to defend that, that's fine. But in light of it, I wanted to kind of have a conversation with Ms. Penzel about our options moving forward. Are you there?
Do you have a question? Do you have a question for Ms. Penzel?
I want to know in the alternative, what are our options, Ms. Penzel? Because I don't agree with selecting who the board recommended or ranked.
I'm not sure what options to recommend to you at this point. I would probably look for some more interpretation of 218 from our city attorney.
Ms. Miller Anderson, are you raising your hand? Yes, Ms. Miller Anderson, you're recognized.
I know Ms. Pencil is looking for Ms. Nguyen to state her position, but I think I heard several times that we could make a motion to go with any of these particular agencies, correct?
Yes, that I think would be a good way forward. If Mr. McCoy would like to state his motion, we could take a vote on it. At least we would come to some conclusion. But go ahead, Ms. Miller Anderson.
So
Let's let her finish, Shirley.
So, I mean, I heard Ms. Lanier in terms of how you came up with the ranking for your oral presentations, but I am not able to make a connection or objectively make a connection with the rankings. And having been a part of a group that went through this several times trying to get a city manager with rankings that were kind of baseless, in my opinion, it is very difficult to point to something to say exactly why this person is 1, why this person is 2, and why this person is 3. I think it's clearly stated, or at least you had some kind of rubric to go by or some kind of criteria to go by with the written part. The oral part, I don't see that. So for me, I don't see why a lot of weight was put onto the oral presentation part. And so, if we're going to continue more conversation, that's fine, but I would certainly be willing to make a motion to go with the written and the highest score. but I'll wait to see what everyone is doing here.
Well,
Well-
I would like to make a statement. I trust that we each provided the name of someone, having feedback, sorry, provided the name of someone we trusted to act responsibly and with a high degree of expertise to be the person we chose to be on that committee. The person I chose was the vice president at Price Waterhouse and did audits for the better part of, I don't want to give away his age, but probably 30 years. I would expect that you all chose people who would have been equally qualified. And I would suggest that we take a look at what they recommended based on the fact that they used the written, the rankings that we saw that were from the written were just a jumping off spot to do the oral. The oral that was what vetted them to be permitted to have an oral evaluation. Once they came in and did the oral presentations, then three of the, I have to look at this carefully, three of the evaluators, let me see if I've got this right, hang on, I want everyone to be aware of this because the public doesn't have this information necessarily. Three of the evaluators evaluated Ground Associates as either number 1 or number 2. Three of the evaluators recommended HCT as number 3. And there was a mixture of 3s, 2s, and 1s for S. Davis and Associates. It seems to me that it's quite reasonable to say, okay, I'm going to take a look at what's being presented to me in a written form. I'm going to say firms A, B, and C. Okay, they're pretty close, especially the first 2 top firms were, as you said earlier, Ms. Pinsel, I think, 6 points apart. Now we've seen what you have in writing. Now you're going to come in and be subjected to a number of questions from us as a group of people who know a lot about audits. We're going to listen to what you have to say, and then we're going to rank you. I don't have to have, I've done this before in hiring principals, for example, where you get the best of the best, and then you have them come in and you evaluate them based on their oral presentation, based on the responses to oral questions that you ask, and then you rank them 1, 2, and 3, for example, as was done here. I think it's a perfectly legitimate process to use. So I'm going to have to disagree with my colleagues and say that I would prefer that we go with the recommendation from a carefully selected audit committee where those people who have vast experience with audits, unlike most of us, I would guess, unless perhaps Mr. McCoy and Mr. Lawson, who are accountants by trade and may have done some in the past, I would prefer that we go with the recommendation and change the language, and I thank Mr. McCoy for raising that issue, change the language of the resolution to say that we would be accepting the audit committee's recommendation to go with the firm that they recommended. I also have to say this, who was our auditor for the last 10 years about? Mr. Evans, do you have a response to that, or Mr. Sherman? Who was our auditor for the last 10 years? Who can respond to that question?
I believe the firm was HCT.
Okay, thank you. That's what I thought. So what kind of issues have we had for the last 10 years that you could name? Probably 5 or 10 big ones off the top of your head, namely for several $1 million worth of insurance that was paid to people who no longer worked here. Is that something that an auditing firm might have picked up and let us know about? Okay. Certain other issues, I won't even go into the litany of them. Things have happened here. Now, it may not be the responsibility of an auditing firm to find every little single thing that went wrong in a council, I almost said school district, in a city, but I would think that a good firm would have identified some of these issues, and that's my objection to going with what Mr. McCoy, Mr. Lawson, and I think probably Ms. Miller-Anderson are proposing that we do. That we go to the 3rd ranked firm here, who has been the firm for the district for almost a decade, a firm that has not picked up on some of the issues that we've experienced over this decade. So that's my position on it. And I think it's probably time that we take a vote. Mr. McCoy, would you like to restate your motion so we can move on with this issue?
So
Madam Chair?
Who's speaking? Ms. Nguyen. Sorry.
Yes,
Ms. Nguyen.
under the statute, you all are required to inquire of the firms as to the basis of compensation. You have to do that before you select a firm. You at least have to do that.
Okay. So we have to inquire as to Rao's basis of compensation.
All 3 firms.
All 3 firms.
Right. As to the basis of compensation.
So I was going to ask a question. wait.
So just one sec. So we have to postpone even further our audit. I mean, this thing was due with the state. When did Mr. Sherman say? Yesterday? So you're
No, you
saying
have,
that we have to now ask these three firms what the
that's why
compensation?
that's why they're on the line, so that they can participate in that with you. The statute says that the governing body shall inquire of qualified firms as to the basis of compensation. So all of them, whatever they put in their bid documents, have to let you know what they base their compensation on.
And it's appropriate to do that at a public meeting like this?
You have to, absolutely.
Okay,
That's what
well
the
then,
statute says.
I guess we have
Excuse
to
me.
hear who's speaking. Ms. Penzel.
Yes. Chair, in the statute, it talks about the top ranked firm, and you have to negotiate and try to enter into a contract one by one. So it was my understanding that we could discuss the compensation of the top ranked firm. If you don't reach your contract, then you can go to the other one.
That's not correct. No, Ms. Pimsel, the statute says the governing body shall inquire of qualified firms, plural, as to the basis of compensation, select one of the firms recommended by the auditor selection committee and negotiate a contract. And then it tells you the methods for negotiating the contract. So the audit committee recommended 3 firms. The council has to inquire of those firms as to the basis of compensation.
So, and you're saying that we have to do that in this
Tonight.
public tonight? Okay.
Yes.
And does the statute speak about the method for this fact? The statute is mute on the issue of the method for determining the top firm. Is that up to the council? Is it up to the audit committee? Is it up to?
The statute says that the audit committee is to rank and recommend in order of preference, which they did, no fewer than 3 firms deemed to be the most highly qualified.
Okay.
After that, the governing body shall inquire of the qualified firms as to the basis of compensation, select one of those firms recommended, and negotiate a contract. And then it talks about how you go about negotiating the contract based on whether or not compensation was one of the factors established pursuant to the evaluation of the firms. In this instance, Ms. Pimsel has informed us that compensation was not one of the factors considered, and Ms. Lanier verified that they did not consider compensation. And so after you inquire, then you go into the paragraph of the statute that talks about how you get to the negotiation of the firms based on compensation not being a factor. If compensation were a factor, then we would move to a different paragraph in the statute.
Okay, so Mr. Evans, I suppose you can let us know which firms are represented, because I don't know I think I see Mr. Roderick Harvey. I think he's a representative.
Ms. Pimsel, if you can walk the board through that process.
We received, in order to expedite the process, procurement received the pricing for 3 of the firms. They are still sealed because we did not consider pricing. So that was not shared with the committee at all. The only pricing that was shared was the pricing with the top ranked firm. If you hold on just a second, I will get the pricing for the other firms. I do not have the pricing for HCT, only for S. Davis and Associates, Grau, and those 2 firms.
So how can we consider, it wouldn't be a fair process if we didn't consider all of the firms? I mean, how do we manage that, Ms. Nguyen?
We did request it several times from HCT, and they did not provide it, so I don't have that available. But I do have Grau, and available, and also S. Davis and Associates, and they're on the line too, so they could share as well.
Madam Chair.
Mr. McCoy.
Ms. Pimsel, are you saying they're still sealed at this point?
They were not provided to the audit committee. That's correct. They were not provided to only the top ranked firm was provided to the audit committee.
But I think, Mr. McCoy, what she's also saying is that HTC never submitted their compensation. So no one, I guess, on the city side knows what their basis of what their dollar amount is. They never submitted it, although requested.
And Madam Chair.
Yes, Ms. Lanier.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, Mr. McCoy. Madam Chair, if we, in doing the whole process of this, going through each of these firms and reviewing their information, we, meaning not we, but the purchasing department, Ms. Pimzo, kept asking. She would tell us every meeting, ACT has not submitted their funding piece. Next meeting, ACT has not submitted their funding piece. So if we're at the meeting to make a decision about this and they still have not submitted their funding piece, then that disqualifies them. We don't have it to make a decision with.
Ms. Miller Anderson, and then I want if Ms. Wynn can weigh in on that. Ms. Miller Anderson.
So, okay, so my question is now, if that's the case, why are they being presented to us if they did not do everything that you're saying they were supposed to do?
I don't think they weren't being presented to us. The GRAL was being presented to us.
Which is still wrong, Madam Chair.
It's wrong because it's not.
Yeah, okay, I'm just saying.
It seems like the whole process may have started off with as a flaw. If you're saying that you all did not take, Ms. Wynn, are you saying they needed to take into consideration the amounts before when they started to do? No,
they planned. My understanding is that when this started, that they planned not to consider compensation. However, Ms. Pimsel and the procurement department asked for the compensation, and she did not receive it from HTC. Ms. Pimsel, is that correct?
but somebody said that they did not take that into. I think it was Ms. Lanier said they were not taking that into consideration when they were doing their discussions.
We took none of the funding pieces from any of the agencies into consideration. We wanted to rank them and we wanted to review them based on qualifications and quality assurance, not money. So the money part comes in now, where the committee submits 3 firms, gives you a top firm, and you decide, this board decides where they want to go with that based on now looking at the money part.
Okay, and if we didn't get the funding amount from the one firm, why are they being presented to us if they don't qualify?
They are on the list. We're not presenting them to you. All we're saying is that we have these top 3 firms. One of these firms did not present their money. You, this board, decides to say if they still want to hear them. But all we did was present the top 3 to you. But we did ask for that information from this firm throughout the whole process.
Okay.
All right, Mr. McCoy, and I think Mr. Lawson, but he's just stepped away. Mr. McCoy.
I'm sorry, did you just say you were asking throughout the process? If you were concerning yourself with it, why would you need to ask?
No, that's what Ms. Pimsel was telling us, that she had been requesting it, but she had not received it. When we asked what agencies, what they were missing, what they had not sent in, that firm was the one that she said, I just have not gotten that piece from them yet.
If I may, and this was asked after all of the deliberations had concluded, after the ranking take place. I asked the firms earlier than that, but it was coming only to procurement. It was never shared with the committee, never.
Well,
so that's basically 3 levels of review. This level of review, that this 3rd level is for the council to do, and they have to consider money. We never considered money.
even though you said that you guys requested it.
I did not say, I said we, I said Ms. Pimsel requested it as a part of procurement. I did not say that the committee requested this. This was something that she told us. No, we did not request it. I'm telling you, Ms. Pimsel requested it. The purchasing department requested it.
I can't hear you. Did you say you requested it?
You know what?
Ms. Pimsel,
Yes, ma'am.
Hello?
Mr. McCoy is asking a question, I think.
Yes, I requested it.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Lawson.
Yes, I was just pulling up the RFP and, hold on, because I remember reading in the RFP, it's saying that it's specifically requested not to provide pricing as to not be disqualified, but I'm just trying to find it so I can give you a reference point. Give me 1 second.
Well, Ms. Pimsel, you issued the RFP. Is that what it says? Just so that Mr. Lawson can help Mr.
Yes.
Lawson. It did,
Yes.
okay.
Yes. But that was only in connection with them submitting their proposals. We wanted to make sure that since they were looking at only qualifications, that price wasn't submitted with the proposal. That was the purpose of that.
So when was the proposal requested? I'm sorry, when was the price requested from the 3 firms? Because it looks like.
Go ahead.
So it was requested after the RFP process, after the review was completed?
Yes, sir.
Got you. Okay.
Ms. Pimsel, would the firm who, sorry, Mr. McCoy, go ahead.
So, Ms. Pimsel, are you saying that there is something in the solicitation that says that they are not to submit it?
Yes, that's correct. We wanted to ensure that when they submitted their proposal, their qualifications, the audit committee, when they drafted the solicitation, they were very clear that their goal was to look at their qualifications.
Okay.
And not their pricing. So that's the statement that what was included in the solicitation as a result.
But you asked them to submit that information after the, at what point did you ask them? Before the oral presentations or after? It doesn't matter. But you've asked them and they haven't.
Yeah, between the time the oral presentations was taking place, so that at the end of the deliberations, I could provide it to them.
Okay. And
they were not shared with the committee at all.
How recently did you ask them to provide you with that information?
Let's see, I think I have for S. Davids and Associates. I'd have to look at their exact email, but I think it was around the end of May, like early June, because we had scheduled the first presentations at the 11th. So it was around that time, either a week before that time that I requested that.
Okay, so they've had almost a month to provide you with that information. I'm getting feedback. Is that your, and they haven't. Would you typically disqualify a firm if they hadn't provided the information you requested?
Typically, yes. At this, I probably wouldn't disqualify them at this point because of where they were in the ranking.
So you were assuming that they wouldn't be chosen anyway because they were third in the ranking.
Exactly. And even at the oral presentation, I requested them to send the pricing, again.
Right. Okay.
Madam Chair?
Mr. Lawson.
Thank you. Just a follow-up. Ms. Nguyen, requirements in regards to RFP. Wouldn't we have to resubmit or do an amendment to this RFP or submit it in writing to all 3 firms to give them the opportunity to provide their financials or their bid for this proposal to make it legal?
I can't answer that question, Mr. Lawson. I think only Ms. Pimsel can. I don't get involved and never have on the RFP side.
Okay, because from my understanding, it would have to be a legal process of issuing a written proposal to all responsive firms to provide financials, since the RFP that was issued originally said, do not submit your financials. So there would have to be an addendum to the RFP submitted to all 3 firms.
Well, I think, Mr. Lawson, certainly a communication from the purchasing director to all 3 firms would would suffice to have those firms submit their financials. I mean, you wouldn't have to have a new RFP. They've already replied to the RFP or RFQ, if we want to call it that. And now our purchasing director has asked them to provide financials, and they've refused to do so.
I think there has to be. I'm sorry. I don't think that's the process, Madam Chair. I think an addendum to the RFP has to be submitted because the original.
Ms. Pimsel, could
Because
you
the
respond to
original
that?
RFP that was submitted specifically requested for no financials. So from my understanding, legally, you would have to submit an addendum to the RFP to make it a legal required document to add to this RFP process. So a text message, email, or phone call from our directors doesn't suffice to provide financials for a RFP response.
Ms. Pimsel?
The solicitation has language in there that we can ask any additional questions or anything that we need to make a decision about the solicitation itself. It is not unusual for the procurement department to reach out and gather additional information to finalize that. And generally, addendums are issued while the solicitation is still open. It is not normally the practice to amend the solicitation. They knew that we wanted pricing. We just wanted to be clear to not submit it with a proposal.
Well, I don't know that you were clear, and I've asked twice now, where exactly within the solicitation does it speak to not sending in or setting a price? Ms. Pimsel? Or anybody that would, actually, Ms. Councilwoman Lanier, they would have created it. Do you know where you guys would have put in anything about not submitting a price?
I think
No, go ahead, Ms. Pimsel.
I'm sorry. I think the page where we asked for the hours, it may be on that page.
Okay.
Look at that.
I have a question.
Councilwoman
Because,
Lanier.
and maybe this could move this along. Ms. Pimsel, if they haven't submitted their compensation, are they disqualified or are they still in the running, if you will?
At this point, we don't have anything to make a decision with. We don't have anything for the council to consider as in accordance with your requirement from the statute that they review the pricing. The only fee schedules we have available are from Brown Associates and from S. Day and S. Davis and Associates. So that's all we can consider. So if it's the will of the board to disqualify them, then they could do so on that basis.
Madam Chair, I don't think it's unfair.
But if it wasn't a requirement, how do they get to disqualification? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Well, that's why we didn't, the audit committee did not, and neither did I recommend disqualification. But it seems that there's an issue of responsiveness at this point because of where we are in the process.
But let me.
I'm trying to do this in order. Ms. Miller-Anderson had her hand up first, then Mr. McCoy, and then Ms. Lanier. Miller-Anderson.
So that's concerning to me. I agree with what Mr. Lawson is saying. People need to know when they're bidding on something, they need to know what all of the rules to the game are, before they put in. And I definitely don't suggest that we disqualify them. I think that would be very unfair if you're saying now tonight, well, they didn't submit it, unless you can point directly to the specific language in the RFP that says that the only way you could be considered is if that amount was presented. If that's not in there, I don't see following that line of action. The other thing, I want to be very clear and make sure the public is understanding of the comments that Dr. Botel made in regards to HCT being our auditor, being our CPA for the past 10 years, and basically placing the blame on them for the insurance issues and all of the other things that have occurred that may have been as a result of them not identifying it. And I don't know if Mr. Sherman or Ms. Wynn can kind of weigh in on that, because we do not want to slander anyone. I think that would be, if that had ever been an issue that should have been brought up many times ago. We could have gotten rid of them a long time ago if that was the issue. And I'm not sure if the audit committee had that thought in their head when, or were aware of that, or even consider that when they decided to do their oral rankings. I would assume that would not be the case, but I'd certainly need to make sure that we put on record, if that is the case, that they possibly overlooked all of that. And if so, how did they overlook it? What should they have caught? And if not, if they did, why are we just now bringing it up tonight? Because I don't think it's fair to just throw stuff out there. We need to have facts.
Mr. Sherman, did you want to? I think Ms. Kashama, Ms. Miller Anderson was asking Mr. Sherman a question, I think, and there, or Ms. Wood. Mr. Sherman, or?
See. The issue that we had with the insurance, I do not think would have been picked up through normal internal control review. Because the issue was, you're looking for the authority to pay, you're looking to make sure that it's a city expense, and the process that was going along, someone from Human Resource was signing the invoices. So if any auditor selected that invoice for review, they would have looked at it, would have said it's for health insurance, city expense, and it's been approved by a department. So I don't think that would have necessarily have picked that up. The way that we picked it up in finance is during the review process during an enrollment period, where the numbers, the counts that were being provided to us by the insurance company did not match the counts that were of our employees. There were far more members in the insurance count than in the city count. And then digging a little deeper, that's where we found the discrepancies. And then obviously you go back, and that's how we found, that there were people on the insurance count that shouldn't have been on there. So I don't think a normal internal control process, Mr. Harvey and I have done them for the last 5-7 years. How many other years it's been? I don't think that would have been picked up during that.
Let me finish, please. Let me finish, please. That's what I wanted to make sure that we were very clear on, that just arbitrarily throwing that out there. And if there were issues, I've been on the council for 5 years. I have never heard of that. The allegations of the fact that his organization did not pick up on something. So I certainly I don't think it's fair to put that out there, because we're talking about a business's reputation. And so, Dr. Botel, I really would like to hear you respond to that. Okay.
Thank you. I regret saying anything that might have hurt someone's reputation, and I think that we can move on. I think Mr. McCoy's.
I want to ask that question that Councilwoman Miller Anderson asked. Is that a consideration of the committee?
Right.
And let me, Madam Chair, let me say that was not a consideration of the committee.
Okay.
The committee wanted to have the conversation that the committee had around this, the length of time that the firm was a part of the city's employee, was the fact that they wanted to look at fresh eyes. They wanted to get, it is typical for government and nonprofit agencies in 5 to 7 years to be able to change firms. They wanted to, let me put it this way, we were not talking about so much changing firms as we were looking for something different.
Okay, well,
so there was no conversation, not so much conversation, but there was no merit or points assigned because an agency or the firm that we have did not pick up on something in the past. That was used in terms of metrics. But what we had a conversation about, if it was anything close to this, it was a conversation about the length of time that the firm had been at the city and how are we going to look at fresh new ideas. And that was one of the main reasons that we did have the oral piece to it, because we wanted to see those fresh ideas, and it didn't matter who they came from.
But if I'm clear, you just said you guys were looking to change every 5 to 7 years, but that
I
wasn't
did not know. We did not. I did not say that, Mr. McCoy. I said nonprofits and governmental entities typically change audit firms every 5 to 7 years.
okay. My mistake.
And I'm not saying that we use that either as a basis for our rankings. This is all conversations that you can go back to the recordings over that month and a half to show the conversations that we had. There was no disparaging remarks about a particular firm or not. There was just conversation about how we were going to look at not what they were going to charge us, but looking at the actual quality of work they were going to bring to the table for the city. And that was it.
Thank you. Could I ask either Mr. Lawson or Ms. Miller Anderson to come back on the screen so we have a quorum? Oh, wait, we do. I'm sorry. We have 3. Never mind.
Question. So
Anything else? Because we've taken, I know this is important, but go ahead, Mr. McCoy.
So it clearly says here, and I was able to locate it by searching the RFP in bold and underlined, do not submit any hours of billing rates, comma. Doing so will result in disqualification. So, so are we beyond that? Because I mean, I don't know if this is the reason, or perhaps we should query the firm that didn't submit, but are we beyond the point of considering that them not submitting their rate was some kind of way?
I'm sorry, Mr. McCoy, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
My question was, are we beyond that point, or is that still an issue for this body that they didn't submit the numbers when I see something in the RFP that gives that direction not to? And
well,
actually going through this, if you look at the statute kind of refers to this process as the council or the governing body, I believe it says, shall negotiate a contract with the firm. Is that, obviously this must be something very new, relatively new to negotiate with a firm, but is that a reason not to submit your financials ahead of time, Ms. Pinzel, or perhaps?
Mr. Evans looks like he wants to respond. Mr. Evans.
If as it relates to whether, obviously, I think it's abundantly obvious that the top 3 firms are going to remain in the process for some type of selection by the council. I would recommend to be able to bring this to some type of conclusion that you set an amount not to exceed the amount that was proffered in the agenda item. And then obviously, if those other firms are selected, then we negotiate within those parameters and then execute the contract accordingly. Because I think what we're having is a situation where one firm hasn't provided that number, the other firm has provided their numbers, and it's, adding some additional confusion to the process. So if you want to select whichever audit firm, as long as we know what that threshold is, then we can operate accordingly and execute a contract within the amount that's budgeted for professional services for auditing.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Ms. Lanier.
I just think that we should have the firms to submit the amount that they are going to charge the city. Have HCT go first. They hadn't put their information in. Have them go first, and have the next one go, and have the next one go, and then we go from there. I think we're kind of getting bogged down in this kind of back and forth. So have HCT to provide their funding amounts, have the other firms to provide their funding amounts, and then let's go from there.
All right, Ms. Pimsel, do you have a suggestion about? I think it was who was the HCT representative? And
there were 2. There's a Mr. Patton and also Mr. Harvey.
And are the representatives from the other firms also in the meeting?
Yes, they are, ma'am.
Okay, so let's hear from Mr. Harvey with regard to his fees.
Madam Chair, quick question before we go to Mr. Harvey. Ms. Pimsel, do we have a cone of silence on this proposal? Sorry,
yeah.
When did it expire?
At the time of decision.
You mean after tonight's decision?
Yes. So it's now sort of in an open forum. So yeah, so the cone of silence kind of ended once we hit the open forum tonight.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Pimsel. Thank you, Madam.
Yeah.
Thank you. Ms. Pimsel. You were calling on Mr. Harvey, I think. Mr. Harvey?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you so.
No, you're getting terrible feedback, yeah.
Hold on. Yes, good afternoon. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to the mayor and council. We appreciate the opportunity. One question we have as it relates to the pricing or the question that's posed by the attorney, the basis for our compensation is based on the number of hours that we budget for the engagement. It is also based on the skill and talent of the auditors assigned and also the CPAs that is assigned. One quick note, parenthetical note, is the RFP lists Mr. Ricky Little as the key contact. It was never identified to us that it was anyone different. And because of attachment 1, which clearly says disqualification, we were looking for, and we did discuss with Mrs. Pencil about a formal letter of documentation that we could stand on because we did not want to be disqualified. At this time, I am not sure if the committee wants a flat number, which we can provide for our auditing services, or if they want a scale score based on the category. And either way, we are prepared to provide that information to the council tonight.
Ms. Pimsel, for purposes of comparison, what information do you have from the other firms who did submit their financials or their
I do have their 5-year fee schedule.
Okay, so that's what we would want to see from HCT.
Okay, consistent with our other pricing, we will provide a 5-year fee schedule that will be flat without any escalators, and our fee for each engagement year will be $90,980, and that's based on the hours and based on the skill and CPA of the CPAs assigned to the team.
Thank you. And Mr. Harvey, just so that I'm clear, you did not respond to Ms. Pimsel's request for this information because you didn't know that Mr. Little was no longer the director?
No, that is incorrect. We did reply to Mrs. Pimsel via email. We asked her to identify herself. We did not know who she was. We also stated to her that attachment 1 clearly says do not give any prices or budgets. And also, I believe that my assistant had a discussion with Mrs. Pimsel regarding it. So we believe that upon selection or this discussion, that we could provide our pricing. So we appreciate the opportunity to discuss these items with you now.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Pimsel, who else is here?
We have Grau and Associates and also S. David and Associates.
Okay. Let's hear from either one. I don't care. You pick.
Grau and Associates, please.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the City Council. My name is Raquel McIntosh, and I am an audit partner with the firm. I would like to thank you for allowing us to submit a proposal for the audit services for the city. We have sent our proposed fees to Ms. Pimsel. We also base our fees on the number of hours, the quality of our staff. In our staffing plan, we have no staff auditors working on the audit. We only have managers and senior auditors who are all CPAs. And so the skill level of our auditors is a factor in our price. We also have a very detailed audit plan that we follow. that includes a detailed IT review. And so based on the city's size and complexity and the number of hours we believe that it will take to perform the audit services, our fee for the total of 5 years would be $460,000 or $92,000 a year.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, have a repeat that?
$92,000 a year.
Okay.
Thank you. And Ms. Pimsel, the last firm?
The last firm is S. Davis and Associates. Madam Chair, if I may ask, I wanted to clarify with HCT that their fees include CRA as well. Mr. Harvey, can you confirm that your fees include CRA as well, please?
Yes, because the RFP includes the city and the CRA.
Thank you. S. Davis and Associates, I believe it's Miss Tanya Davis.
Yes, thank you so much for the opportunity to present the basis for our fee. As is often customary, procurement or the selection committee can ask for additional information after proposals and bids are submitted. And upon request by the procurement director, we did answer and present our fee proposal probably within 24 hours of that request, if not the same day. Our fee proposal as well is based on the number of hours we anticipate the audit taking. It's based on the skill level of the auditors that we expect to assign to the engagement. We do have auditors from partner level to staff level included in what we think will be assigned. However, I would like to point out that there's a percentage of our anticipated hours that are attributed to senior management, the managers themselves and the partners. Me as the engagement partner and Sean Days as the policy review partner. We also, just considering the structure of our firm and as our price proposal states, because we understand how the national, state, and local declining economies have impacted governmental entities, we took what we thought would be our price based on hours and standard hourly rates, and then we provided a discount to provide to the city. When we applied that discount, we were very much in line, I believe, with the pricing for the previous contract year. And so with our discount and the number of hours that we expect to put into the audit, which we think would be somewhere around 500 hours, that discount goes to a total all-inclusive maximum price for the 5 years of $275,000, which again was very much in line with the previous audit contract. And I'll entertain any other questions.
That's 55. Go ahead, Ms. Miller Anderson.
What was the amount again?
575, I think you said, Ms. Davis.
No, it was.
I mean 275.
275, including the discount that we applied.
That's per year or for the whole 5 years?
For the 5-year period. And again, that discount with the 5-year period was very close to.
I gotta do some math. Okay.
55.
Okay, which was in line with the previous contract period.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman from the 4th District, I would definitely hope that wasn't going to be for a year.
There's a pretty big difference there between that and the other two, but I guess that's part of the reasons why you didn't want to consider price and you just wanted to look at qualifications. But exactly. Nevertheless, any comments, Ms. Pimsel?
Madam Chair, I did want to ensure that everyone understood that in the solicitation on page 3, paragraph 5, It says the city reserves the right before awarding the contract to require respondent to submit additional evidence of its qualifications as it may deem necessary. And so that's where we could ask for any additional information from the proposers.
Right.
No further comments.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. McCoy, do you want to, obviously the resolution that we had in front of us is not something that's acceptable given that it calls for staff recommendations, et cetera. Did you want to restate your motion, your substitute motion?
Well, I actually, no. I wanted to make sure that we started the conversation, but I thought we were at the direction of what Ms. Nguyen said had to inquire. Was that the inquiry?
That was the inquiry.
The prices.
That was, Ms. Nguyen, go ahead.
Yes, yes, I believe so, Ms. Pimsel.
Yeah, yes.
Okay, so I need some direction in understanding the other portion about the negotiation. Like, how do we do that?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Ms. Well, we might want to have a response from either Ms. If you could wait a second, Ms. Linear, we might want to have a response from Ms. Nguyen or Ms. Pemsel because Mr. McCoy asked a question.
Right, there's a
Madam Chair.
It's prescribed for. So, like, how do we do that? Because obviously they propose the price, and I don't know anybody that buys a car at sticker price.
Ms. Nguyen or Ms. Pemsel, do you want to answer Mr. McCoy's question?
Usually, Madam Chair, usually what occurs as a result of this is that staff would be provided the direction to negotiate the terms and conditions of a contract and bring it back for ratification. So,
however, Mr. Evans, again, this is a new statute, you all, and I don't, I think it could have been written better. However, we have what we have. The statute requires that the governing body negotiate the contract, but it also says that you may designate someone to negotiate on your behalf. So that could be the staff, Ms. Pemsel, Mr. Evans, myself.
Not a member?
I beg your pardon?
Why not a member?
It just says the governing body may allow a designee, so it could be a member. It's up to the governing body, you all as a body.
I'm asking because I thought this statute specifically kept staff from being a part of the selection and negotiation process.
It kept staff from being a part of the audit selection committee. However, when you get into the section of the contract after the audit selection committee has done its work and recommended at least 3 proposers, then you get into the contract negotiation. And when you get there, the statute says the governing body shall negotiate a contract with the firm ranked first. In negotiations, the governing body may allow a designee to conduct negotiations on its behalf. And usually, as Mr. Evans said, that's staff.
Okay.
But it's totally up to you all.
So let me ask you this, Ms. Pemsel, the proposed contract that's included in the backup documentation, and does that coincide with the same amount that took down to $92,000 a year, the contract that you have there?
I'm sorry, there's a bit of a storm going on in the background. Would you mind to repeat the question, please?
The contract that's attached. Oh, I think it says not to exceed amount, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that was negotiated by whom? Or is that their price, or did that come through by negotiations, or how did that come to be a part of the proposed contract that's in the backup?
They submitted their pricing to us, and then we asked, is this their final pricing? And they were able to offer a discount. So it includes the discount that they offered as well.
Okay, so what was the original price? I want to know who actually did the negotiations and how that actually worked. That's what I'm trying to arrive at. And at least it might help if you can kind of share some background as to how they got there at the beginning and what started off with.
Madam Chair, if I may, Ms.
Yes.
Pemsel, also was the contract provided, I think the contract was provided as part of the RFP document. So I think it was a matter of the firms filling in the blanks that ultimately, so most of the nuances associated with the contract have been vetted. So now whatever direction the board wants to go, I think it merely would be putting in the numbers to coincide with whichever firm is ultimately selected. Ms. Pimsel?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So my question is, what was the original amount, Ms. Pimsel?
495,000 for the 5 years, not per year.
Who was that for?
So that was 99. I'm just looking at the annual, right?
Who is
So
this we're talking about?
Davis, is that right, Ms. Pimsel?
It's Grau and Associates, ma'am.
Oh, I'm sorry, Grau. I thought you were talking about, I thought Mr. McCoy wanted to know the original from the last person who spoke, Davis. What was your question?
Yeah.
What was your question, Mr. McCoy?
I was asking the contract amount. We have a contract in the backup that says not to exceed, I believe it was 460,000.
Okay.
So I wanted to know what the original amount was. But does this process lend to us now? And I don't know how we would do it, but is this process, I guess, I don't know how we begin to do it. We have to now negotiate with the first rank. And it appears that, in my opinion, that some kind of way that has been suggested that's been done by Ms. Pimsel, but like, how do we establish this process across the board as far as pricing is concerned?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Ms. Lanier, unless Ms. Pimsel has a quick answer. Go ahead.
I think that I think our first order of business is to choose a firm. Once we choose a firm, then we can have either we or the city administration can negotiate. But I think that our first order of business is just to choose who we're going to go with first. Then those people who are not chosen can, get off the call and keep it moving. But the thing about it is that if we're going to have any discussion about negotiation or anything, we need to pick the firm we're going to do all this with.
Well, I don't know, and I respect that that's what you're saying, but that's not what's prescribed in statute. I mean, it first says negotiate with the first firm. And my question is simply, how do we establish a process to negotiate with the firms? And I would like to know what those rules of the game are before we say we're going with the firm. Because at this point, we're not to select a firm, and the statute prescribes for a very specific method on how we go from this point. And the first thing is negotiate with the first firm. And before we do that, I'm just simply asking, can we establish what's going to be the practice or the protocol of how we do this?
Mr. McCoy, thank you, Dr. Botel. Again, the same section of the statute that talks about where you have already inquired as to the basis of compensation has 3 prongs. One, you've already done, you've inquired as to the basis of compensation. The second one is that you select one of the firms recommended by the audit selection committee. And the third prong is to negotiate the contract. So Ms. Lanier is correct that you are now at the stage where you have to select one of the firms recommended by the auditor selection committee. Paragraph 4 of the statute, Mr. McCoy.
And Mr. McCoy, I said that was because if we go with the first firm, and as I said before, we don't have to pick the first firm, but that was the purpose of the audit committee, was to bring forth recommendations. We go with the recommendations of the committee, negotiate with the Grau firm. If it does not work out, we go to the second firm.
And if that doesn't work out, we go to the third. I am just surprised at the difference between, make sure I've got my math right, you two accountants on this line now. Earn your keep here. So Grau was at 92, right? The HCT was at 90,980, and this firm was at 55. Am I right about that?
That was my question, Madam Chair. I wanted to see if a representative from S. Davis could come back and explain the discounts and what was presented to Ms. Pimsel, the total amount, and how they came to their discounted price. What was the original amount submitted to our procurement director, and then this discounted price that was equal to about $55 a year. So I just want to see where these bids came from.
Yes.
Ms. Pimsel, in the proposal, what is the total amount of the contract that was submitted by S. Davis and Associates?
It was 275,000.
And if a representative from S. Davis could come on and to explain what the discounts represent for the 275, I just want to understand that total contract, because there's a large variance between the top two firms and this firm. And why is there such a difference between the two? And I'm not trying to say that we're going to compare apples and oranges. I just want to understand where the pricing and the hours and what total hours were calculated into this.
Okay, this is Tanya Davis again. We estimated that the audit would be about 500 hours. I don't think that varies very much from any of the other firms or either of the other firms. We looked at that. We tried to determine a discount so that we could get to our best price for the city. Of course, keeping in mind what the city has paid in the past for your audit services. And I don't know that we actually went down that far, but we did try to get close to what we thought that we could do to perform a quality audit and an efficient audit with the discount that we gave the city. We gave the city probably about a 35 to 40% discount. I don't have all of my written notes in front of me right now, but probably that much of a discount. The discount in no way affects the quality of our audit. It in no way affects the efficiency of our audit. But we thought that it was fair to give that discount considering what the city has paid in the past. And we want the city's business, quite frankly. And we will make up for it with fees on other jobs. We can certainly afford to do this for the city at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. And also, this is for the city and CRA, correct?
This is for the city, the CRA, and I believe there was the utility district as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Thank you so much, Ms. Davis. And follow up. I'm sorry, Madam Chair. Follow up for that?
Go ahead, Mr. Wilson.
Just two questions, and I'm just going to pose one to Mr. Sherman first. If you could give us the total amounts of the previous contract, I believe if HCT was our previous auditor, what was the amount of annual pricing for that previous contract with HCT?
Yeah, it started out in $60,000 range. In the last year, we paid $72,000, I believe. But that was the city side. The CRA, I believe, was in the $10,000 to $12,000 range.
Okay, so city 60 to 72, CRA 10 to 12.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then the total was $360 for the 5 years, if I remember correctly.
Gotcha. Thank you, Mr. Sherman. And then Ms. Pimsel, the total hours from each firm, was that a part of the RFP? I was just looking back to see if that was a part of the RFP, the total expected or calculated hours. I didn't see that, or the estimated hours from Grew and Associates and HCT. Did they give total hours?
Yes, let me pull up their proposals. I believe Ground Associates was about 600, but let me confirm that real quickly. Just 1 second, please.
Take your time.
Looks like roughly around 600 hours for Ground Associates.
And that's annual hours, 600 hours. 600 hours annually, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So the annual pricing per hour is Brown Associates $153 per hour for auditing services. S. Davis is charging us $110 per hour, and the other firm. Did you get the total hours for the other firm? I'm sorry.
For S. Davis and Associates? Or
No, I got S. Davis's hours. I was asking about I'm sorry, HTC. HCT. I'm sorry.
Just a second, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, one moment, please. A lot of pages. The scheduled cooling hours. Looks like roughly 100, 230, 3, 4, roughly about 500 hours. They're all separate. There's no actual total listed. Just a second.
99, and his price from my recollection is $90,980 divided by 500 hours. You said?
Yeah, let's see, 100, 230, 3, 4, yeah, roughly about 450 to almost 500 hours.
Okay, so pricing, the hourly, we have a range of between 110 per hour up to 180 per hour. So now, to circle back to the written requirements and the oral, my only concern, Madam Chair and Council, is that I just didn't see a criteria for the oral. I know that we went in a different direction, but I didn't see a point metrics comparable to any of the other RFPs that I reviewed from previous audit services and also from comparable emergency medical RFP. So my recommendation would be to go into negotiations with the number one responsive to the RFP based upon points and try to negotiate a price comparable to what I'm seeing, because this range between 110 from S. Davis up to 181 looks like we have some leverage to actually negotiate a better price for these services. So I would actually recommend that we definitely take a look at the pricing and we go back into negotiations and discussions.
Okay, that's your recommendation. Mr. McCoy, did you want to make your motion or change your motion? Because I think we have a motion. Do we have a motion on the floor? It's been a couple of hours now. We do. So
yes, Madam Chair, you do have a motion on the floor.
Thank you. Mr. McCoy, do you want to restate your motion?
Well, Madam Chair, I'm sorry, but, and this is nothing to Rob Associates, but I only wanted to insert something so that we didn't have the defective resolution on the,
okay.
And there was no way for me to insert that. I was just trying to really preserve the opportunity. So I really got to say there's nothing that I don't particularly have anything, I don't have anything against Rob and Associates. I just, literally when I seen this at the start of the meeting, it just popped in my head. So okay. I had no intention on even making any action on that. I just wanted us to have that on the record before we started a whole lot of discussion. So I can withdraw that motion.
Okay. Whoever seconded it, would you'll withdraw the motion's been withdrawn. I guess the second is moot then. My concern is that there's either $179,900 difference between S. Davis and HCT and even $185,000 over the course of the contract difference between S. Davis and Grau. And I think if we're going to be fiscally responsible, we need to take a look at this now, which is the second ranked. Davis is the second ranked according to the process that the committee used. Davis is the second ranked. And I for one, would think that we would want to take a look at Davis because their pricing is so different. Now, I mean, HCT had an opportunity to provide us with pricing. They did so tonight, and there's a huge difference. I'm not sure that negotiating with them is even fair, given that they told us their price. Davis gave us a price that's so much better. How can we responsibly even think about going with another firm, given that Davis was the second ranked?
Davis was the third ranked. If you're looking at the,
I'm looking at the.
Oh, you're talking about the oral. You're talking about the oral.
Talking about the entire process, culminating in the oral, gave Davis the second rank. The people on the committee the people on the committee took into consideration the written. The written is only what got them to the oral.
I get it. You don't have to read. Yeah, I got that. You don't have to restate that.
Okay, so when you look at the oral presentation, Davis was the second ranked. Davis gave us a price that is $185,000 over the course of the contract, less than the Grau, and $179,900 less than HCT. It's almost like a no-brainer. I mean, we almost have to say, hey, let's enter into a contract with the person who's giving us the best price for the services that were counted as second on the part of the committee.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Lanier, and then Mr. McCoy.
I would just like to say that if we're going to do that, then the other two firms should have an opportunity to respond in terms of negotiations. The first firm that we recommended was Grau, and if the S. Davis price looked better, then we should give Grau or we should give HCT an opportunity to either beat that price or something.
Mr. McCoy.
So since we're deviating, and I don't know if I guess probably that's not the best word, but was the standard, if I'm understanding correctly, that we were not, the audit selection committee was not to consider price. So, but that's obviously not the case with us. Am I correct, Ms. Penzel, Ms. Williams?
Yes.
I mean,
solicitation. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, I'm just curious. Does the standards now change as to what we're using as the determining issues as to how we decide to choose who we want to select? Because the pricing issue I thought existed with the audit selection committee. Is that the same with us, or do we have any other latitude or any other ability to consider outside factors?
The spirit and intent of the solicitation was qualifications first, price second. And I'm not sure if in accordance with considering the pricings and
the who
in accordance with considering the pricing now, if now pricing becomes the primary intent in lieu of qualification.
I'm not sure. Did she say court? COURTS? The courts.
Oh, she said in accordance.
Oh, in accordance.
Yes.
I think.
Thank you. Yeah. So the intent was to look at qualifications first and price second. So at the will of the commission, if you now change it to price, I don't know unless there's some other thing in the statute that precludes that from happening. I don't know.
Madam Chair, I just want to say that as we're looking at prices, which is fine, I don't think that we should base picking an agency just on price alone.
Well, we're not. We're also looking at the ranking. Ms. Miller Anderson.
Okay, I don't think we can continue to change the rules as we're going along here. If it was based on, we were not supposed to be looking at the price to determine that. I mean, we can take that in consideration, but that shouldn't be the number one factor, as was stated earlier. And I'm ready to make a motion based on the written scores and knowing that we can go into negotiation with this price. So my motion is going to be to go into negotiations with HCC or HCT. That's my motion. Based on the written.
Does anyone want to second that?
I want to offer a substitute.
I'm sorry. Could Councilwoman Miller Anderson repeat the motion?
I made a motion to go with, go into negotiation with HTC. I'm sorry if I'm saying it backwards. HCT, based on the written score, and then to go into negotiation with the price for him.
No second? Mr. McCoy, did you have you tried to have an alternate?
I'll second the motion. I did have a question in reference to that. I know we've had a lot of discussion, and I know we're beating this one up, but I really want to just make sure we get it right. Just because the pricing is just kind of throwing a curveball at the entire process. Yeah. So,
well, I have a question. So if when we go into negotiation for the price, if they do not give us the price that we're looking for, can we go to the next group? We can go to someone else, right?
And that was my question, Ms. Miller Anderson, Councilwoman. Yeah. What is going to be our price? Because I believe that's what the council's responsibility now. That the committee and Councilwoman Lanier came to the table with 3 recommendations for us, and we as the board now we choose which of the 3 we're going to move forward into negotiations with. But the proposal says that we negotiate now based upon pricing, and now that we've opened all of the envelopes to see pricing, what price are we comfortable at? Are we going to tell HCT that they have to compete with the $55,000 a year from the 3rd responsive individual, or what is going to be our stance? And I want to make sure we're clear with that before we move forward with our motion. Or do we just go straight with, or do we go straight with Davis and Associates, who came in with the lowest bid and was still one of the 3 recommended? So I want to make sure we're crystal clear with how we're going to move forward prior to we voting on this motion.
Right, I agree with you, Mr. Lawson. I think that given that Davis and Associates gave us the price that they did, and given that they were the 2nd ranked by the committee, we should ask that the other firms that are competing for this business give us the same price or better. Ms. Nguyen, is there? It's very strange to be negotiating in public like this, but. But it seems like this is the process that we have to comply with.
Well, again, you could allow the staff you could designate the staff to conduct the negotiations on your behalf and bring the contract back to you. But yes, we can ask the others, we can, it depends on, I guess the motion that was seconded was to negotiate with HCT.
Right.
And you can ask them now if they agree to that price, the 55 that S. Davis and Associates recommended. And if they say yes, then we can do it that way, or we can go back and we can let staff do it.
Well, let's do it.
That's not what I'm suggesting. That's not what I'm suggesting at all.
That wasn't the motion?
No, I'm saying I'm not suggesting that they go down to their 55. I mean, we have to understand that the Davis and Associates, they put in basically a 50% discount. And for whatever reason they did that, that's something that they were willing to, basically, she said, just to get the job. They want the job bad enough, they were going to discount it 50%. And I don't think that should be the expectations for everyone that is trying to get this actual contract.
So can I ask for some clarification? Councilperson Miller Anderson, is it your motion to negotiate with HTC based on the price that they submitted, the $90,980?
Well, I think Mr. Lawson brought up a good point to identify what number we want to live with. And so I think that we need to do that, but I don't believe that that number should be what Davis said. which is the 55. Maybe somewhere in between the 55 and the 92, the 55 and the 90 that he stated. But I'm certainly not expecting them to drop it down to 55. But that number is an outlier. Even if you looked at Grout, they did not go down. If you did an average, it gets nowhere down to 55,000. So I would suggest that we just look somewhere between 55 and 90. But I don't agree with that part.
But
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Let me just make a statement first, please, Ms. Lanier. My concern is that, given that this Davis firm is a firm that was highly recommended, in fact, recommended as number 2 by the committee.
Based on what?
Based on their evaluation. Based on legitimate.
Only the oral, which didn't have a criteria.
We've already put this to rest, I thought. The written.
But that's where you're placing all of your emphasis on the oral part. And
yes, because that was the process they used. Ms. Lanier has stated to us that they asked a lot of good questions at the oral part. And at the end of that, that's when that committee that we assigned, that we chose, made the decision that this Grau was first, that Davis was second, and that HCT was third. And it was a total package. Go ahead.
So and I'm just going to go there with the schools and education for an example. When they're doing a writing assignment, usually there's a rubric, correct, Dr. Botel? I know you know about rubrics and criteria. Okay, so that is in place to help you with trying to be somewhat objective, instead of being able to just look at it and say, oh, well, they wrote 5 paragraphs, let's get them a 10, versus, so for the oral part, and that's where I'm coming from, and not putting a whole lot of emphasis on the oral part, because no one has stated tonight how a person was ranked 1, 2, or 3. I heard what Ms. Lanier said, but when I'm talking about having a criteria or a rubric, it was clearly defined in the written part. So I can live with that, because there's some connection to what 10 points is for, what is 5 points. But the oral, I don't feel that putting all of the emphasis on the oral part should weigh as heavily, because there is no criteria. And I guess we have explained this, we've killed it 10 times over, but when you're stating now that Davis is second in ranking, that is true based on what it says, but we can't forget what the issue was with the oral presentation scoring to begin with. And I guess I have a really strong opinion about that, because I was on the council when we had to rank the city managers, and Mr. Evans can attest to how that played out. So, and it was very subjective at that time. And so I have an issue with placing all of the emphasis on oral presentations, because I know how that can go. I've seen it, I've been a part of it. And so with the written part, I think it's more clearly defined as to how you got to that point. So for me, I'm not placing any emphasis on oral, because it's not clearly defined. And that's why I said, looking at it, looking at which ones to go into negotiation with. That's why I suggested that. So I heard what you're saying. I hear your point, Dr. Botel, but
okay, thank you. Mr. McCoy, no, Ms. Lanier had hers up first, I think, and then Mr. McCoy.
Trying to get in since she offered the motion.
I'm sorry, Ms.
That's one simple question, but I'll wait.
Go ahead, Ms. Lanier.
First of all, this is setting up the city for an appeal for this. That's the first thing. The second thing is that, according to Florida statutes, we were supposed to put together a committee by the choosing of the council to bring together individuals that you have chosen to review these audit reports. Audit proposals. We get to the point where we shortlist the people we want to go to the next phase, which is the oral. We shortlist those people based on those numbers that we have on that scoring sheet. Once we have shortlisted them, then we get to the next phase, which is oral. Once they go through the oral presentation, question and answer, then we rank them. Our ranking was based on a combination of all of that. So when the committee recommends that Grau was first and second was Davis and third was HCT, that is only our recommendation, of course. But what we are doing now is that we are totally disregarding what the committee is suggesting to the council to do. You start with Growl. If they can't beat the 55,000, and you go to the next firm, and that's how you do it. But if you come in and you pick the lowest person ranked to start negotiations with, then what do we need the committee for?
Yeah, for the written was great. I think there was criteria for that, and the oral was not. I don't think we're going to get anywhere with that because that point is still there. And I heard everything that you said.
Yeah, and I just think
we don't have any black and white to look at.
I just think it's a disregard to the process to be able to go and nominate another firm that was the lowest ranked. And if that were the case, this month and a half that I spent on this, it wasn't really necessary then. So if we wanted to look at the process itself, then we should have said that the process we should redo the process. But to go in and disregard the whole process and pick the lowest person that was ranked and say we're going to start negotiations with that particular entity when all this information has been presented to you, then exactly the committee, the council has a right to do exactly what it is that they want to do. I'm just making a statement that I felt and I feel like this was a total disregard to the work that this committee did over 2 months.
Well, I want to be very clear. That's not the case. The written part, I wholeheartedly suggest that we look at that because it's concrete. The oral part, that's the only part I have an issue with. And of course, we all put one person on the committee, but that doesn't account for the other 4 people. But that's just my point, and nothing's going to change that, in terms of the oral and the written.
All right. Ms. Wynn suggested that we ask Mr. Harvey to give us a price, and then we'll ask, Grau to give us a price. So Mr. Harvey, would you tell us what your bottom line is for this 5-year contract?
In fact, I'm going to go ahead and jump in here because I don't know what it's going to take for me to do, perhaps wave a flag. But I'm
sorry.
kind of asked some questions ever since you put the motion on the floor, and I even wanted to offer a substitute.
Okay, go ahead.
I want to find out, and we can go to HT, so that to kind of clear up the outlier thing, Carl Riggs and Ingram submitted prices, correct?
I'm sorry, who is that?
The firm that chose to withdraw after the writtens.
Carl Riggs and Ingram, okay.
Did they submit a number of hours?
Ms. Pimsel, did Carl Riggs and Ingram submit a number of hours?
Yes, I'll check their proposal.
Okay, and while she's doing that, so Councilwoman Lanier suggested that there was a combination. But my question, and I'm still kind of unsure of, looking at the tabulation sheet for both the written and the oral, which it shows is written and oral, what was the combination? Like, was it mostly weighed on the fact of the written? Or was it mostly weighed on the fact of an oral presentation for 15 minutes? So I kind of want to what that combination means.
As I said the 3rd time tonight, that when we got to the oral presentations for each of these firms, the conversations that we had with each of these firms, the questions that we asked them, all of that in that 2-day session of asking them back and forth about questions that 2 CPAs asked, as well as the other parts of the committee, that was taken into consideration in addition to, even though we used the first part as a short list, of course we went back to the written and looked at what we wrote and looked at some of the issues that we discussed at that time. Of course we did. This was a month and a half process. So of course when we get to the oral, that we're not going into the oral like we've never seen it before in our lives. We went to the oral based on all this written work we did over the past month to say, okay, we got to our short list. Now we remember all these things we've written down for them. Now let's ask them these questions in regards to what we need to know about their operations. So yes, it was a combination. Yes, we used the first part of the short list, but of course we didn't forget everything we wrote down and then got to the oral and said, no, none of that matters anymore. Of course we don't do that. You get to the oral part of it and you rank them based on all of this whole 2 months of work.
Mr. McCoy.
Okay, and I appreciate that. But I was going to actually ask the members to substitute that we make it about the entire phase 1 and phase 2 of the evaluation, as opposed to limiting Councilwoman Miller Anderson to just the written. Your motion.
What was that
Ms.
again?
Miller, Mr. McCoy, could you repeat that for Ms. Miller Anderson?
God, you took so long. I mean,
I think what he's saying is that he would prefer that your motion not specify that your motion is based on the written, but rather that it would be based on a total. Is that what you said, Mr. McCoy?
thank
Yes.
you, Madam Chair.
Based on a total of what?
You're actually able to summarize. I think it's probably the first time.
Accurately. There you go. First agreement in 14 months. I'm proud of you guys.
Ms. Miller Anderson, you want to comment on that?
What was the last part? You said in combination of what?
Both phase 1 and phase 2 of the evaluation. So that would have been the written and the oral, and I mean the entire evaluation, not just solely one. Both
Sure,
parts.
that's fine.
I had a question in reference to that, Councilman McCoy. To take into consideration both aspects, and Councilwoman Lanier, the numbers ranking 1, 2, 3, is that ranking that I'm looking at, is that just exclusively based on the oral? Is that your ranking based on your oral combined with the total scores they received?
Yep.
So that's going to make sure.
Mr. Lawson,
I
Ms.
think-
Lanier is going to say this is the 4th time she said.
Yes, but that's, I guess that's where the confusion is, because I just don't know where the oral, what weight or level the oral played, because when I just review other RFPs, I just want to know what weight it weighed into the total score, because there's a total score with the RFP, and then I want to know how they looked at the oral and then factor that when they combine the two to select their options of 1, 2, 3. And that's just my understanding, because if it's just taking the oral and then what number did they add points? Did they have a rubric that they were looking at? That's my concern with the oral, because right now to look at the total points and then to look at the oral presentations, which I don't have any notation or documentation or any criteria from, I don't know what happened in the oral presentation that took a firm, and I have no preference, I have no dog in this race, but I just want to know why this firm went from 423 points, highest score, to ranking last. And based upon this ranking of 1, 2, and 3, and I see that there's individuals that just have letters representing who they are. The only person I think I know is Councilwoman Shirley Lanier, who ranked them at 3, 3, 3, and then 2 other people ranked them at 1 and 1. And that's with HCT. And then I'm looking at the other one. I just want to understand, how did that oral come about, so that I can know what factors they used to give the oral in combination with the written and to choose an overall. Because that's my only concern with kind of combining the two with the oral. And I don't want to, and Councilwoman Lanier, I'm not discrediting the 2 months of work. I think you guys did an amazing job based on the criteria that you have for the written. I see scores, I see a breakdown, I see where we can even throw out the highest and lowest, and it still represents the exact amount. Because even if I throw out the highest and lowest score in the written, it still comes out where it would be scored based upon what you guys ranked. But then when we get to the next page, I don't have that same criteria, and that's where I have some pause. So that's my only hesitation.
Ms. Lanier, can we impose upon you one more time, please?
No, I'm not.
Yeah.
What it is this. First of all, we're opening ourselves up to a protest or appeal. Second of all, this was a decision made by a deliberative body, in concert with experts in the field. This was, if you have an issue with the process itself, then that's what we need to fix. But what we're talking about is that you're disregarding the work that we did to make your own decisions, which, guess what? You can't do it. All I'm saying is that we're opening ourselves up to an appeal. And second of all, if the decision is going to be made with this body in terms of the decision to go with the lowest ranked firm, then so be it. I'm not going to belabor this. I'm not going to keep explaining myself and explaining the committee's decision, because the committee was made up of experts, and they made that decision over a couple of months. And That's where it is. Now, if there's a problem with the process, if there's a problem with how we did the oral or the written, then that's what you need to address. And if that's what you say is a problem for you, then that is fine too. All I'm saying is that I want to be clear that this is not the committee did their job based on what we consider to be written evaluative measures and ranking evaluative measures. So if you don't understand them, if you don't like them, then that's cool. But I'm not going to keep trying to defend the work of experts because you just don't like the way that the oral was done. And if you don't, that's cool too.
I'm going to go to Ms. Miller Anderson in a second. I just want to say, I'll use another school district analogy, if I may. When I used to hire principals, I would look at their resume and I'd throw them all on the floor and make them in piles of the top resume and all the way down to number 10. But then when it got to the interview, the oral interview, and I had a chance to ask specific questions and listen to their explanations, I could see that this one was so much higher, and I would rank them 1, 2, and 3. I mean, it seems to make sense to me that you vet somebody based on something that's written, and that changes over time after you have an interview with someone. Now, Ms. Miller Anderson, go ahead.
I will agree with you on that. However, you do have to have some kind of point to, and for you in your mind, you do have a criteria.
As
right?
did the committee, right? As did the committee.
But I mean, they're not the one that's voting on it. So
but then the city should ask the committee to come forward to explain it then.
Okay, I mean, I think my point hasn't changed, but what I wanted to mention was about the motion. So the one that Mr. McCoy wanted me to change was to combine the written and the oral. And that, you want that to be because of what, Mr. McCoy? And I know I kind of agreed with you, but I'm kind of thinking about this again now.
You know, all because I didn't want to discount what the chair of that committee was saying, that it was a combination, as opposed to where I could kind of hear us trying to suggest that we wanted to exclude something. But, you know, fundamentally, I literally served on the P&Z board, and I sent a lot of stuff that I thought was going to be a clear adoption of the recommendation of the board, but that's not the case in most cases. But I didn't want to appear to think that piecemealing anything that they said. And, you know, obviously we, more than anything, appreciate their service because they're volunteers, but to actually encompass everything so that we don't commit ourselves to seeming to suggest that we anything other than what was laid out in the RFP.
I like to put forth the motion that the audit committee present to the city council on their process and what they did, because the thing about it is that I'm feeling as if there is no confidence in this committee in terms of the decision that they made and the process that they use. So I would rather, for just me out of 5 or 6 people there, I would rather for the other members to come to the board and for them to explain their position, because even though I am the chair, there are 5 other members, 4 other members who were present at that meeting during the whole 2 months, and they definitely will be able to defend their position. But you know, I stand by the position, the decision that they made. But I think that the council needs to hear them.
Well, we have a motion. We have a motion on the floor that looks like it might be amended. I think we have to deal with that first. Am I right, Ms. Nguyen? Or you can give me, right?
And let me say, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, just let me say this. I just want to say that doing this, it is going to be very difficult to get other volunteers and people in the community to come and do this kind of work over 2 months, and for the work that they've done to be questioned, not so much questioned, that to be made to feel that there is less confidence in their abilities and to be basically thrown out. So the people who are on that committee are going to feel that the work that they did and put in was not something that the council has confidence in.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
I don't think that should not be the takeaway. We have a legitimate concern, at least I have a legitimate concern, that I feel that the criteria, you all didn't write the RFP, so you all should not be defensive about it, because that is not the point that's being made. The point that's being made is that the criteria for oral was not laid out as the written part was. So that's not discrediting anyone that was on the committee. All I am stating is that there is nothing to demonstrate how the selection of the rankings were done. That does not minimize their credentials. That does not minimize their thought process that was put behind it. I am simply stating that fact only. And so I'm done with it, you know, but I do want to make sure Ms. Lanier understands I appreciate you all working on it. I just do not understand what the criteria was for the oral. And in regards to your motion, so we're handling her motion and then.
No, you had a motion on the floor first, but Mr. Evans would like to speak before we do that.
Madam Chair, I would have to ask the question of legal and procurement, but I think I have some concerns with regards to adding the oral scores in now, because that's a distinct deviation from the RFP. And I think that leaves us exposed from, you have the written scores that were utilized to shortlist, and then the board ranked the firms. If you look to consolidate and now you give value to the oral presentation, that's separate and apart from what was requested as part of the request for proposal. And I would have to, you know, ask legal or procurement what their perspective is with regards to doing that.
So Madam Chair, that's my concern again. So Mr. Evans, you're saying that the oral should not be taken in consideration when we're doing the selection?
I'm saying when you were talking to, when you put the motion on the table to enter into negotiations with X firm, I think that's a cleaner motion than making an amended motion to add the written and the oral scores together. And then that would be in essence the justification to enter into negotiations with HCT. I think it just is a cleaner process versus combining those when it's been communicated in all documentation that's been provided to the submitting firms that oral presentations would not have a numeric value to it, and that they would rank the firms as part of the process.
Well, I want to understand that quick. I'm not sure I understand what you're saying, Mr. Evans. Who wrote the RFP, the committee or the procurement director?
The committee actually wrote the RFP. The committee started off on a draft, and then staff was tasked with finding probably about half a dozen RFPs, and the committee went section by section and added and modified, and the internal auditor as well as the procurement director helped scribe the RFP for submission. Is that correct, Councilperson Lanier?
Yes, that is correct. The committee first met with a RFP from the city. We asked the staff to bring us back 4 or 5 different RFPs from different municipalities. We cut all of those up, put together a RFP to be placed out for bid, and that's where we started with this whole process, was doing the RFP itself.
So was the oral portion communicated to the respondents?
Yes.
Did they? Okay, so they knew there would be a written part that would, was it explained to them that the written part would be the basis for inviting them to an oral presentation?
I'm sure that it was. I'm sure that they understood there was a written and there was an oral.
Okay. So they knew, they knew that the oral would be counted as part of their score, of their ranking.
Yes.
Okay, good.
But I thought Mr. Evans just said no.
Just
Mr. Evans, did you just?
The written part of the selection process was to shortlist to the top ranked firms that would go to the next phase, which was the oral presentation, where the board was able to select a series of questions, and they asked the questions and then they ranked. So the shortlisting of the process is similar to you accepting resumes and obviously moving a couple folks on to the face-to-face interview process. And so as part of that, the board did ask a series of questions, and I believe the same questions to all the firms. And then after the interviews, then they ranked who they thought were the first, second, and third ranked firms individually. And then Ms. Pimsel reconciled that and then provided the board with the list to be considered this evening.
Okay. So they knew that the oral was definitely a part of the process, and they knew that the written was to elevate them. If their written came, met the criteria, then they could be elevated to the oral part. It's just like, as I said earlier, when you're hiring somebody, you get their paperwork, but you don't hire them based on their paperwork. You hire them based on the interview. And you certainly, although you may not have criteria that you're sharing, we don't know what the questions were, for example, but we know that this group of people that we selected to be this committee, I think all of them professionals, at least we've heard that 2 of them were CPAs, decided that the first firm was Grau, the second firm was Davis, and the third firm was HCT.
And Madam Chair, if I may, I'm not 100% sure that those firms knew explicitly that that's how the process would go, because I would say this, that if they've submitted for other RFPs and other entities, there is situations where oral presentations have a scoring rubric, and that's so that would be a question that I think would be better suited posed to the firms that submitted to the RFP, because it's done differently in different municipalities. So, I can't say with 100% assurity that they knew that the oral presentation was just to ask the questions, and then there would be a ranking from the individual board members as to who the first, second, and third ranked firms would be.
Okay. So where are we? Ms. Miller Anderson has a motion on the floor, and the motion that she posed quite some time ago included that she wanted us to consider only the written portion of the committee's work. Do you want to revise your motion to eliminate any reason and just say that your motion says, I want us to negotiate with HCT? Period.
Mr. Evans, that's what you're suggesting, right, Mr. Evans?
Yes, that's what I'm suggesting.
Yes,
Okay.
That's my motion.
Okay.
And
Who
Mr.
seconded?
McCoy?
I think Lawson said second.
No, I seconded.
So McCoy, his suggestion of an amendment to do the combination has been disposed of, Ms. Anthony?
That is correct.
Yes. The only other thing we had under consideration potentially was Ms. Lanier's request, but that came after your motion was made and seconded. So I guess we have to dispose of that first. Yes, Madam Clerk?
Right, so what's the motion? Give me the motion again.
The motion, as I believe it is.
Okay, Madam Chair.
Yes,
Madam Chair, let me see if I can help you out here. Councilperson Lanier did put forth a motion to have the audit committee present to the board. However, a second was not given. Okay.
I think that's because I stopped her practically mid-sentence because we had a motion on the floor already. If a second had been given,
Okay, so am I to understand correctly, for the clarification of the record, that there is no motion from Councilperson Lanier?
Not yet.
There is a motion for me to have the committee to come because I want to clear up the confusion for this committee and for them to be able to defend themselves in terms of the way they ranked, the way they used their evaluative measures. So yes, I wanted the committee to come forward.
Okay. Chair Botel, Councilperson Lanier has stated that she's putting a motion on the floor. She has put a motion on the floor. So I believe it is protocol that we need to ask for a second on that. Once you ask for a second on that, if it is seconded, then we need to dispose of that motion one way or the other.
Are we not required to dispose of Councilperson Miller Anderson's motion first?
Understand, Chair Botel, in parliamentary procedures, as many motions as wanted can be put on the floor. We just have to take them in the order, you know, we
Okay.
can go backwards.
All right.
Okay, so,
Thank you.
hold on, before we proceed, am I to understand, after we dispose of well, once it's determined whether or not we have a second to the motion made by Councilperson Lanier, Councilperson Miller Anderson's motion has been cleaned up to state that she's to negotiate with HCT, period. No other stuff is with it that makes it cleaner based upon the recommendation from Manager Evans. Am I correct about that? Can somebody?
Where she stated that, Ms. Evans, that's where you're saying going into negotiations with HCT, period. Correct? Yes.
Okay, and am I to understand that Councilperson Lawson, your second still stands according to, for that motion?
Your sound is not on.
Muted, so we can't hear you.
Sorry, thank you. And is the motion encompassed that we're basing it upon the written portion of the?
No.
So it's just going into negotiations with
It's
HTC?
going- Correct, it's going into negotiations.
Yeah, the second still stands.
Okay.
Okay, and the
So
motion that
now-
I made to bring the audit committee to provide information and clarity to their recommendations, I'm asking the chair to pass the gavel to make a second for that motion.
Well, I got a question, and I don't have a problem making a second, but I wanted to ask a question. And you don't.
Okay, Councilperson McCoy, can we get a second to her? Is your question pertaining to the motion by Ms. Lanier?
My question is going to be regarding her motion because it's procedural in nature.
Okay, can we get a second to that so you can ask your question?
Ask a question because it's procedural.
Okay.
If we adopt the motion that Councilwoman Lanier is proposing, does that then dispose of the original motion? Because as far as I'm concerned, if we accept that motion to bring the committee, they can come and tell us after the fact, but that shouldn't have any bearing on the first thing. Now, she's offering to, for some reason, stop what Councilwoman Miller Anderson has proposed, then she should vote against it. But nothing in her motion kind of suggests that just disposes of the original motion.
Okay, so if I understand your question correctly, Councilperson McCoy, you're asking if Councilperson Lanier's motion trumps Councilperson Miller Anderson. Am I correct?
No, I'm not asking that. If we adopt what Councilwoman Lanier is proposing to allow the committee to come forward, she said it in just the plain terms of them coming forward. She never suggested what effect that has on the original motion. So they can come forward at any moment. But what I'm saying is, how does that pertain to the motion that Councilwoman Miller Anderson has already offered?
I think I can clarify what Mr. McCoy is asking because I think I have the same question. Councilwoman Lanier's motion makes moot Councilwoman Miller Anderson's motion because if wait, let me finish. Not makes moot.
I heard her clarify her motion. Don't you do that?
No, wait. What I'm saying is wait. I'm not trying to do that. What I'm saying is Councilwoman Lanier's motion, how can I say this? Doesn't make, if we were to vote on Councilwoman Miller Anderson's motion and it passes, there's no point in having the committee come. Is that what you were trying to say, Mr. McCoy?
But that's not what she was trying to suggest.
I know. What you were trying to say is that if we were to vote on Ms. Miller Anderson's motion, it makes it unnecessary for Ms. Lanier's motion to even be considered because we will have made a decision that obviates the need to have the committee coming for us.
No, that's not correct.
Okay, I'm wrong. I
can't come forward, but that didn't have any bearing on the existing motion. And if it does, I want to get clarification. I would love to hear from the committee, but I'm saying to you is, I don't necessarily see that we should be hearing from them before we take action on this item. Is that what Councilwoman Lanier's intention is?
My intention, and I thought that I had made my motion prior to this, that I want the committee to come forward because Ms. Anderson, you guys changed your motion, but I had made my motion to bring the committee forward. I did not get a second. I requested that the chair pass her gavel to give me a second on this motion. You can vote it up or down. That's how it goes.
So simply, I mean, I don't know any other way to put this. I want to support your motion, Councilwoman Lanier, but my question is this. Are we saying once we approve your motion that they're going to come forward and there's not a need to have this item anymore? Is that what you're saying? That we're going to deliberate?
I want the motion. Ms. Anderson can make a motion. Councilman Anderson can make a motion for whatever she wants. There's nothing that I can do about that. All I'm saying is that the motion that I'm making is to give the respect to this committee that spent 2 months working, a month and a half working on this, these recommendations, because there is the reason why we're going with another motion is because there's no clarity here about what it is that you think that the committee did. So bringing this committee to you to be able to tell you, answer your questions about how they made their decision, what they made their decision on, what they based it on. Let them tell you this, not me.
Okay, but do we want them to come forward next week or maybe in the month of October? That's what I'm asking you. Does this now set aside the actual audit?
We can have them come forward. I can make amended a motion for them to come forward at the next meeting.
Okay, all right.
But can I just say something? Unless Ms. Miller-Anderson, Councilwoman Miller-Anderson withdraws her motion, what is the point of voting? I mean, I would like to hear from the committee. I think it would be healthy for us.
I want on the record that this council does not want to see the.
Okay, I want to see the committee, but unless Ms. Miller-Anderson withdraws her motion, your motion
to
see the committee, what tell me then, because I'm not understanding it then, because if Ms. Miller-Anderson's motion is accepted, then what we have said essentially is we reject the opinion of the committee. We're going to go with the third ranked. We're going to go with negotiating with the third ranked firm, and proceed that way. Why would the committee even care to entertain us with appearing before us?
And why would anyone want to be on a committee at that point?
What's the point? And there's no point. We've essentially said, committee, thanks very much. We're ignoring you. So that's why I'm asking.
I want to be very clear. That is not the case. So please do not put words in my mouth. That is not what I said.
Okay.
I told you all about 5 times why I said what I said.
Yes.
And that has not changed. I would love to hear from the committee, but them coming, they're only going to verbally tell me what they were thinking in their head. And my point is, I don't see anything in writing in terms of what the criteria is. It has nothing to do with who was on it, what they thought about. It's just no concrete information on the oral presentation. I'm done with that part, but don't put words in my mouth as to me not wanting to see them, not wanting to hear from them. That's not the case. It's not about individuals. It's not about what people feel and whether they want to do it again. I'm talking about facts right now. And I'm talking about what's in black and white. I don't see it there for all.
And Madam Chair, what we can do, Madam Chair, if the committee comes forward, they can bring, and all this is a part of public record as well, they can bring the notes that they made during oral presentations. They can bring the questions that they asked during oral presentations, because if there needs to be a basis for ranking, the notes that they made, questions that they asked, answers that the firms gave can be basis for their ranking. And ranking itself, ranking is an evaluative measure within itself. It's just that maybe people don't like the fact that it's ranking, but don't say that ranking is not an evaluative tool, because it is.
I agree with you, Ms. Lanier, Councilwoman Lanier.
But no one said that.
Wait, excuse me. The problem I'm having is that if we vote, if Ms. Miller-Anderson's motion is approved, then we've gone forward with this process without having, what is the point of having the committee come and explain to us, because we've already entered into negotiations with HCT.
Can I give you the point? Because it's statutorily required. And all we need is them to recommend. And it doesn't bind us to a recommendation.
Right.
So I appreciate their service and I appreciate their recommendation. But why we have to do it is required. And I mean, I think things are ends. But I definitely want to hear from the committee, but I don't want to hear from the committee about this that is going to change our response. Because quite honestly, it was never about their justifications. I mean, thank you for your recommendation and move on. But if they want to come and you know, saying Mary had a little lamb. I mean, whatever. But I mean, don't make it about something against them because I literally said the same thing that I served on the P&Z for probably 8 years, 7 or 8 years, and there were several times I was a little disappointed. But you know, it began and ended right there, and there was never any ill feelings or hard feelings. And you know, the audio recording and the video is always there for the members to review, right? So I mean, to suggest that for some reason that there's some other motive, I mean, we are in receipt of your recommendation. It's been well taken. Then we can just move on and make a decision.
Okay. Did you second Ms. Councilwoman Lanier's motion?
For
Mr.
the
McCoy?
committee to come forward?
Yes.
Well, clearly, it apparently seems that nobody wants to clarify what that means. I'm asking you, are we going to basically table the recommendation that Councilwoman Miller Anderson has if this approves? So that's either yes or no. It's not all of that other stuff, because if not, then I mean.
Well, let me restate my motion. I want to make a motion that the committee, before we make a decision about who to negotiate with, that the committee, the council hears the committee and the process and what they did to get to their rankings. If that is, and once that is done, once the committee is heard, because regardless of what Ms. Anderson says, I still feels like the sentiment and the tone here is that the committee, if there was there was something that was not so much kosher or not so much, there was just really, just don't understand really what was going on with them. So I really want the committee to be able to say to the council, this is what we did, this is how we did it. And once that process is taken care of, then we can move on to making that decision.
Okay, what is this?
Mr. McCoy, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. I'm asking what was her motion, because she said a whole lot. So
she was making a motion. Restate it, Ms. Councilwoman Lanier.
I was making a motion that before we move any further with choosing a selection or choosing a firm, that we hear from the audit committee to give their position on the decisions that they made. And that can be done at the next council meeting. And after that, the council can make a decision after that presentation about what they want to do and who they want to negotiate with.
Mr. McCoy? Mr. McCoy, did you want to second that?
Well, how long? We don't normally wait that long to call whether or not it was a second.
No, he said that he wanted to ask her a question before he seconded it. So that's why I'm asking him if he wanted to. My problem, Councilwoman Lanier, is this. I don't want to put words in the mouth of any of my colleagues. So please forgive me if it sounds like I'm doing that. I don't mean to do that. What I want to clarify is we have a motion on the floor that is asking us to enter into negotiations with one of the firms. Your motion is asking us not to enter into negotiations until we hear from the committee. So there is no point.
Correct.
Right. So I don't think that procedurally we can do that. I mean, I think that, go ahead,
there's a motion on the floor, then you get a second, and then we take a vote, and then that's it.
But the first motion was made by Councilwoman Miller Anderson.
But Madam Chair,
motion was
Madam Chair, she made a motion, she didn't get a second. Now we need to move on. I mean, why are we still explaining?
Because I would second it if no one else would. I would pass the gavel. But
okay, well, that's what we need to probably do then.
Yeah, but then what's the point? Because if your motion is taken first, then it obviates the need for her motion in my mind.
But listen, but the thing is, we vote on it. If the whole if the majority feels that way, then they vote yes. If they don't, they vote no, and then they come back to mine.
I will pass the gavel to Chair Pro Tem Lawson and make a second on Ms. Lanier so that we can move forward. So I second Ms. Lanier's motion. Now, can we please take a vote on Ms. Miller Anderson's motion before I lose my mind?
No, we have to vote on Ms. Lanier.
Madam Clerk, can we do that?
We have to do that.
We have to vote on Ms. Lanier.
Okay. Good.
Councilperson McCoy Chair Botel passed the gavel to Pro Tem Lawson so that she could second the motion.
Oh, Miss Anthony, you said what? She passed the gavel? What was that?
Did you have to remind him? You had to wake him up over there and remind him?
Period.
Say that again. Okay, you're going in and out, so I can't really hear you.
I want you
Can't
to
hear you.
where you're permitted to pass the gavel, so we can do that later this week, perhaps. Mr.
Okay,
Evans,
good.
can you provide for that?
Are we ready for the vote?
Yes, Madam Clerk, please. We're voting
Madam
on
Clerk.
Ms. Lanier's. We're voting on Ms. Lanier's.
Madam Chair, you're not the chair right now,
Yes.
Mr.
Oh, I'm
Right,
sorry.
Mr. Chair.
Madam Clerk, if you can go forward with the vote, we're always waiting for this.
Thank you, Chair Pro Tem. Thank God he's alive.
Councilperson McCoy,
No.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
No.
Councilperson Lanier,
Yes.
Councilperson Botel,
Yes.
Chair Lawson.
No.
Hey,
That-
Councilman.
That motion failed for Councilpersons McCoy,
Thank you.
Miller Anderson, and Lawson dissenting.
Thank you,
Chair,
Ms. Anthony. And
gavel.
I'm gonna hold on to this gavel for a while now. I'm keeping this gavel,
I'm
Madam
reaching
Chair.
in my screen. Don't get comfortable yet.
I'm
All
gonna
right,
pass the
now-
gavel back to
now-
our chair.
Now we can take Councilwoman Miller Anderson's motion. Now, did we, okay, and then we'll ask for a price from HCT and from Grau, a reconsidered price. So Madam Clerk.
Wait, hold on. What now?
Okay, and Madam Chair, we're authorizing negotiations with HCT.
Right.
And
Right. Oh,
when,
that's right.
if
Just
I'm
H-
correct,
You're right, just HCT then. Sorry.
okay.
I'm sorry, I take that back.
All right.
Madam Clerk, please call the
Uh-huh.
motion. Please.
Councilperson McCoy,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier,
No.
Pro Tem Lawson,
Yes.
Chair Botel.
No.
That motion is approved with Councilpersons Lanier and Botel dissenting.
Now, if we could hear from Mr., where did he go? Mr. Harvey. Mr. Harvey, are you prepared to give us the price for your work on this project?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Ms. Miller Anderson.
are we going into negotiations
That's
now?
what Ms. Nguyen suggested we do that earlier, so.
Ms. Nguyen?
yes.
Ms. Nguyen, can you?
No, I told you that you had a choice. You can negotiate or you can designate someone to negotiate.
So,
So it's totally up to you. If you negotiate now and we come to an agreement, you vote, we'll have the contract available for signature. If you designate, then we can go back and negotiate with Mr. Harvey and his
remind me-
firm and bring a contract back.
And remind me when the audit was due to the state, yesterday? I think we better
Yesterday.
get this done.
It's the council's
Mr.
decision.
Do we have to vote on it?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I think that we spent 3 hours on this. I think we need to go ahead and work this out tonight. We can talk with the people that are here. Let's negotiate with them now and let's go ahead and
We
put
have
this
to
to
get
bed.
it done. Mr. Harvey. Mr. Harvey?
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we'd like to hear your price for this work.
Thank you so much again. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. We are excited to be the CPA firm of choice. We are willing to offer a 5 to 7% discount on the work. I will also lay at your feet that there are basically 2 audits that need to be done pretty quickly here. Obviously, the 2019 audit needs to be done, and we have people that we can get out into the city in the month of July to start. And then by the time we conclude that audit, we will be ready to move right into the 2020 audit to get the city ready to get back on track, which would put that submission. Normally, Mr. Sherman likes the March/April period, and so we would like to get back. And so due to the nature of getting the city back on track and having boots on the ground in a short time, we will offer a 7%, let's just say 7%, I give a hard number, discount on our standard price we gave earlier.
So could you please just give us the number? I want to do the math to see what the difference is between the Davis price and yours, just to have the
Okay. So,
have it on the record.
Yes, ma'am. The now reflected price starting at the $90,980 with a 7% discount now gives an annual fee of $84,611.40.
And so, okay, 84,611. I'm looking for my notes here. 84,611 minus 55,000, so 29,000 times 5, $148,057. Okay, so the difference in price that we got from Davis and yours is $147,051. Just so it's clear, if we vote to accept that price from you, that's the cost to the taxpayers, $147,051. Have I got that right, Mr. McCoy and Mr. Lawson? I count on you to do the math.
I'm sorry, I didn't even, I kind of got off track here. So he's giving 7% of what amount?
He's giving us a price of, let me go back. I'll let you repeat it, Mr. Harvey.
And that is right. That is right, Madam Chair.
Okay.
The number is
So the difference is
148,000. Yep.
Let's say 148,000. So the difference that we would be voting on if we go with you is $148,000.
And that is over a 5-year period.
Yes.
I would also note that's a 5-year period. That price with the discount is very consistent. In years past, as Mr. Sherman has said, one of our prior fees was $82,000. Also consider that price includes the CRA. As your prior auditor, we have in years past charged the city, I think it was $78, $79. The CRA audit was closer to $15,000 or $16,000. So that puts us in a very considerate place. And so we believe the aggregate pricing we are giving you today, which includes the city and the CRA. The CRA is a separately issued report that is very fair and very consistent with the prices that we have done historically. When you look at both 5-year contracts with the CRA being about $15,000, $16,000, and the city being in the high 70s.
Ms. Lanier, just a question for you, please. All the prices we got combined, the city and the CRA, am I right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. McCoy, do you have a question?
Okay.
I had a question though. I want to follow up with
sorry.
what you just asked. The question I want to ask is this: we have the second ranked firm with $55,000, which is over the course of 5 years, $148,000 difference between this firm and the S. Davis firm, and I think that we can get a better discount from HCT, given the fact that we do have on the table a price that is significantly lower than even what they are trying to discount at 7%.
I agree.
I would like to add one thing. Well, let me just state this very clearly, is as a partner of HCT, we price our work based on our firm. We have more experience doing municipal audits, especially than the firm you mentioned. And so our experience should be considered. I can name several cities that we do. We do anywhere from 8 to 10 municipal clients throughout the South Florida area. I think we have more experience if you look at our
Wake up.
Did we lose it? Mr. Harvey? I think we lost you. I think we lost Mr. Harvey. It's kind of hard to negotiate when the other party is missing in action. Mr. Harvey, could you try to get back in the meeting? Mr. McCoy, did you want to make a comment while we're waiting?
I'm sorry, I came in late on the math. He offered 77% off of the annual amount. Is that
Yes,
correct?
the difference between Davis and HCT is $148,000 over the life of the contract.
I thought I heard something like 140. Where did that come from?
No,
He offered
147,051. Mr. Lawson, can you confirm that, please?
Yeah, that's the amount over the life of the contract difference between Davis and HTC.
Right.
it's 100. It's 148,057.
Oh, okay.
Well, I'm sorry. I started doing the math a different
That's
way.
almost $150,000.
Right. Mr. McCoy, did you want to say something?
So I guess I was kind of approaching it a different way. I was looking at what that annual is.
Hello, hello.
Well,
Okay,
even with the annual, Mr. McCoy, that's almost a $35,000 difference.
Right, but here's the other thing that I asked. Mr. Edelman, can you mute him for a moment, please?
Hello, hello.
We hear you, Mr. Harvey. I think that's you we hear.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. Yes. I mean, we're willing to work on our price. We would just ask the city to consider the 2 years that needs to be done.
Well, everybody who would respond to the RFP would be doing the same work. Am I correct? Same
No,
2
you're
years.
correct. They would be doing 2 years as well.
Hello, hello.
Yeah, we can hear you, Mr. Harvey.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
I was saying that, sorry for the technical difficulties. I was saying that we can offer a additional price discount for years 3, 4, and 5. We really believe that the fees for year 1 and 2 should be considered because of the quick nature of those 2 audits that need to be done. So we are willing to discount further those additional years as a favor, as a way to connect with the city. Well, I take that back, not as a favor, as a way to connect with the city.
And what would those prices be for years 3, 4, and 5, Mr. Harvey?
Okay. I mean, so we are willing to offer.
And if you could give me the total 5-year so that I can make a comparison with the Davis.
You want just a total 5-year?
Yes, please.
And the percentage as well.
Yes.
Say again, Ms. Lanier,
And
Councilperson
the
Lanier.
percentage as well.
Well, I was going to give a relative number instead of a percentage. So I was going to say for year 1 and 2, 84,000, and then go down in year 3, 4, and 5 to 78, which is consistent with the fees we charged in our last contract as per Mr. Sherman. So that would give no fee increase based on what we've charged as our firm over our last contract with the great city of Riviera Beach.
And Mr. Harvey, real quick, is that 84,000 flat or is that 84,611, which is the 7% discount from the price you originally gave?
Yes, sir. I'm making it flat. I'm rounding it down, so it's just an easy, smooth number to calculate. So I have 84,000 year 1, 84,000 year 2, 78 for year 3, 78 for year 4, and 78 for year 5.
So now we're down to $127,000 difference. Am I right, Mr. Lawson?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
So, okay, so when we have RFPs and, various proposals that are submitted, it's typically known if we're going to go by the price. We're determining the price on that. And so is that what we're doing right now? We're trying to select someone based on what the other person submitted? Because if that's the case, we should have just just went by the lowest bidder, because right now that's what it sounds like we're trying to do, is go with the lowest bidder. And if that was the case, we should have just set the RFP that way, where it just had a hard bid.
I think we're just trying to get the best deal for the city of Riviera Beach while still getting the best product. And I think we've already Let's say that.
Well, I agree. I understand that that certainly should be the case. We need to see about getting the best. But I think we're almost comparing apples to oranges in terms of their prices because she just, I don't know what her situation is. I don't know. And right now I don't have it all in front of me as to how long it's been open. I mean, there's a lot of factors, I guess, to consider. And just from Davis suggesting that they gave that 50% discount, that was based on the fact they just wanted to get the business. I don't think the two firms are in the same position unless we're now saying, well, that's what's important to us is, we're not looking at the quality, we're not looking at, the experience, we're not looking at all that.
We are looking at the quality. We had a committee take a look at all.
No, I'm talking about right now, just the amount, right? Okay. That's all I'm talking about.
I'm
talking about the amount.
The quality was evident from the.
But we already we've already crossed that bridge. That was addressed in there. No, we're not.
So Madam Chair, I think that what we're doing now is actually negotiations. We are asking for, we ask them for a price and say they can do this, we can ask if they want to go lower. We can ask them to go lower. This is what they call negotiations. Let me
But I think we're comparing to Davis and saying the 55, I'm going to make my point. The 55,000 shouldn't be referenced.
I was talking first, and I'm saying that when we're looking at these firms, we had listed out the firms rankings from one to three, and we had SD Davis as number 2 based on not even any money involved, based on just the qualifications of that firm. Now we have went outside of that ranking, which we very well can. Well, I didn't. And you come back and you say that we want to negotiate with HCT. This is exactly what we're doing right now. We're negotiating with HCT.
And my point is, again, the reference for the other company. I don't think that we should throw that in there and saying, well, they did this. They had their reason for doing their price, and so does the other. And I just wanted to put out.
It's called comparison shopping. I mean, if I go to Target and it's more money, and then if I go to Walmart, it's less money, then that's how you comparison shop.
One of the things I want
Anderson finish her statement, and then we could go ahead.
One of the other things I want to point out is that why I know it's important for us to try to get through this tonight and make this decision with the negotiations. But as you can see, there's 5 of us on here plus the mayor. We could be here all night long with this. Typically, I've never been a part of the council when we did the negotiations, all 5 of us. Typically, you would have the attorney go and do it, or you would have one of the council people go, just like we did with the city manager, the city attorney. That's because it is less involvement. It's still going to come back to us for us to decide which way we want to go. But we could be here literally all night because we have these 6 individuals that would be providing input. Typically, we do not do negotiating like this.
I know, but typically we don't have the audit. Mr. Mayor, wait, time out. The mayor would like to say something, and he's been silent all night. We have to give him an opportunity to weigh in. Mayor Felder, please.
For 3.5 hours.
Yes.
Madam Chair and board, would y'all consider letting staff go into negotiations, coming back to the next meeting with a price, so we don't have to spend another 3 hours trying to negotiate with the firms that's online right now? Would y'all consider that?
No, I'm sorry. No, I want to make the negotiations now. That's what the law says, that the board has to negotiate it publicly, or they can make a designee. I choose to say we're sitting here now. We already 3 hours in. We've taken up all this time with this particular issue anyway. So now why stop now? Because you want somebody else to do the negotiations. I think that I have a right to be able to sit here and ask the person who's going to get this contract whether or not they can go lower on their cost.
You have every right, Councilman.
Okay, I'm saying y'all spending one evening here. I've been doing this for 2 months. So all I'm saying is that give me the opportunity to negotiate, because this is only the first time you guys are hearing this. I've been doing this for 2 months.
I'm asking you guys as a board. And if it has to go through a vote, would you consider letting staff handle the negotiation?
I think, Mayor Felder, the problem is that there's a time urgency here. Our audit was due, and I think that we almost have to get it done unless we commit to doing
Get
it,
an extension?
asking staff to do it. Mr. Sherman, can we get an extension?
Yes.
Mr. Sherman, are you there?
Yeah, I actually placed a call to the state last week and to inform them that we would not meet the deadline. His only words of wisdom to me was get it done as quickly as you can, because he does need to report out to, I believe he said the governor. He may have to report to someone else by September. And of course, then that puts you on the list, and then you're subject to, cuts from the state, not getting funding, and, their issues. So, the state is aware of it, that it's obviously going to be late in reporting. Word was get it done as quickly as we can.
Madam Chair, I just want to ask Mr. Sherman, is this the first time we've had to get an extension for this?
It's the first time since I've worked for the city. I want to say in 2011. Yeah, I think it was 2011 audit. I believe they filed it in September.
Thank you.
Okay. Speaking. Mr. McCoy.
Are you referring to the Auditor General? State?
Yes. Yeah, that's who I spoke to. That office, yes.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
I wanted to, let me get my question out. I wanted to ask the firm, would they just do a 10% across the board for the 5 years for this contract? A 10% reduction across the board.
Which would
I think
be
that's
what?
fair.
Let me think. What was their original? 90,980. Wait, one second. Hang on.
Question. You need to clarify that, because 10% across the board, we're talking about $9,000 over 5 years. That's
no. When I say 10%, that means for each year.
Right.
They want to do 7%, 7% for the first 2 years, and then I'm not sure what the next amount is, but what they can do is, if they can't match the number by the lowest firm, if they can't match that number, then we're asking for 10% per year for 5 years.
Listen, you know how much that is equated to, because I think they probably already exceeded that amount.
What?
I would like to make a motion that we request that the firm that we are entertaining for negotiations give us a savings of 10% over each of the 5 years. Even that amount would not equate to the amount that was the lowest bid. 10% over each amount for each year for this firm, which in turn is still not the lowest bid.
Miss Lanier, that's actually more than they just offered.
That's more than.
Yeah, I was just going to say that's not good math. I don't mean to impugn your math skills, but I would. This is why I count on Lawson and McCoy when you want to know numbers.
So we do 10%.
10% is 45,000. Councilwoman Lanier, 10% is 45,490.
So we do 9890.
Mr. Harvey just offered 52,900 in discount.
Hold on. Let somebody else trying to talk. What is going on here?
We would be willing to accept the 10% discount off of our first stated rate for 5 years.
No.
Can't do that, Lanier. Yeah, I'm going. I gotta take a break.
I tell you what, just match the lowest firm. Just match the lowest number by the firm that we had as number 2. Just match their lowest cost. I mean, the firm did 55,000. Just match that. Then we'll be done with it.
Madam Chair.
Thank you for your service on the committee. Councilwoman.
Madam Chair.
Madam, Ms. Miller Anderson has the floor, please.
So in the resolution, was there a suggested amount that we were being recommended to go with or start off with?
No.
There was no amount on there?
In the original resolution?
With ground?
No, I don't think so. Mr. Evans?
92,000 annually is what Grout presented.
Right.
92,000 annually.
That was not.
Right.
Oh, okay. But that wasn't in the resolution. It's what.
That's what they had.
Yes, yeah, right.
Right. And so now we're making the basis of the 55.
Right.
Well,
the 99, 92, I'm sorry, 92.
Well, Madam Chair, their rankings on the qualifications were lowest, so they can just meet the lowest number.
I don't agree with that.
Okay, I think that to be fiscally responsible, it's something that we should ask them. So I will ask that of Mr. Harvey. Mr. Harvey, can you match the price that we've been given by Davis?
No, ma'am, we will not match 55,000.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. So the bottom line from you right now, we're still, let's do the math again. I had 234 plus, hang on. I had, correct me if I'm wrong, you guys, 234 plus 168. 234, whoops, got it here. 234 plus 168 was, you were at 402, am I right?
Yes, ma'am, that is consistent with my numbers.
Okay. And they were at 275. Let's see, here we go. 402 minus 275. So we're still 127. We're still $127,000.
I would ask that you divide that by 5. That is a 5-year difference. I would also ask you to consider talking about shopping the quality of the firm, the level of experience with municipal governments, and the fact that we act as a prime auditor more than any other firm in this listing. So we know what needs to be done, particularly for the city. We can get it done. And so we act as the Neiman Marcus. And so price comparison between Neiman Marcus and Walmart, I think is hard. And so our price is very consistent with what we've charged the city before.
Okay. However, we had a committee that ranked you as third. So what I'm saying is, if we don't look at the price, if we were to only look at the committee's recommendations, we have you as third. So putting that aside, I think the only thing we can look at is price, because you were clearly not ranked first. The firm that was ranked second is the firm that gave us a price of $275, which is $127,000, admittedly over the course of the contract, $127,000 difference. I think that that's something that we would be fiscally irresponsible if we didn't consider.
And I agree with that. I agree with the fact that, I mean, we have to be clear here. This firm was ranked the lowest. We decided to go with this firm. With the council decided to go with this firm. So I think it is in our best interest fiscally to say that the second firm that we had was the lowest bid. So we can't even get close to that. Then what was the purpose of us choosing this firm?
Can I offer one?
Sir, no, this is the council. We're trying to work this out. We are trying to understand how that we have recommendations from a committee, that we have some, the council has chosen to go with this firm, and we are in the process now of negotiating with this firm. We have to come to an understanding among the council members of how we want to fiscally be responsible in bringing this firm on board, given that we have a firm that was ranked higher with less money. So we have to justify that. Right. And we made it based on qualifications and not on money. So I just think that it would do us well as a council to just come to an agreement about what do we think is reasonable, given that we have a highest cost, we have a lowest cost. and somewhere in between of that cost. But we don't have to. It appears that the gentleman is not going to agree to the second highest firm's rate. But we certainly need to be able to be responsible enough to know that if it can't be that, then it has to be somewhere close to that.
Thank you, Ms. Miller Anderson.
Okay, so my experiences with RFPs, typically you have like a house or in-house bid where the council would know, or somebody would know what the going rate is, for example. Ms. Pencil, do we have any idea what a going rate would be? Because if we had another firm that said they could do it for $10,000, I mean, we wouldn't just go with them because they said they could do it for $10,000 for 5 years. We have to have some sort of understanding as to that. That's not it, Ms. Hotel.
Well, but we're
in-house.
No,
I'm talking about an amount. If we're now trying to determine what is a going rate, do we have some sort of in-house bid number that would tell us what is a going rate? So a reasonable rate. You can't set the bar at just because somebody said that they're going to charge. Somebody could say they'll do it for free. I mean, are we going to go with them just because they said they can do it for free, or are we going to think about other things?
We would think about other things because we did think about other things. We thought about quality.
Right, and I went by the written, and that's how I came up with HCT.
But the written was not the whole evaluation.
We already been down that road.
I know, we don't want to go back there.
No,
we don't want to go back there. But my point in saying that is we are not looking at any firms other than the 3 that submitted a response to the RFP. Of the 3 that submitted a response to the RFP, the one that was ranked number 2, they gave us a price of $275, which is $127,000 less over the course of the contract than the firm that was ranked number 3. I cannot, in my good conscience, do anything else but recommend that we go with the firm that gives us the best evaluation by the committee we chose and the best price. To do anything else would smack of something I don't want to say. I mean, it just isn't. It wouldn't be right for us to do that. I can't understand why this is such a difficult decision. We have the firm that was ranked 2nd by a committee that we chose, giving us the best price by $127,000 over the course of the contract. Why would we not choose them? I think
I've already been very clear on where I said what I said.
Mr. McCoy.
Yeah, so here's the main reason. Actually, you know what? I think Ms. Wynn, I don't even know that you could actually ask that question at this point. Am I correct, Ms. Wynn?
Because there's a motion, that the motion has passed already, and you all have decided as a body to go with HCT.
Right. No, we've decided to negotiate. We've decided to negotiate.
Yes.
Right. So we are negotiating.
Right.
But Ms. Wynn, my question is, would it be permissible to have a conversation about justification of prices?
If that's part of the negotiation, yes.
But we're already beyond the portion of the reasoning for selection.
You are beyond that. You already selected.
Okay,
so the only thing left is price. Everything else in the contract is standard. You have the 4 years with the 1-year renewal. There's nothing else other than price.
Here it is, because we're probably 6 months behind already, right? And
probably what? I'm sorry. Probably what?
The reason why I would suggest that the justification is okay is because we're probably close to 6 months behind when this would have been done and submitted to the city. And I just don't see that we can really have a firm come in and start off behind the 8 ball, whose only suggestion is adding staff time of additional, I think the marginal amount was about 100 hours. And to get us up to date, including the learning curve of understanding this organization. So while it looks good on paper, from a practical and a audit approach standpoint, literally, I just don't think that we need to sit here and discuss this when we have somebody that can get started. expeditious fashion, so that it literally has to come in and first get an understanding of the organization, which if you're not familiar with, it's going to take additional time.
Mr. Sherman, could you opine on that? Is it?
So you're asking him you're asking him if I'm telling you the truth?
No, I'm not asking him if you're telling me the truth. I'm asking him as the financial director for the city of Riviera Beach. I'm asking him his opinion on whether or not a new firm can come in and get up to speed quickly. That's all I'm asking, Mr. Sherman.
I think our permanent records are in excellent shape and can easily be transferred. And I think that because a lot of the audits are now, computer based, they're going to take our trial balance, they're going to drop it into their system. I think that no matter who comes in, I think you would be able to get an audit out in 90 days. I don't think it's going to matter.
Okay, thank you.
And Madam Chair, and that's my point. We are here to negotiate. So people, we need to negotiate. We're not going to sit here and say that we're just going to give this firm the amount that they requested, and they were the lowest ranked firm. What we're saying is that the council has decided that this is the firm they want to go with. We have offers that we've had from firms, 4 other firms. The prevailing prevalent bid here is we have a $90,000 ceiling or $92,000 ceiling and a $55,000 from the bottom. And they're asking for 84, and I think it should be 84, 78, 78, 78, and I think it should be less. I think it should be less based on the fact that no, you can't tell me how to negotiate. All I'm saying is that this is what I'm requesting. You don't have to agree to it.
Hang on.
You don't have to agree.
Ms. Miller Anderson has asked to be recognized, and I'm recognizing Ms. Miller Anderson. Mr. McCoy.
I said,
Mr. McCoy, just 1 minute. Ms. Miller Anderson has asked to be recognized. Go ahead.
Well, if I can just insert real quick. In fact, Councilwoman Lanier, you was giving more money than they asked for. So literally, this is multiplication. In addition,
all right.
Like, don't sit here and insult me because
I'm not insulting you. I'm telling you that I can negotiate if I want to, and you're saying that I can.
Okay, Mr. McCoy. Mr. McCoy. Ms. Miller Anderson asked to be recognized. Ms. Miller Anderson, go ahead.
So I just have a couple of questions. I think I asked a question, but it kind of got lost in all of the other discussion. Ms. Pencil, is there an in-house bid amount for this? Is she still on?
Yes.
Do
No,
you-
ma'am, I do not have any market research or a suggested bid amount.
Okay. Okay, and then my second thing would be I mentioned I wanted to put a motion out there, and what I wanted to put a motion out there for was to identify either Ms. Nguyen or the mayor. I mean, someone that's outside of us right now to do negotiations with the firm. I would prefer Ms. Nguyen. And because, like I said, this is where I have never been a part of a board where we negotiate like this, because it is almost impossible to, I mean, you know how much energy it took to get Mr. Evans' contract done. But a lot of that was done in the background, but it was brought to the board. But right now we're starting from ground zero right here. And we're all at a crossroad where we are not budging on which way we want to go. And so at least if we designate someone to go and do that, they can come back, we can vote yes or no, and they can meet with you individually, Ms. Nguyen. You can talk with you individually and try to identify, some give and takes. I mean, she would know what someone's low number is, what someone's high number is, and kind of meet somewhere in the middle with it. But tonight, doing it the way that we're doing it, I've never seen that before. I'm not saying that it's not the right way. It's not a way that we can. It obviously is something we can do, but are we truly getting anywhere right now? We're not. And I really believe that that would be the best thing to do right now. And Mr. Sherman has already put in for the extension, and I knew he had to, because if it was due yesterday, we wouldn't be sitting here talking about it tonight. So the extension does cover us for him to, for us to go ahead and have that designee do the negotiating. They come back to us individually and work it that way, so that we're not sitting here for the next 5 hours saying the same thing. That's my motion to designate Ms. Lynn to do the
I would like to second it if you would change the designated negotiator to Mr. Evans as the city manager. Ms. Miller Anderson.
Typically, from my experience, Mr. Evans, if you want to weigh in, it's usually the attorney. I mean, it could be whoever we want, but that's who I said, the attorney.
All right. Mr. Evans, do you have a suggestion about that?
I think the attorneys is certainly more than capable of doing this. Yeah.
Okay. So I said, oh, well, I'll pass the gavel to Mr. Do I have to pass it? Does somebody else want to second that?
I'm gonna second Councilwoman Miller Anderson. I was gonna ask for Mr. Harvey so we could just get this done with his lowest and best offer. But if we want to go ahead and just go into negotiations or have someone else, I truly want to just kind of get lowest and best offer and just get done with this, because we spent 3 hours doing it. And I know Councilwoman Miller Anderson that we have not done this before, but just with the new committee, and I want to be clear, as we've stated before, that I'm very thankful of the committee's work that they put into this audit, this RFP, and we're definitely going with the recommendation based upon the written documentation that's presented before us. And what I would want to see for future, when we do another RFP, is that there's actually a scoring curriculum for the oral, so that we can have something to stand on. That would just be my recommendation for future RFPs that are created, so that we don't have this discussion moving forward, because that's my only hesitation. But I would ask, I did second that motion, but I would ask if we could just get a lowest and best offer from Mr. Harvey and see if the board would consider going forward with that.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I would like to know, well, this is what I would like. I don't know if it would affect anyone else, is if we can get Pencil, I don't know, I keep having such a hard time with your name, to get an in-house bid, some market research on the amount, so that we have something to go by. I think that's only fair. And if you don't want to use it, that's fine, but I do think that's needed, because I don't think we're all experts to know what is a going rate. And if you want that to factor into your decisions, fine. If you don't, that's fine too. But I would like to see that. So Ms. Pencil, if you could get some market research and get an in-house bid on this type of service.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Lemire.
I don't think that really makes a difference at this point. You have
ask for me.
We have 4 bids that have been submitted, and based on the information that was given to the committee in terms of previous costs of for audits, in terms of when I say previous costs,
that's my request though. That's my request.
Finish. Previous requests for audits, that we are looking at a situation where the council has totally disregarded the committee, which means that in the spirit of transparency, it should be negotiated publicly.
Can we call the question? Madam Chair?
Because we have been in a situation where the committee has totally been disregarded. So my position is that the firm that the council chosen can at least beat the cost of the second highest bidder.
Okay. Well, we have been asked to call the question. We need a second. And then we need to vote on calling the question. Do we have a second to the request to call the question?
Are we seconding Councilwoman Miller Anderson? Is that what you're asking?
Seconding Councilwoman Miller Anderson's request to call the question.
On the motion that I made.
We have to vote on calling the question.
That's what we're doing.
We do. Now, you want to restate your motion first, and then we'll vote on calling the question, and then we'll vote on the motion.
Ms. Nguyen, why are you shaking your head?
You just vote. If you get a second to calling the question, you vote on that, and then you go back to the original motion.
Okay. Did the original motion have a second?
Yes,
Yes, Mr.
I
Lawson.
seconded that.
Okay, so we're voting on calling the question.
What are we calling the question on? I just have it.
That's the only reason I asked, because I couldn't remember.
Sorry.
So if we're voting
Can Ms. Anthony restate the motion? She does have to take notes of what we're saying the motions are. So if Ms. Anthony can.
Currently, the motion is to call the question on the motion that was made by Councilperson Miller Anderson and seconded by Pro Tem Lawson to appoint Ms. Nguyen as the point person to negotiate with HTC.
Yes, HCT.
HCT, okay, we've been messing that name up all night.
Mhm.
So the motion that we're preparing to vote on is to call the question to move forward with the vote on designating Ms. Nguyen as the point person for the city to with
Please call the
HCT.
roll. Thank you.
Okay. I know you want to call the roll, but you know I have a question.
You can't ask a question because we're voting on calling.
And
the
you need a
question.
second. You need a second first.
Councilperson Miller Anderson made the motion to call the question. Councilman Lawson seconded to call the question.
And now we have to vote on that.
So
Miss,
if you
That is correct.
Clerk, that's correct. Madam Clerk.
Councilperson McCoy,
Councilperson McCoy, will you vote, please?
I asked the question. You don't want to.
Councilperson McCoy, there's no debate on the motion to call the question.
Well, fine. Do what you got to do then. But I literally asked you a question for clarification. If you don't think it's important that I get clarification, I won't answer.
Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier,
No.
Pro Tem Lawson.
He said yes, I can.
You're muted, Mr. Lawson.
As a
Yes.
30-year-long teacher of the deaf, I can.
Chair Botel.
Yes.
That motion is approved with Councilperson Lanier dissenting and Councilperson McCoy not voting either way.
That was to call the question. So now we've called
That
the
is
question. Now
correct.
we will take the vote on the original motion.
The motion
Madam,
to vote on is the motion made by
So what-
Councilperson Miller Anderson.
Let me ask you something. I have no clue what the original motion is. I told you, members, I had a delivery at my door. Extend the courtesy of reciting what we have in front of us. We're taking a meeting from home. Literally, I've been at this all day long. So if I ask you to please clarify something, don't take it in disrespect. I think you owe me that much. We're working on a technical platform that nobody's familiar with. And I really am a little disappointed that why we take things so personally. I mean, even if
McCoy,
don't agree, we settle the item. But don't make me seem as if I'm some sort of outsider here. And now you're putting on the record because statutes require that you actually vote on every item that you're there for. And if the members of this board don't even think it's important to tell me, if their colleague, what I'm voting for. So in fact, this is a part of Florida statutes that you vote on every item that you're present for. Is that too much to ask? And that's a shame on the chairperson and any other person that refused to even answer a procedural question.
Ms. Miller
Madam
Anderson,
Chair.
and I'm going to ask Ms. Nguyen for clarification. Ms. Miller Anderson.
But Mr. McCoy, the motion Ms. Anthony restated was to designate Ms. Nguyen. My motion was to designate Ms. Nguyen as the person to go and negotiate with Mr. Harvey. That's what the motion is.
And you were here when it was.
And you were here when she said that part. That's all. That's what the motion was.
I don't know what had been discussed. So I want to literally ask, can you please share with me those details? Because, a lot can transpire between a matter of 45 seconds to a minute and a half.
Okay, so I think the part that you may have missed was when Ms. Lanier started talking after we had made the motion to designate Ms. Nguyen. And then from there, Ms. Lanier, I actually asked for some documentation. And so Ms. Lanier then, she gave her explanation of why she didn't think it should be provided or whatever the case may be. And then that's when I said, call the question. Then we got to the point where we were voting on whether or not we were going to call the question. So you didn't miss, the only thing you missed was Ms. Lanier was kind of talking about not needing the information. And we kind of went over the same thing we've been over a few times. So no new motion came on.
Members, I just had a citizen send me a message that says, please answer, you can abstain. Broderick, there is a time lapse. That's part of the problem. So, come on, members.
I disagree with that. You were here. You were here though.
When Mr.
If I ask you for clarification, there's some point that I didn't get everything. But if you want to,
were here, and Ms. Wynn can.
I have an affirmative defense, and I will assert it when that time comes. If a complaint is ever raised that I knowingly abstain from a vote, that's not fair, members.
No, Mr. McCoy, you abstained for the vote, which means that renders that motion invalid. If you abstain from that vote, then that means that motion is invalid now.
You see how easy it would have been to explain it, though. But like
because you were Mr. McCoy, you were here when it was explained, and Ms. Wynn can.
Even if I was here, if I asked you for clarification, you don't think I'm afforded that much?
No, you know why? Because we run these meetings by Robert's Rules of Order, and when the motion to call the question is made, the next step has to be that it is seconded. When it is seconded, the next step is to obtain a supermajority of the people who are voting. We obtain a supermajority, yes, 4-1.
Majority.
Yes. Ms. Wynn, do you want to explain that, please?
It's a 2/3 vote, but other than that, yes, Dr. Botel, you're correct, but it's a 2/3 vote.
Thank you. Ms. Miller-Anderson.
Are we able to go back so that Mr. McCoy can provide a vote for the calling of the question? Is that acceptable?
Ms. Wynn?
If that's the pleasure of the body, you can.
Go ahead. Do it.
Mr. McCoy,
Mr. McCoy doesn't feel left out. Madam Clerk, would you just do it again so that we can put it to rest, please?
And this is just to whether or not to call the question, correct?
Yes, correct. I think that's what Mr. McCoy missed. Is that right, Mr. McCoy?
Well, Madam Chair, I don't even recall. That's why I was asking. I literally had a whole lot to go on when I literally left the computer.
Okay. Well, we'll take the vote again, and this is the vote that we made to call the question. So, Madam Clerk, would you do that again, please?
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller-Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier?
No.
Pro Tem Lawson?
Yes.
Chair Botel?
Yes.
That motion is approved with Councilperson Lanier dissenting.
Thank you.
Now, before we take this vote, Madam Chair, I just wanted to say one thing. The vote that is coming up that Councilwoman Miller-Anderson made to move forward with the negotiation outside of this council to city administration, I want to preface it with, I'm going to vote no. I want to be above reproach in this. I want to be able to know that the process that we did was transparent, and to take this, as I said before, you took this out of the hands of the committee, made your own decision, which you can do. But to now give this to another party to negotiate, I'm going to vote no on this because I think that it needs to be transparent about what we're doing in this whole process. And that's what's been happening from the beginning. We've been transparent. All the meetings have been advertised. All the meetings have been recorded and made available to the public. But to go now at the end of this and disregard the committee's decision and then go ahead and send this out to somebody else to negotiate, I don't think that it's transparent and it is not beyond reproach. And I say that, and I'm done. And you can go ahead on
Okay,
and
let's
call
get
the
this
questions
over
for your
with.
vote.
Thank you.
Yes.
Madam Clerk.
Councilperson McCoy?
No.
Councilperson Miller-Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier?
No.
Pro Tem Lawson?
Yes.
Chair Botel?
time is it? No.
That motion still. With
Okay.
Councilors McCoy and Botel dissenting.
I really just wanted to go on record agreeing with Councilwoman Lanier that we established a committee, we established a process. As I understand it, we were to negotiate in public because that's the way it was explained at the beginning by our attorney. And I think that even though it's 9:55 in the evening and we've beat this thing to death, we ought to try to get the best possible price for the city. And in my mind, the best possible price is not some number that we could get from Ms. Pemsel, but a real number that we've gotten from a real firm. And so in my mind, the best possible price would be $275. So I'm going to ask Mr. Harvey again, can you match the price that we've been given by the other firm, by Davis, Mr. Harvey? We can't hear you, Mr. Harvey.
And it's a yes or no question.
Good day, everybody. Yes, we will not meet 55,000. We will not match their price.
Thank you. So what's the procedure then, Ms. Nguyen, if we have not gotten Mr. Harvey to agree? Do we go to the, I'm asking a question. Ms. Nguyen, is the procedure that we go to the next firm?
No.
Or is the procedure that we miss? I'm not asking you, Mr. McCoy. Ms. Nguyen.
For that, because clearly you met backdoor. If we're gonna try to sit here and negotiate as a body, let's negotiate as a body. Don't allow one person to throw out a number and allow me. I gave you my justification. If you want a number, you put it on the floor, call a motion. If not, we move on to the next member. But don't sit here and try to disregard.
I'm not disregarding anyone, Mr. McCoy. I'm asking our attorney a question. Did I get an answer from our attorney?
But we're not at a stalemate.
We're not anywhere after how many hours? I'm asking a question, Ms. Nguyen.
You have to formally terminate negotiations with the firm, HCT, before you can move to the next firm.
Okay.
So you have to vote to terminate as a body before you can move to the next. Someone else may want to negotiate a different number or ask Mr. Harvey about a different number. Until you all believe or vote that negotiations with Mr. Harvey are futile, then you move on to the next.
Okay. Ms. Lanier, did you want to make a motion to terminate negotiation?
Well, I think that the way we are now is that we're still negotiating. And let me say this, when we, I think this is brought up twice tonight, that when we went through Mr. Evans's contract, we were there to 12:30 that night. So don't let it be said that we cannot take the time that we need to be able to take care of the business that we need to take care of.
Madam Chair, move to extend indefinitely.
Second.
Okay, Madam Clerk.
Councilperson McCoy,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson, Councilperson Lanier,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Pro Tem Lawson,
Yes.
Chair Botel.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Madam Chair?
Yes. Madam Chair, the attorney is recognized too.
I'm sorry, Ms. Nguyen, I'm sorry. Mr. Lawson, could I ask Ms. Nguyen to reply first and then I'll call on
Thank you. Yes, Madam Chair.
I need a 5-minute break if possible, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, we all do.
I don't want to miss the motion. If a motion is made and you all need assistance, but I need a break.
I'm sure at this point we could all use a break. So it is 9:59. Let's come back at 10:05. Is that enough time?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Hey Siri. Hold on to that.
Hey, Mr. Edelman, this is Trodrick McCoy. Can you please mute all members of the
we have a quorum? We do. Walter? I'm going to guess that we'll, oh, good. Okay, we're back in session. Where were we? I think, who had the floor last? Ms. Lanier?
Madam Chair,
Who's speaking? Oh, Ms. Nguyen.
I don't think that, I'm being told that we're not back live yet.
We don't lie.
You see it?
Yeah, I see it.
There is a delay that people have been complaining about.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, good.
Really?
Is Mr. Harvey still with us? Yes, good. Okay. So, yes, Mr.
Madam
Lawson.
Chair, if we could just ask Mr. Harvey for him to give us his lowest and best offer.
Well, before we do that,
Yes,
as
ma'am.
I stated earlier, and I'm going to get there, Mr. Lawson, and thank you. I think we were at a difference of 127,000. I'm willing to say if Mr. Harvey would split the difference, which would be 63.5, and take it down from the 402 that he's at now, take that split difference of 63.5 and make it 338.5, I would even go so far as to say that we could give him the 5th year, which is negotiable as it stands now. The contract is 4 years, and we could give him the 5th year if he will come down to the 338.5.
My follow-up, Madam Chair, before Mr. Harvey comes in, is that number one, we don't know what the market rate is on the hourly basis for this service. Ms. Pimsel hasn't given us a sample number, and we're basing it upon 3 bids that we received. We don't know if that's an accurate number and the hours that are being charged. I wouldn't want Mr. Harvey to be competing against the offer from Mr. Davis, being that he's was ranked number 1 in points from our committee.
He was ranked number 3 in points. He was ranked number 3 by the committee.
In points I'm looking at right now, the points that he had was 423 points.
That was
by
on
the
the
RFP.
written, that was on the written portion, which was
Yeah,
only
that's what I'm
dated
talking.
against. Okay, that
That's
just
the only,
gave
that's
him
the only
on.
criteria. Right, no,
only-
absolutely. That's the criteria. That's the only criteria I have to go off of. I have the
Well, I have to
423
go-
points.
Okay,
And then
I
I
have
have,
to go.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, if I could finish
ahead.
my point, and then you can
Go
jump in when I'm finished.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So based upon the written points that I received, I'm looking at it, he came in number 1 with the written points. I see that orally or overall, I'm not even really sure what this criteria stands for, the 1, 2, 3. I see that certain individuals chose him 1 and 3, and then that equated to a metrics that ranked him as number 3, but I don't know what that was based upon. So based upon his experience with the firm, with the city, based upon the point structure of the written, and based upon asking for a price, I'm just going to ask Mr. Harvey to give us his lowest and best offer so we can move forward, since we as a council have already voted to move forward with him and to have a bid from him. So if he can give us the lowest best price, and then we can determine if we're going to move forward, and if not, then we can go on to the next person.
Okay, and I would say that my recommendation would be that he give us the price of 338.5, which would be splitting the difference between the 2nd ranked firm and the 3rd ranked firm, which is Mr. Harvey. So, Mr. Harvey, are you able to go down to 338.5?
Do we, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Do we need to vote on each of your suggestions? I mean, Ms. Nguyen?
I think
If
that's,
Mr.
I don't agree
Yes.
with what you're just throwing out randomly. We have to agree before we cross the
Okay.
table.
Yeah.
All right,
But-
so let's take Mr. Lawson's recommendation first.
I'll
then. Do I-
second that.
Okay, so let's vote on Mr. Lawson's recommendation.
Okay, we have discussion, right? Don't we have
Yes.
discussion after first and
Right, I'm
second? All
sorry.
right, I just wanted to say that if Mr. Lawson is basing it only on the written part, then we are opening ourselves up for an IG review, because if it's only doing with the written part first, where the committee expressly stated that it was not just the written part that they made their decision on.
Okay.
Right.
So that means that there may be room for people to protest this, given the fact that we cannot base our decision just on the written part alone when there wasn't oral competition involved.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
But I think when we accepted, when we decided to, when the motion, remember we cleaned up that motion in order to go with HCT into negotiation, it was not based on written or oral. I mean, it was,
That's right.
we didn't say that, okay?
Right,
So
that's right.
Mr. Lawson, I think is
Lawson
just
just said it,
saying
yeah.
for him, that's why he's saying that that's not what the board that approved to go into negotiation based it on. That's what he's basing it on.
That's correct.
So right now we're just voting on, I mean, right now the motion is just about taking the lowest best offer. And he came up in his mind with whatever amount based on what he said, and just like Dr. Patel came up with the amount on her own.
Right. So we're going to vote on Mr. Lawson's request. Do you want to restate that, Mr. Lawson, please?
Does Ms. Anthony have it?
Yes, I'd like to move forward with requesting from HTC to provide his lowest and HCT to provide his lowest and best offer to the board.
Okay.
Tonight, next week?
Right
Tonight. Yeah, we ought to get this done.
I'd like for Mr. Harvey to provide his lowest and best offer to the board, and we make a decision if we're going to move forward or move on to the next round.
Okay.
And that motion was seconded by Councilperson Miller Anderson.
Yes. Discussion. Ms. Lanier had a comment, but I think she made it. Anybody else have a comment? So I think I have just a question. If we get this lowest and best price and it doesn't, well, and then are we going to vote to see if we accept that price, even though it might be, okay.
Yes.
Fine.
That was my
let's-
motion.
Okay, good. So the motion includes then voting to, fine, I understand. Madam Clerk, unless there's anyone else who wants to make a comment. Madam Clerk.
Councilperson McCoy,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier,
No.
Pro Tem Lawson,
Yes.
Chair Botel.
No.
That motion is approved with Councilpersons Lanier and Botel dissenting.
Okay. So now, Mr. Harvey, could you give us your lowest and best price?
Yes, good day. Our lowest and best price for year one would be 82. Year two,
I'm
80.
sorry, I didn't hear you, Mr. Harvey.
Okay, can you hear me a little better? Year
Okay,
one,
so-
year one, 82. Year two, 82. Year three, 75. Year three, 75. And year five, with the extension, 75.
Can he just restate that? Because I think he said 3 twice, just for the record.
I think so. Year one, 82. Year two, 82,000 even. All of these are rounded numbers. Year three, 75,000 even. Year four, 75,000 even. And year five, the extension year, 75,000 even.
So am I right that that's
Colleagues,
389?
it's a total of 389,000 total pricing, 389 for the life of this contract, 5-year contract. On these first 2 years, Mr. Harvey, if you can explain, you've priced them a little bit higher. It's because this has to be completed and expedited now and 2021s. Okay.
That's correct. We're willing to have boots on the ground in July to start moving forward and to get the 2019 audit out. Mr. Sherman has already said his expectation is 3 months. We want to meet that for him, and then to be ready to move right into 2020 to get the city back on track with issuing in the March/April, usually it's the first meeting in April, that we bring the CAFR to council. And so that's why the elevated rates in the first 2 years.
And I would like to say, Madam Chair, that anybody who got this bid would have been doing the same thing.
Right.
Go ahead.
Yes, okay, of course. So as I calculated, that's $114,000 difference from the rate we got from Davis. Am I right? Anybody want to check that?
That is the difference based upon the bid we got from Davis.
Okay. So we're looking at a difference of $114,000. And I guess we can accept a motion to accept that price and enter into a contract with HCT, or reject it and take into consideration that we might want to negotiate with the second term,
I'd like to add, Madam Chair, before we make the motion, I'd like to add the fact that I still, even though Mr. McCoy said that my math was off, Mr. McCoy, I still say that I would want the 10% per year over 5 years, each year, as the amount for my vote.
Well, okay. Does somebody want to make a motion to Mr. McCoy?
Are we gonna have a chance to discuss? Because I wanted to see if Councilwoman
Yes, sure.
give him more money or something this time around.
You want to see what? Oh, stop it, Mr. McCoy, now. Come on, behave yourself. Did somebody want to make a motion? I'm getting stop happy here. Did somebody want to make a motion to enter into contract with HCG based on the price of what was it, $389? Well,
I'd like to make an amendment to the motion. I'd like to make an amendment.
Nobody's made a motion yet. So could you please
they haven't made it yet? Okay.
Temporarily. Does anybody want to make that motion?
I'm making a motion that we go with the amount that was stated.
Okay. Does anyone want to second that motion?
Second.
I'd like to make an amendment to that motion.
Well, you can ask the motion maker if she will make an amendment to it.
I'd like to add an amendment to that motion that the last 2 years be a 10% discount. The amount that was given, which is $389 over 5 years, the last 2 years be given a 10% discount for the city.
If you make that amendment, well, let's see if it's accepted. Madam Miller Anderson, I almost called you Madam Chair. Something in me wants to give this roll up all of a sudden. Councilwoman Miller Anderson, do you accept that amendment?
No, I'm sticking with what I said.
Well,
we can have discussion.
I had this.
Can we get a second to the motion made by Councilperson?
We did.
Lanier?
I believe Mr. McCoy seconded it. Am I right? No. Ms. Lanier didn't make a motion. She asked if.
No, I did make a motion.
She stated it as a motion, Madam
Oh,
Chair.
I'm sorry. Do we have a second?
I want to make a motion, and the motion that I had, let me restate my motion. The motion that I had was the firm gave $82,000 for year 1, $82,000 for year 2, and $75,000 for year 3, 4, and 5. My amendment to that motion is for year 4 and 5 to have a 10% discount given to the city. That is my motion.
Is anyone willing to?
That's going to take $174,000 over 5 years.
No. I said just year 3 and 4, a 10% discount. I didn't say over the 5 years.
And then over the total is going to be 300, not to exceed 374,000. That's what the math comes up to.
374. Okay, that's fine.
I second that.
Okay.
Just, Madam Chair, for clarity, Ms. Lanier, you said years 3 and 4 or 4 and 5?
Years 4 and 5. I'm sorry. Years 4 and 5. I think that's what I made the initial motion on. 4 and 5. I want an additional 10% discount on those last 2 years.
Okay.
We have discussion on that.
The last 2 years in the $67,500
Okay.
instead of 75.
Okay.
Do we need time so members can do their math?
No, I trust you.
You don't, not all the time.
I really do. You know that.
Hey, I'm not perfect.
Madam Chair,
Losing track, Madam Clerk. Madam Attorney, yes.
as part of this discussion, do you want to now ask Mr. Harvey if that's acceptable before you vote, or do you want to vote and then see?
I think it wouldn't make sense to not ask Mr. Harvey. So, Mr. Harvey, are you willing to accept that?
If I can say this, I really only wanted to extend the courtesy to Councilwoman, but I really didn't like the fact that we was asking somebody to take $15,000, and I think the manager and the attorney would know why, because I literally found where we in some cases have kind of understated revenue that was due to the city by going to estimate further out in the future. And I certainly want to be fair about it, but I only wanted to extend the motion so that we can continue to have the vote and discussion. But I don't agree that we should get somebody to commit to something 4 and 5 years from now. I just wanted to have a discussion because COVID-19 really is the person that makes all of the decisions around us.
Well, aren't we committing ourselves to something 4 or 5 years out?
I beg your pardon?
Yeah,
Are we not committing ourselves to something 4 or 5 years out?
Well, you may run for Congress. Who knows?
Oh, yeah, no, don't count on that. So,
well, we're looking at a 5-year contract. So if it's a
Yeah.
5-year contract, we're just asking for a 10% discount in year 4 and 5 because it is a 5-year contract. It's not like we're going to do a contract every year.
you know, what if we unanimously, now that would be something to see. What if we unanimously said, yeah, let's tell him we want him to go down to 374, and he says, no way. Why don't we just ask him first before we take the trouble to?
Yeah, let's ask. Let's ask.
Problem though. So, and let me tell you something. As much as I love my city, right? As a true finance and accounting professional, the problem you deal with is trying to estimate future revenues. And I don't want to commit somebody to something like that when the market really drives much of this. If we've gotten to a point where he can agree comfortably where he'll accept, even knowing the uncertainty of 4 years from now, I don't feel comfortable with now trying to really dictate this. I really want to have the discussion, but literally, who can, here's a better one. Can you estimate the amount of what gas is going to be per gallon next week, next month? Try doing that in 4 years from now. So, I mean, literally, that's what we're asking this guy to do on the fly. So I want to kind of be reasonable and sit down and have, but just knowing how the whole market drives pricing for every single industry in the world based on supply and demand, I just don't believe that that's something that would be prudent or even fair for anybody, even us for that matter.
But we've asked everyone who's responded to this RFP to make a projection 5 years out about what the costs will be.
And I
So
totally,
we're not.
and I totally understand that. But what I'm saying to you is this: now that we've kind of reduced down that this is, I mean, you're literally asking somebody to take something that, I mean, what if they don't perform? The most that the city has is to be able to get, I guess we can get consequential damages, but what we actually agreed to pay or the losses that we incurred. But I don't see that we would, I don't feel comfortable with doing that. Because
Madam Chair?
My business
Yes, Ms. Lanier.
I just wanted to say that the 10% discount that I requested for the last 2 years of the contract are just that. We will sign a 4-year, 1-year option contract with this firm, and that would be with any firm that we agreed to negotiate with. We're negotiating based on the fact that yes, we do know that COVID runs the show, and we do not know that in year 2021, 2022, how our revenues are going to be. Meaning that we already know this, that there's going to be a significant fallout in revenues from the city, of course, statewide because of COVID. So I'm asking for that discount based on that knowledge. That in 3 and 4 and 5 years, we're going to be looking at the cost of what it costs to do business right now. And we're going to see that turn up in 2021, 2022. And that's where I'm asking for this discount. I'm saying that it is reasonable to ask, given that we do not know how we are going to fare in COVID-19 and in the recession that it is sure to follow in the next 3 to 4 years, that we are asking for that 10% discount up front because we know how it's going to play out. And I think that is reasonable to ask.
Mr. McCoy, would you have a serious objection to us just asking Mr. Harvey if he would?
I don't. We can ask him.
Okay, Mr. Harvey, would you, if the board voted to give you this contract at the rate of 374, would you accept that?
Thank you so much. I'm a little embarrassed about this, but Councilperson Lawson asked us to give our very best, and we stand by our prices at 82, 82, 75, 75, and 75. We believe where we started out at 90,000, And where we're at now, those are our best prices.
Okay, thank you. So Ms. Lanier, there's almost no point in discussing your motion, although I applaud you for trying to make it, because Mr. Harvey will not accept that.
And the motion, we gotta run with my motion and get a vote on it. You have to vote it down, because if we vote this motion up and he does not agree, then we go to the next person. So this motion needs to go forward, whether it gets voted up or down.
No, we extended him all accepted, right?
Oh, I better ask Ms.
No, we don't, it's not about him. Our motion, it is, we run the show here. If I have a motion on the floor in a second, we just say, you can just vote it down, say yes or no, and then that's the end of that.
If Ms. Lanier's motion passes and Mr. Harvey does not accept, someone else can make a new motion, or we can go back to Ms. Miller Anderson's first motion, I believe, the 389, who made that motion?
I think it was.
Yes, Ms. Miller Anderson, seconded by Mr. McCoy. We can go back to that. You don't move on until the next person until you all make a motion and vote to terminate negotiations with Mr. Harvey.
Okay, we got it. So we do have to take Ms. Lanier's motion into consideration. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson McCoy,
No.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
No.
Councilperson Lanier,
Yes.
Pro Tem Lawson,
No.
Chair Botel.
Yes.
That motion fails with Councilperson McCoy, Miller Anderson, and Lawson dissenting.
Now, do we have
Back to the
motion?
To the motion made by Councilperson Miller Anderson and seconded by Councilperson McCoy to accept the price of $389,000 as presented.
Wasn't Lawson? I thought Lawson's motion, the lowest best offer, was the last one. I mean, that was the one right before.
Lawson was the lowest best offer, but once they offered it.
We haven't voted on that. We haven't voted on the 82, 75, 75, and 75 because Ms. Lanier put in her amended motion.
You are correct, but we did vote on the motion where Mr. Lawson asked for the lowest. That was done and dissolved of, and then HCT came back with their numbers, and you made the motion to accept their numbers as presented, Ms. Miller Anderson.
Oh, okay, so this is done?
So this is the motion that we're on, the motion that was made to accept the numbers presented by HCT, which was a grand total of $389,000. It's $82,000 for year one, $82,000 for year two, $75,000 for year three, $75,000 for year four, and $75,000 for year five. And that motion has been made and seconded, and that's what we're about to vote on.
Okay. And just to be clear, that's $114,000 difference. I just have to make sure that we all understand that.
And we all need to know that. We don't know if that is the actual in-house number. So that's very clear. We need to make sure we say that too. Because that number, that's just what was provided. That doesn't mean that's the golden number.
Well,
no, that was the number that was provided by other firms. That was provided by the firm who was before that firm.
I understand, but again, that's not a golden number. We don't know that.
Firm that was voted second by the committee. Okay, so let's, Madam, if there's no more discussion, we'll call this question.
I got one point that I want to make.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Remember, let me just share something with you. I really wish you guys would have negotiated with all of our working employees of the city of Riviera Beach the way we're doing about a contract for an auditor. If I can remind you, I offered the same thing when it came to the pandemic pay policy for working class people of the city. We spent all of probably 4.5 hours on this already. That's all right. That's all I got. I yield back.
And I want to say also, Madam Chair, that I'm just very disappointed that the auditor did not try and make this a unanimous vote.
Say that again?
not
meaning
fair.
that the auditor themselves, when asked would they take a 10% of the year number 4 and number 5 to make this a unanimous vote, then they did not do that. So of course we're not going to have a unanimous vote on this item.
Do not offer 10% on the 90,980, and he said he accepted.
No.
Yeah. Said you wanted 10%.
Okay. It's the
There's
hour
a
is.
motion and a second on the floor.
We have a motion and a second.
And it's not going to be unanimous. And I offered 10% in year 4 and 5, and he did not take that. So that's that.
You offered a $90,980.
I offered that. You rejected that. The council rejected that. I came back with year number 4 and number 5, and you still rejected that.
But he would have had a unanimous vote.
No, he wouldn't have. No.
But you made the offer.
I made the offer, and you rejected it.
But Ms. Lanier, I'm done.
Yeah, please. We've had enough. I think we've said all we were going to say. I think we know how this is going to turn out.
Yeah.
Councilperson McCoy,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier,
No.
Pro Tem Lawson,
Yes.
Chair Botel.
No.
That motion is approved with Councilperson Lanier and Botel dissenting.
Okay, Mr. Evans. The next item.
Madam Chair,
Councilperson Miller Anderson.
did we have general public comments?
Oh, God. No. Did we have any, Madam Clerk?
We do have one public comment. The acceptance of public comments at this time is closed.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Miller Anderson, for reminding us of our duty to hear the public. We just got so caught up. All right, let's hear it, Ms. Anthony.
Deborah, are you?
Madam Clerk?
Yeah, okay, we can't hear you. Can you let me pull it up? Our public comment comes from John Clayton. The email address is john_m_Clayton@hotmail.com. Good evening, everyone. My name is John Clayton, and my house is located on Avenue E. Yesterday, I received a letter from the Code Compliance Department, and it stated I had to repair my wooden privacy fence, trim overgrowth in my backyard, and resod areas in my front yard. The only problem is these issues were already addressed back in April, and I have both the new sections of fence as well as a bill from my landscaper, MPM Landscaping, to prove it. The only issue I will not be addressing is the sod in my front yard. There is a convenience store next door to me, and it makes growing a really good lawn impossible. I have attempted to plant various plants out front to beautify the yard, and I have personally seen the patrons from that store pour poison on my plants. If the city is willing to shut down and demolish that store, then I will be willing to upgrade my front yard, but I will not throw good money after bad. I spoke to Inspector John Johnson yesterday, and I asked him if he would not mind coming out to quickly look at my property, and his tone became very rude. My house is homestead property protected under the Florida homestead law, and I'm well aware of my rights under this law. And any resident that has homesteaded property needs to be aware of this law and the protections it provides as well. Also, since my house was built in 1947 and has been in my family since 1951, it is grandfathered into the current code laws. I would encourage my fellow residents that if they have received similar letters, to please make a public comment concerning them. The more of us that know about this, the better. Thank you for your time and attention. Respectfully submitted, John Clayton. Madam Chair, that concludes public comments.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Evans, we have one more item on the agenda, but I think I'm going to request that we either have a special meeting. Is there an urgency for us? I would like to see us do something about our agenda uh, and so forth as per your memo, but I'm wondering if we can either have a special meeting or postpone this.
Madam Chair, we can certainly postpone it. I did have a 2.5-hour PowerPoint presentation
Yes,
go through it, but for the hour that it is this evening, I can put it onto another agenda.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Evans. Madam Chair, can I ask one question, please? I don't want to belabor this point. Let me go back to our vote that we just had. Now, do we have to make a motion to terminate negotiations with this agency so that there won't be any more negotiations with them? I just want to be clear on that because I don't want it to go back to the city attorney or the city administration and there's additional negotiations. Do we have to make a motion to just decide that there are no more negotiations with this firm?
But I just thought about something. Isn't she conflicted anyways? Why would she even? How is it that she can act on the committee and then as a member? Wouldn't she be conflicted?
The statute allows it. The statute mandated the appointment for a board from a council member.
Right, but I mean, it's almost like dual office holding when you make a recommendation and then validate it on the back end. I mean,
The statute allows it.
And that is the reason why I asked the committee to come to talk to the council. But with all that being said, I just want to know, I just want to understand that do we have to make a formal motion to terminate negotiation with this firm?
No, Madam Chair, or Madam Councilwoman, you wouldn't have to make any motions by the firm agreeing to the terms and conditions that were enumerated in the contract that was part of the RFP, and the price and the years. That's the only modifications that would be made. And we already have the legislative action by the board to facilitate that. So from our perspective, the contract is solidified. And now it's just a matter of the city council signing the agreement and the auditing firm. And there would not be any subsequent negotiations that would ensue after this meeting.
Okay, I just want to make sure to the city attorney, is that, I'm not saying that you're not correct, Mr. Evans, but I just want to make sure that legally we don't have to entertain a motion to actually cease negotiations with this firm. Is that correct?
That's correct. If for some reason the firm came back with something else they wanted us to do, let's say they wanted us to reduce the insurance requirement, we would bring that back to you. Because you all are the negotiating body.
Okay.
So,
okay. No, I just wanted to make sure because I know that this may be an issue for either the internal auditor or internal general, inspector general, or for an appeal. And I just wanted to make sure that we cut off all negotiations at this point with that firm. So that it's been stated in the record that there is no more negotiations with them.
Would the Commission on Ethics be concerned with this, Ms. Nguyen?
for what reason?
For the conflict.
What conflict?
That you can act as a recommending member and then turn around and accept the recommendation. So
The statute.
you know what? Here's what you do. Me personally, I'm going to request offline personal written request from the Commission on Ethics from your office.
Okay, so where are we? We're with
you know, to be real clear here, I just want to make a motion to terminate the negotiations with ACT. That our business with them is done tonight. Make a motion to those negotiations are done tonight. I just want to make a motion to terminate those motions.
Can I make a suggestion that instead of using the word terminate, that you say to close negotiation or finalize negotiations? Because I don't want that motion to appear as if you all have changed your minds and decided not to negotiate.
Okay, well, for lack of better terms, to close the process of negotiation with this firm tonight. That's the motion I want to make.
Thank you, but I have a question. How will Ms. Nguyen deal with issues around the contract? And I mean, if negotiations are terminated, doesn't that tie the
No,
hands of?
we just changed it. It's to close negotiations.
Yeah,
Madam
there
Chair,
should
can we
be.
get a second to that?
I want
before
to
you
make
all
sure.
continue for discussion?
I'm sorry.
Ms. Wynn? Oh,
Ms.
Madam
Anthony's
Clerk.
asking for a
Madam
second for
Clerk.
Can we get a
negotiations.
second before we consider,
Oh,
continue
sorry,
discussion on that?
could somebody second, does anybody want to to second that motion? I'll
Okay.
pass the gavel, second it, so we can, I'll pass the gavel and second it to Mr. McCoy's objection, I'm sure, so that we can at least have a conversation about it.
Hey, can remind me, she wants to terminate negotiation?
No, I want to close negotiations with them. That means tonight, after we've gone back and forth negotiating with them, I want to formally close those negotiations with them tonight.
Is there a reason why?
And the purpose would be?
The purpose would be to ensure that no other firm comes back to say that we did not formally close these negotiations.
Well, I don't
No,
know.
I'm asking, I got a second. You don't want to vote for it. You don't have to. Let's go ahead and make this quick.
And I'm only asking, Ms. Wynn, does that tie the hands of the city in any way?
No. That's the
I
reason
mean,
why she suggested.
If Mr. Harvey or this firm were to say that they didn't agree with, my plan is that we would take the current contract, change the name from the GROW to HCTC, change the dollar amount, correct the addresses, and get them signed. If there's anything over and above that, we would have to come back to you all and tell you that those negotiations fell through.
Right, and I'm fine with that.
And I just want to make sure that this process is officially closed.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
Madam Chair, you are not the chair. That would be Mr. Lawson.
Thank you.
Any other discussion from the council?
Report on what it means to pass the gavel and what rule provides that you can do that. Mr. Evans?
That Councilman McCoy, that is your second request, sir. I think
That's a Mr. Evans question because the city clerk's office would fall under his supervision. So clearly, I ain't never seen nobody pass the gavel. I just so happen to be the parliamentarian on the Black Elected Officials Organization of Palm Beach County.
Oh,
I've seen that before.
I think that actually, the attorney is supposed to be your parliamentarian per the charter. So
you're pretty savvy though.
we'll find that and we'll get back to you, Councilman.
Good enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Anthony, Madam Clerk.
Councilperson McCoy,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
No.
Councilperson Lanier,
Yes.
Councilperson Botel,
yes.
Councilperson Chairperson.
Yes.
That motion is approved with Councilperson Miller Anderson dissenting.
Now you got what you want, Councilwoman Lanier. I hope whatever subsequent action that you think is going to happen after this, go right ahead because I'm really.
No, it's not me. It's not me, sir. We got a full audience tonight. I just want to make sure that the city is covered in this process, sir.
Are you an agent for someone? I withdraw that question.
Thank you.
Mr. Lawson,
I'm gonna,
Mr. Lawson.
Ms. Miller Anderson.
I just wanted to put on the record why I stated no was because typically when you make that motion and you vote on doing that, that pretty much closes it unless something changes. I mean, it comes back to us, but that we went for the lowest best offer and that's what we got. So I didn't see the point in having to do that. But thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miller Anderson. I'm gonna pass the gavel back to Councilwoman Botel.
Thank you. So we are not going to, we had our public comments. Mr. Evans has agreed that we will postpone the other item. Do we have a discussion by city manager? Oh, yes, we had two.
Yes, two really quick items. First, we'll go into the grad bash, and I'll let Councilman Lawson kind of just briefly explain where we started off and where we are, and then I'll provide some additional insight with respect to the funding request.
I would like you to do it. I don't want to be another half hour.
I'll make this quick. Thank you, Mr. Evans and Madam Chair. The event that we planned for our seniors here in the community was going to be a grad bash here in Riviera Beach. We reached out to the Rapids to partner to host a grad night for all of our graduating seniors. Due to the numbers and the spike within the community and us just trying to play cautious and safe, we made the determination that we're going to do a toned down event where we're going to do more of a grad bag type event where we're going to be providing trinkets, we're going to be providing gift cards, we're going to be providing momentums to our graduating seniors at an event that we plan on hosting here in the city. It's going to be a drive-through for all of our graduating seniors to celebrate the seniors, to congratulate them, and to honor them. So our goal is to provide different things that we've been talking to as a committee to these seniors that are going to be impactful for them and show them that we truly care and we honor their commitment. Our goal is also to keep the partnership and the discussions with the Rapids to possibly move forward with hosting a grad night here in the community as time permits within the future when this COVID crisis pandemic starts to tone down. So possibly next year, making this a main attraction and taking some of the seniors that go to Orlando and bringing them back here to the city to celebrate grad night here in the community. So we're going to be working on that aggressively next year and possibly bringing that before the board during budget discussions. So as of right now, we're looking at July 28th as the date July 25th as a host date for grad bash or grad bag giveaway. And our goal is to give away 453, I believe 59 bags is our graduating senior number that we can give to the graduating seniors. And Mr. Evans, if you want to expand upon that a little bit.
Yes, certainly. So we've identified, based on the information that's been provided to us, that there's approximately a little over 450 seniors. The bags would be filled with trinkets and little things that they would need, whether they're going off to college or whether mom and dad tells them it's time for them to spread their wings. So some toiletries, maybe some good reading. And what we have identified is approximately $40,000 to $45,000 that is available in the recreation budget as a result of some savings that we've experienced, and wanted to earmark that money to assist in providing those bags. Also, we are going to go out to the business community and see if there's an opportunity to match the city's contribution with in-kind support, so we can really fill those bags up, and then obviously the registration from the students to ensure that we can have a smooth flowing event and everybody gets the same bag, whether they're going off to college or whether they're going off to trade school or whether they're going off to live with some of their friends because mom and dad said, you know, it's that time. So we wanted to get the city council support to look to appropriate those monies to move forward in that direction, and then obviously work with the council for the promotional pieces and make sure that you're invited to participate in the event.
Short and sweet, Councilman McCoy.
I beg your pardon?
Short and sweet, just for you, Councilman McCoy.
What else you got?
I thought there were two presentations.
That was just the grad.
Okay.
The bicycle event that's that Mr. Evans in the city is hosting, but that was just the grad bash event initiative that we're looking to bring for July 28th.
Okay.
But I'm sure
25th. I'm sorry, July 25th.
Do you have flyers made already, Mr. Councilman Lawson?
Not yet. We wanted to get the support of the council and make sure this is an initiative that we could kind of have everyone get behind. And then we were going to put out a flyer and get registrations completed for all the graduating seniors, because I know you actually went and presented to a lot of the seniors, so you have contact with them already. I think Mr. Mayor Felder did do his initiative where he has the, I noticed that the yardsticks are in front of City Hall right now with all of our graduating seniors. So we want to continue to honor them and support them. So we're going to put together a flyer and hopefully have it finished by the end of this week.
Okay, and I would also like to add, Councilman Lawson, if you can add, as I am, to add a public health component to this to encourage people to wear their mask and to stay home as much as possible. So within that bag, to have something that encourages social distancing, that encourages, staying put and encourages wearing their mask.
Yes, absolutely. We actually reached out to the universities already, and I'm trying to get some of the school masks from the different colleges throughout the state of Florida to provide masks for them, just to kind of honor the different schools and to represent the schools that they may be going to or that may have interest in them. So we're definitely going to be talking about the health aspect of it as well. Thank you,
And
Councilwoman.
also, if there is a disproportionate share of masks from UCF, Councilman Lawson and I had nothing to do with it.
And you already know it's gonna be so many masks from FAMU. You already know what to do with them.
I have everything to do with it. I already have. Yeah, so I'm telling you guys now.
Well, Mr. Lawson, I applaud this, and I will give you my complete support if you in turn give me your support for the project that I'm working on with Dan Calloway to provide, we just learned that the kids will not be going back to school, real world school. They'll be still doing distance learning. And we know, and I think Kashamba will attest to this as well, it's really difficult for some of our kids to succeed if all they're going to get is distance learning. And so I want to try to do some tutoring, especially for the JFK middle school kids. So I'll be coming to you about that. I've got to finalize the use of the school. That's something we're working on. But in any case, yeah, you have my support. Did you make a motion? And did you make a motion, or with Ms. Miller Anderson?
Well, one to hear from the rest.
Well, I could certainly support it as long as we keep in mind that there are some other projects that we are probably looking at doing, such as a civilian oversight for the public safety committee. And as I mentioned to you in the last meeting, it is going to cost money to do that, and it will be above and beyond that $25,000. And there are a few other things that the committee is working on. So please be as generous towards that initiative as we were for the small business loan and for this grad bash. As long as we still have some money to provide for those type of activities, then I could certainly support doing this. My only question about it is the 453. Are those confirmed kids that are graduating, or are we just looking at kids that are in 12th grade, or what?
That's an estimate based on the kids that have graduated. And so we would refine that and make sure that we in fact have documentation or proof that in fact they have in fact graduated.
Okay. And then as far as a drive up, so they would stay in the car and everybody just drive up and you just throw the stuff in the car for them.
Right.
We're not talking about having any outdoor gathering type thing.
No, we'll have some music playing. We'll be congratulatory music. We're going to just try to get some of the city leaders to come out and to just hand the bags out with masks. I don't want to have too many volunteers there giving the mask out, but I've reached out to some of the athletes that have come from our community. I'm asking the council if you guys can all be there to just give out the bags and just to literally take a picture and let them keep going, staying in the car, social distancing.
And these funds, Mr. Evans, you said that were earmarked for Parks and Rec.
They were some monies that were left over from some of the activities and programs that we're not doing, i.e. the monies that we would set aside for 4th of July, since we're doing the front porch fireworks and not doing the entertainment. There's some savings associated with there, and then there's some other savings associated with us not expending the money to do summer camp and some of the other activities. We actually have monies available in that department.
All right, and so if you could provide me, I'm sure maybe the council as well, any funds such as that are available, maybe that's a discussion that we might want to have to say what we can, maybe move the money around. I also know that we want to think about, holding on to some as much as possible.
Yeah.
So, all right, that's it for me. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bossman.
Anybody else? Okay, Madam Clerk.
Well, no.
Did we get a second? Did we have a motion?
Never made it before we made it.
I guess the question is, Mr. Evans, are you looking for legislative action regarding about appropriating or moving those dollars from Parks and Rec?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I would be requesting that the board allow for us to the expenditure amount of, not to exceed 45,000, whatever legally available funds that we do have.
Mr. McCoy.
Yes. I'm afraid I won't be able to support Councilman Lawson. The kids I'll support. but not Councilman.
Stop.
So
Stop.
So
I'm gonna move that.
on that note, I'm gonna make the motion that we move forward with the grab bag giveaway for our graduating seniors here in the city, with a budget not to exceed $45,000 as allocated by Mr. Evans.
Second.
I knew you were going to do that, Madam Clerk.
Councilperson McCoy,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier,
Yes.
Pro Tem Lawson,
Yes.
Chair Botel.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Your second presentation.
And if the board will indulge me, there's just one housekeeping item before we get to the last one. The emergency declaration was actually expired as part of the meeting, and so we weren't able to execute it prior to the expiration. So I would need authorization from the board to get the authority to execute another local state of emergency to continue our COVID-related activities and responsibilities and duties. And that would be extended every 7 days until we come out of a local state of emergency.
So moved.
Thank you. Would someone like to make a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Madam Clerk. Oh, Mr. McCoy.
Thank you, because I was off of mute. I was on mute. So what is different and what does that provide for now, Mr. Evans? What's different now?
It's exactly the same thing that we have consistently been doing, but I have to sign it by 6 p.m. every Wednesday, and we missed the time by like 17, 18 minutes. So I have to ask for authorization from the board to continue to do. It's the same exact thing that we have been doing since we went into the activation back March 20th.
So what authorities would you particularly have that wasn't already delineated before?
It's the same authorities. It's just that it was expired because we didn't execute it today. If I would have executed it at 6 or 5:59 or what have you, it would have been a moot point. There would have been no issue. But by the time I end up getting the document to sign it, it was past the expiration time. So I need authorization from the board to proceed forward with the continued state.
So does this authority also provide you the ability to exercise pandemic pay?
This has everything, yes.
Okay.
Anything else, Madam Clerk?
Councilperson McCoy?
No.
Did you say no, Mr. McCoy?
No.
Thank you. Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier?
Yes.
Pro Tem Lawson?
Yes.
Chair Botel?
Yes.
That motion is approved with Councilperson McCoy dissenting.
Follow-up question. So if I'm correct, you just said this authorizes you to implement the pandemic pay. Is that correct, Mr. Evans?
It's already implemented, yes.
So had we not extended the state of emergency, would you still been able to have implemented this pay irrespective of us continuing the local state of emergency? Because I want to know if there's a nexus. So if you want to come back and decide on that question in written, then I would love that, because I don't want you to commit unless we absolutely know. So I'll actually withdraw that question and ask you to give us some written.
Okay, I can do that.
And now for the second presentation.
Okay, Madam Chair, members of the board, if I can have Chief Osgood and I believe Chief Curd is on the line as well, and I think maybe even Ms. Franks. We've had the opportunity to work with Abe Elam, the Elam Foundation, and Jacoby Brissett about a community event that they're looking to do in a socially responsible manner. And so I'm going to allow for Chief Osgood to explain some of the nuances of the event, and then Chief Curd can talk about the public safety and public health aspect to ensure that we can make sure we do this safe and do not put anyone in harm's way. And then ultimately, we just want the blessing from the board to proceed forward as communicated. Chief Osgood.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Good evening again, council members and the mayor. I met with Abe Elam of a Team Elam Foundation, Jacoby Brissett, about 2 weeks ago. And the first thing Abe Jacoby said, I came up through all the programs in the city of Riviera Beach, and looking at the civil distress going on around the country, they wanted the young kids to know that when they were young, the police officers were their friends. Their biggest role models, they said, were Dan Calloway and other police officers right here in the city of Riviera Beach. So Abe and Jacoby said, we would like to do something for the kids. And we want to know, can we get you and your team, the police officers, to volunteer? So with that, they came up with Start the Cycle. They purchased a few hundred bicycles to give out to the youth in our community of Riviera Beach. The date is going to be July 10th. That's Friday coming, not this Friday, the following Friday. They're going to give them out starting at 7:30 in the morning. We're going to give out the bicycle from 7:30 to 2 o'clock. We're going to have the bicycles registered to each of the kids. They're going to do pre-registrations to receive the bicycle. In other words, we're going to have it timed so that we're not getting everybody all together. We're going to encourage them to have masks. Matter of fact, masks going to be mandatory. We might have a few walk-ups. So as we go through this event, and if the lady is on, I have her to talk about the park and recreation, but the parents or the guardians, they would drive up in their cars, they'll put their driver's license on the dash. We're going to encourage them to stay in the car, and we'll roll the bicycles out to the parents. We can get them registered, they can get the bicycles. We're going to have monitors spaced throughout the ride along and throughout the park for them. They're going to give us different directions. They would be strategic throughout the whole city while they're doing a ride along. If we have any inclement weather, we're going to have a tent out so our youth can go under the tent. It's going to be a 30 by 40 foot tent. And we can put the tent out anyway because it may just be hot. We're going to encourage social distancing. Again, we're going to have masks mandatory, and we're going to also talk to them. This is no horse plan. We don't want anybody to get hurt along the ride along. So that's going to be on July 10th. Give out the bicycles. The following day, ride along Saturday will be July 11th. Thank you. And again, this is all Abe Elam and Jacoby Brissett.
Right. Madam Chair?
Yes.
I just wanted to ask, and I'm sure, Chief, especially me knowing your work, that this is going to be a great event, and you're going to try and promote as much safety as possible. But wouldn't it be prudent, given the high number of cases that we got, that people pre-register and have people staggered to come and get the bicycles instead of having everybody come at one time? It'll kind of be a little chaotic. But if you could have people to pre-register and then have them staggered to come and pick up what they need to pick up, because I really don't want to have people just to come all the way up, and then you have this whole crowd of people that you're giving away bicycles. You're going to have a crowd regardless. So if they pre-register and you stagger the time, maybe it'll be better for the social distancing and not being able to, and especially with your staff. You don't want to put them in a position where it's a bunch of people around them and they're trying to kind of keep the peace, because you're giving away something free.
Yes, ma'am. You're 100% right, Councilman. All of our registered going to pre-register, and we're going to give them a time. We're going to call it Block A. They're going to be registered, come in at a certain time. They get their bicycles. They wait, and then we're going to have another block to come in of the register. We'll give them the time. Matter of fact, as of 2 days ago, we had 130 kids registered for bicycles. So the registration is already going on.
Great.
Okay, good. The only reason I'm concerned, anybody who is on this, who's listening and who's a part of social media, see people still hugged up and see people still taking selfies and people still, having these events. And I'm just really, really worried about Riviera Beach in terms of, social distancing, and given the fact that our numbers are astronomical now. that we provide as much caution as we can to be able to ensure that we're putting our staff and the people who are providing these bicycles with the less risk as possible.
Ms. Miller Anderson.
When the Public Safety Committee met on last week, we did have a discussion regarding that. That was a concern in terms of, a large amount of people coming. And so Chief Osgood and Chief Kerr, I believe was going to kind of weigh in a little more on that, because that was a concern of ours. They want to do it, and we want them to do it, but we don't want to be a part of the problem, in terms of having a large gathering. And so we talked about, and that's where the block came up. So we're definitely taking that in consideration regarding COVID, because we don't want to, say one thing and do another. So that's certainly something the Public Safety Committee discussed. Thank you.
And Madam Chair, I just wanted to say too, just wanted to add and make this too, as Mr. Lawson's event, make this too an opportunity to educate and promote safe distancing and mask, and make this the opportunity to do that as well.
Yeah, Chief Kerr said that he was going to be giving out kits, and maybe he can just mention about what's in the kits. The COVID kits will be a part of it as well.
Thank you.
Yes, Madam Chair. If Chief Kerr can provide some insight with regards to public safety from a health perspective, because he's been tracking it, the virus since the inception of our activation. So he's going to provide you a little bit of insight of what we're going to do to ensure that this is safe.
Now, can anyone hear me?
Yes, now we can.
First and foremost, I want to express my concerns, and Ms. Lanier, Ms. Miller Anderson, you understand where my passions are about going on and other in education and safety. This event has actually morphed 2 or 3 different times since its inception. 2-3 weeks ago, when we began to have these conversations, cases were on the decline. It was a different world 3 weeks ago than what it is today. So we've looked at the plans, and I'm very confident in Ms. Franks and Chief Osgood's plan. We've actually built upon that plan, where we've actually been able to, obtain stop the spread kits that we're going to be passing out. Those kits contain masks that are adjustable in size and adults. They also contain hand sanitizer, and they also have literature that kind of gives a little bit of educational material behind COVID and stopping the spread. Yes, Mr. Lawson, were you going to say something?
No, I was just asking Madam Chair just to speak after you're done, Chief Kerr. Go ahead.
Okay. So we are definitely taking every action possible. I am, wanting to make sure we stay on top of this. The last thing we want to do is create a super spreader event. We got to make sure that we have the personnel. Chief Osgood, I think, has a great team in place where they're going to be having those distribution times spread out over the day. Unfortunately, it'll be a little more labor intensive for his people to be out there all day, but I think it's the safe thing to do. And I think we can do this and do this safely. And we're going to continue to monitor this right up to the day of the event, to make sure that it goes off without a hitch for our children and our community.
Thank you. Mr. Lawson, yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And colleagues, I just wanted to let you know that I've been in communication with Ms. Franks and Chief Osgood in reference to the grad bash, the grad night event that we were planning on hosting. And the only hesitation that we had for our seniors was that it wasn't able to be able to control where the seniors were going if we hosted it at the Rapids, social distancing, and literally it would be a free-for-all. The idea that they put in place for this bike ride is completely is scheduled. It's going to be social distancing. It's a great program and plan. I think it's necessary because these kids are drastically and desperately being affected. So we have to kind of give them something. So allowing for staff to kind of give them give out the bikes with the organization of the Elam Foundation and Jacoby Brissett, I think is going to be amazing for these kids to see these athletes that have made it from this community, to see some of the city leaders out there giving out the bikes. and still kind of get an opportunity to get out the house and ride a bike, I think it's going to be a great program that I want us to support. So I'll definitely be out there with my bike and helmet. I'm going to borrow from Councilman McCoy.
That was my
Madam Chair.
I have one quick question. Chief, I had a nice conversation with Mr. Elam and Mr. Persett yesterday or today, and I love this idea. I have a couple of questions. Will they be giving them helmets?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
We have helmets to give out to all the riders.
Great. Okay. And where is the route going to be? Is it appropriate for 72-year-old bike riders, or is it going to be like 55 miles, or is it going to be around some corner? I mean, like, really?
We're going to keep it in the community. We're going to start off at Dan Calloway Park. We're going to ride up 13th Street, I believe up Avenue R. We're going to go across from 13th Street, and we're working on rerouting our maps. So I don't want to give a complete route, but we're going to cross Blue Heron and then ride through a couple of streets over there, then bike around to take it back over down up Avenue S, and perhaps I think down Blue and up Avenue O, back down to 13th, correction, 13th maybe, and then back to Dan.
Not terribly long.
It's not a long ride at all.
I think Mr. McCoy wants to ride an adult tricycle. Would that be allowed?
That sounds long to me.
And it's not a long ride. And what we're doing is going to be more of a slow ride, and we're going to space it out in heats.
Okay, good. So
They're
not all bunched together.
That's correct.
Right.
I only want to say one more.
I just want to ask right quick. I wanted to, because of course my concern is and Chief Kerr knows the idea of it being a super spreader type of event that we just cannot have. I just wanted to know, how can we have people, to commit to social distancing, committing to wearing a mask, some type of, I don't know how we can do it, because now registration has already happened, but maybe, maybe our next event, at doing registration, that people, check a box and say, I commit to social distancing, I commit to wearing a mask, I commit to, and then now you can get a bag because you committed to all these 3 or 4 things. Something like that.
And Councilwoman, you're 100% right. And we're really stressing the importance of the CDC guidelines and the safety of COVID-19. And we will be shouting, basically, put your mask on, wear your mask, stay your social distancing. And on our whole harmless form that all the kids and the parents and guardians signing, it talks about COVID-19, wearing your mask, social distancing. And on our flyers, on the registration, it talks about all the things we need to know as far as staying safe, which is keep the distance, wear your mask. And continue this throughout the next days throughout this.
I totally agree. And I think that from this point moving forward, with the bike run, with the bag that Mr. Councilman Lawson is doing, that it has a COVID-19 theme, the bike run for COVID-19, the grab bag for COVID-19, so that we can promote public health in these spaces, because people are going to come out. People are tired of being at home. They're going to come out regardless. So this could be an opportunity for not only for us to connect with the community, but also for us to promote safe distancing and wearing masks and COVID-19 procedures and policies through the CDC. Just wanted to say that part.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to say that Jacoby is a Singer Island resident. Just say it. There was one other really serious thing I want. Oh, I know. I think it's important because people are accusing some of us of, how wrong I was to take a knee. How could I? And I think it's really important that people understand that there's no, it's not a black and white issue. Oh, you just say it that way, but that you can on the one hand take a knee and still be in support of our police officers. They're not mutually exclusive. It's okay to say that I support the Black Lives Matter movement. At the same time, I support our police. And I think this is an opportunity to say that. That's all I want to say.
And also, please, just add for those people who are coming to both of these events where they can get tested.
Yes. Okay. Anything else, Mr. Evans? Thank you again, Mr. Chief Osgood. Thank you again, Chief Kerr.
I think the mayor had something.
I'm sorry, Mayor Felder.
I think Mr. McCoy was first. Councilman McCoy.
Oh, Mr. McCoy.
Well, you know what, Mayor, you like.
He's going to yield. I know it. It's coming. He's going to yield to you. Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
I wouldn't even say this for the rest of the night if you tell me so.
Oh, Mayor Felder.
You got to say, you go ahead first, man.
You know, I just want to give a shout out to Abe and Jacoby. And one of the things, man, I think we should look at, you know, these guys have come through this community and made it, and just to support them. So I'm just thankful for all you guys standing behind them and supporting their efforts. Because one thing I know, and meeting with these guys when I first got elected, is they want to get back to our community, and they don't want it to be political. And I think as much as we can get behind them in their efforts, what they're doing, and kind of highlight them and what they're doing for our community, whether it's our kids, our seniors, whatever, you know, we can really be partners. And one of their things was to really come out and invite the council and the board to show unity to our kids. So I think that's very important that we keep the highlight on them, because it is their event. And I think they invited us in to be a part, to show with everything that's going on in this world that we are a city that's unified. So, you know, shout out to you guys for supporting them. But Abe and Jacoby, keep doing what you're doing, man. You are a highlight in our city. Thank you.
I want to echo that. And Jacoby and Abe didn't even want their name on any of the advertising or flyer. They just said they want to buy some bicycles and give them out, and that's all they asked for. They said we don't have to say it came from us. So they were humble about it. They just want to do this for the kids, the youth, and help bridge the community and the police together. And I appreciate it so much.
Mr. McCoy and then Ms. Miller Anderson.
Chief, if I'm not mistaken, I thought they were the ones that actually created the publication and the flyers. So their name is in fact on it.
No, I asked them to put their names on it. I said, hey, listen, you want the community to know this is coming from you. So it was a little encouraging from me. Yeah, their name is on the publication and flyer, but it was me requesting that you put it on there. I said, this is your event. You should go ahead and advertise your name, and they very humble say, no, we don't need that. And I'm not doing it for that. I just want to do this for the kids.
Well, thank you, Chief. I'm a professional skeptic, and I'm a father of a 5-year-old. In fact, members, he turned 6 on Friday, and I can't even believe it. But I'm not so optimistic.
Wow, happy birthday.
Happy birthday to him.
Well,
My favorite McCoy.
I tell him. But Chief, here's a couple things that I didn't know, because I members, I met with, I kind of didn't meet. I really rated a meeting that I wasn't invited to on Monday, but it appears that there have been some development since Monday. My first question is, I need more than you telling me that the route is developing. And there are some hazards that I've shared that with the mayor that I need to know exactly before I can sit here in a meeting and say it's okay. Because if I don't agree, I'm gonna tell you right now on record, because I don't want to be the person to say that I told you so. When in fact, in my heart, that's what really I mean, but I'm not gonna tell you. But I really need to know better than that, because I have some concerns. Because first of all, if we're giving out bikes, right? I would much rather us give out bikes and be done with it. But the bike ride part of it creates a whole nother issue, Chief. And I know we got Chief Curry on that has committed a unit to this, but I don't feel comfortable with giving people or kids a bicycle for the first time and asking them to take a 5-mile bike ride. That's not going to work. So if we're going to give them the bike, we should just give it to them. It shouldn't be connected with a bike. That's the first thing. The route is the second thing. So I would love to see you kind of respond to those comments first, and then I'll continue.
I'm sorry, you said you want to hear a comment first?
I want you to respond to the route and the provisions of the route as to how long we're going to put a kid on a bike to tell them to go for a ride.
All right, so let's talk about the route. As you said, the route was initially laid out, and once you point out some concerns about the route being on, I think, 25th Street, and we sent Sergeant Fashaw back to the drawing board to come up with a new route as far as once we come over to north of Blue Heron. So to give you a definitive route right now, I do not have it. As far as giving out the bicycles, again, this is Abe Elam and Jacoby Brissett. These are their bicycles, they bought them. And they just say they want to give out the bicycles and they want to ride along. And when the questions came up, we didn't stop protesters from walking in any direction they wanted to. How can you stop bicyclists? That's what they asked. The protesters were being, some of them not so friendly, not necessarily violent, but not friendly. This is a friendly, peaceful ride. And so they're saying, so what's the difference between a bike ride and walking?
I'll tell you, we didn't, as a city, coordinate or co-sponsor a protest. We just respected individual rights or collective rights to freedom of speech and assembly. But you're not going to put the city of Riviera Beach's name on any flyer. I'm a member of the board unless I feel comfortable that everybody on the body and administration has approved. I'm looking to see Ms. Wynn. She went to the restroom, but we'll wait till she gets back. But clearly, Mr. Chief, I'm the one they love to hate, and welcome to the city of Riviera Beach. But Chief, you're not going to tell me you're going to send kids on a bike that never rode before and send them from the north end or from, hold on, Mr. Evans, from, like, you got to give me something better than that. Additionally, I'm looking for the Ms. Wynn to give me something about risk management and making sure that we are covered from the standpoint of liability. So, Chief?
I can talk a little bit about the liability. The liability is paid for by Abe Elam and Jacoby Brissett. They took out insurance for the bike ride and the giveaway of the bicycles. And again, this is their event. We're not doing anything as far as sponsoring it. We're not running it. We're helping facilitate it. We're going to be out there for safety and for the fun of it. And I even asked how many police officers are willing to do this off duty. Every hand went up, including mine. I'll do it off duty if I have to.
As will I, Chief.
So, Mr.
That we have to address. So I want to allow Mr. Evans to answer, and I got a few more questions.
There's nothing that requires the kids to ride in the ride. If the child comes and wants to collect the bike and go home, they are permitted to do that. If they want to participate in the ride, they are more than welcome to do that as well. But there's no caveat that says in order to get the bike, you have to participate in the ride. As it stands right now, we're planning for 500, but anyone that's had any conversation with Mr. Elam or Mr. Brissett will know that they're having a challenge in getting the additional bikes. So it may you may see a situation where there's, 200 or 250, where I would say probably a small fraction of that group is going to end up riding, because invariably there may be parents that say, I prefer for them to ride at home, or I don't want them to be riding their bicycle. So we are acutely aware of that. We are obviously having waivers executed to indemnify the city, as well as making sure that, the event organizers have their own insurance. And I don't think there's anything that precludes them from pulling up into a park and unloading those bikes without us being involved either.
Oh, really? When I've had the city of Riviera Beach literally tell people that they couldn't accumulate or assemble without a special event permit. Mr. Evans, I'm not even going to ask you to answer that, because clearly that would be contradictory to things that I know I've personally seen. But I want to talk to Ms. Wynn about indemnification. Ms. Wynn, have you reviewed any certificates of insurance relative to this? Because on Monday, I did have a conversation with Mr. Evans that you would be the person. So can you talk to us about indemnification?
I have not reviewed any certificates of insurance as of yet.
It must be really
no, I understood that there was an issue and that they were making a correction, so I'm waiting on that. Currently, I do have the release and waiver of liability that I received today that I'm reviewing. I'm about halfway through that.
Okay. I want to get, before this happens, an absolute budget of staffing, because what we got to remember, members, I actually found a word that I didn't really know about until I looked it up, and I kind of feel a little ashamed to figure this out. But one of the managers' notices um, came in the month of April that talked about the upcoming budget, um, and I want to see if we can have exactly what the budgeted staffing time costs in terms of dollars. Because members, you better remember that we did not plan for COVID-19. We did not plan for the pandemic pay or the pandemic pay policy. And we are way above. So we are literally about to next month undertake a conversation called the budget process for the new fiscal year. And the manager, if you haven't noticed, already indicated that this is going to be a tight budget. And the definition that the manager gave pretty much described that there's going to be an increase in taxes and a decrease in expenses, meaning wages and salaries. So if you don't think it's serious, I want you guys to be the ones that tell people we can have fun now, but there's going to be a handful of you not going to have a job come October 1st. And I'm not comfortable having a organization where we can make these kind of decisions in a vacuum without having legislative approval of time and time again where we're adding things to the budget that didn't exist before and didn't have any kind of fiscal oversight. But this kind of issues is what drives this organization to being like at least one in particular in South Florida that I've seen where it was actually moved into receivership by the office of the executive governor. So we can have fun now, but there are consequences. And I literally got to tell you that this is something that we didn't plan for, and we were specifically asked that we cancel our personal events and city co-sponsored events. So Mr. Osgood did state that this was an Abe Elam and Jacoby Brissett event, but if we're putting our people on the ground, it comes with a cost. And let's not find out after it's done. I think this is something that we need as members, because our only duty, if I can remind you, under the Constitution is to pass a balanced budget. I know, I don't get a lot of likes for this, and that's all right. But generally, I would much rather have this tough conversation before than to see somebody filing for unemployment later. So
Madam Chair, if I may.
Mr. Evans.
I never put out in any correspondence that contemplated increasing taxes because that's not something that was I said, if I said anything, it was talking about what options would have to be available, but not that it would be something that the fiscal year 2021 budget is predicated on. Because personally, we are going through right now budget exercises that are looking to right size our spending to bring a budget that actually is lower than the previous budget that was adopted. But nonetheless, the event and the activity, there is no additional cost associated with it because the monies for staffing have already been appropriated in the fiscal year 2020 budget. How the chief is going to accommodate it is he's going to shift shifts around to be able to have the staffing complement to support the event. The protests that occurred in our community cost us $33,000 every event. And we were able to do that with monies that are already budgeted in our fiscal year 2020 budget. So obviously, to do something that can conceivably bridge the gap and there's nothing that stops them if they were to go to any particular parking lot and open up a U-Haul and give those bikes away. There's nothing. We're trying to assist in facilitating that and trying to accommodate doing it safely and responsibly and doing it for a lot less than the situations when we had the protests in our community. So we wanted to be on the front end with the coordination efforts versus something that somebody goes and does an event and we find out after the fact.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Evans. So do you need us, Mr. Evans, to make a motion is there something that we need to do?
Perhaps you're gonna ignore me. That's
I'm
fine.
sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. McCoy.
Exactly what was disseminated.
I'm sorry, Mr. McCoy. I thought you had said everything you wanted to say. Please go ahead. Go right ahead.
Exactly what was sent in the April 27th memo. You don't like me, do you?
Who? Me?
Yeah, why you like that? I wanna make
Go right ahead. No. Mr. McCoy, you know that's not true.
because I tell you, all I can do is the right thing. And if we don't even agree, I feel comfortable knowing that I shared it with you, because I don't want to be the one that has to tell those people. Hold on, I'm gonna get it right here. I got it up. Give me 1 second. And perhaps you guys can, we may have to Google this.
Let me ask this. We can have a permit for an event at a park, right? I mean, I'm just asking you a question. We can get a permit for a park, for an event at a park. I mean,
That's correct.
And we allowed for the local businesses to expand their seating out into city rights of way that conceivably can have a larger crowd than the numbers that we're talking here. So we did provide for that.
Yeah, so Mr. Elam can just get a permit for a park and pass them out if he wanted to.
I still have a question for Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans, did you want us to make, do we have to act as a body to approve this event, or is this event going to happen and we're supporting it individually? How do we need to proceed from your point of view?
For us personally, that it is their event. We're bringing the event to the attention of the board, and to see if there's any heartburn or concerns related to the event, to get any direction or any insight as to how you would like for us to work with the event organizers to facilitate the event. But there is no legislative action that is required from the board to move forward.
Okay. So,
and Madam Chair, the only thing that I suggested and wanted is to make sure there's a public health component to it, to be able to educate people about COVID-19 and make that the theme for them providing bikes for the bike ride.
Okay.
So are we making a city co-sponsored event? Because that seems a little different, because the chief said it's not ours.
Who's going to answer that, Mr. Evans or Chief Osgood? Is it a
I can answer.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Yeah, so this is not a co-sponsored event. That we're helping them out. If you want to, I guess, playing with semantic words, yes, we are helping them out from a police standard. I'm honored to be able to say, I'm helping out kids. I'm helping out men who wants to help out kids. And if they want to put my name on that and to say the police is helping out the kids, by all means, do it. They're bridging a huge gap. Instead of protesting and causing a problem, they're bringing kids together to say, hey, Mr. Police Officer. Again, the biggest role models in these men's lives as coming up were a police officer, and they named names, starting with Dan Calloway, which is why they wanted to start at that part. But if we're telling us that they cannot start at that part, we're going to say kids and Mr. Abe, Elam, and Jacoby, again, take a parking lot somewhere and give out your bicycles. I've been given different... But it's not going to stop. It's not going to stop me or some of the officers on our time off to go out and ride along with them.
The thing about it is that, let me say this right quick, Mr. Evans. The thing about it is that I don't think that protesting is a problem. That's the first thing. Second of all, if we're setting up tents and having city staff involved, it is a city-sponsored event, which I have no problem with. I mean, call it what it is. It is a city-sponsored event. A co-sponsored event. Okay.
Well, we've actually, and originally when it was discussed, there was the opportunity for tents and people congregating, and we have stripped those elements out of it to ensure that it is the bike distribution and it is a bike ride. The other side of it is that this event has an opportunity. The Colts are actually sending their film production team, and there is local press that is following. So this gives an opportunity for us to create a different narrative in our community. And so you can't put a value on having the conversation that needs to occur between law enforcement and the community and effectively bridging that gap. Nobody's requiring little Johnny to have to ride the bike. If he wants to go home with mom, he goes home with mom and dad, and that's it. If the kids want to participate with a bike, you know, and ride, this is also Chief Osgood, and he didn't say this, this is his introduction to community policing and showing the community the new bikes that they have acquired that will be in the community. So this is something that is a showcase of law enforcement out and about in the community. So it's a lot more to it than just a bike ride. It's a symbolism of, hey, we're going to have these kids in the middle while they're surrounded by influential male figures and female figures around them, to say this community will always protect you and look out for you and establish that relationship. And so I think it is a good thing for us to move forward, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Mr. Evans. Mr. Mayor?
With all due respect, man, I mean, that's not making what these guys don't want to do anything in their
I
community.
know.
You know, I think to spend that much time on some guys that can go anywhere and spend their money, want to come back home, spend their money at home, and we have to go through this. You know, it will make me not even want to do nothing in my city. And this is what these guys have been facing for years. Y'all, we grown-ups, man. It don't take us this long to know what's going on. And to put them in the mix like this because they want to come home and do something for our kids, everything that we're going through, I think it's ridiculous. I think this whole thing is ridiculous right now because these guys are there watching us get products of this community that wants to come back and give back where they can go anywhere else and people will receive them. Why are we doing this? Why are we making them go through this process? Because they want to come do something with our kids, which they're going to have volunteers out there watching these kids, and we're making a big issue. This is why people are upset with us, y'all. This is why our constituents are upset with us. It doesn't matter, you know, if we want to get on here and act like we got everything right and people, most of the people right now are going to bed because I'm going to get emails and texts all day tomorrow about, you know, how long we went. And we think we're doing something. People are being upset with us right now. We can't make a simple decision about a group of men that want to come, get some bicycles and ride off. I know, Cedric, I'm with you, man, on the budget and what we have to do.
Councilman McCoy, I never referred to you as money. I would expect you to extend the courtesy.
Right now, wait, let me talk, man, because I'm the least that talk on this board. So respect that, man. I'm the least talk on this. I never talk when you're talking, man. I never respect you when you talk.
That's a little disrespectful.
You call my name. I don't say nothing.
To you as mayor.
Councilman
My name, I don't say nothing. I'm not going to go through that because that's not even me. I'm here to say, let's move forward, man. Do what y'all gonna do so we can go. Let these men go to bed. That's here watching and see what kind of movie we gonna make. Let's move forward, man. Enough of this childish stuff.
Childish?
Let's go. I ain't got time for him to be on his computer trying to find something out. We here discussing, are we gonna let them do the bicycle ride? Okay, why are we being held hostage?
Mr. Evans.
Make a decision there and let's go.
Madam Chair, can I say one
Yes.
thing, please?
Yes.
Let me say one thing to Mr. Councilman McCoy's defense. All he's asking, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Councilman McCoy, all he's asking is to say, listen, if it's a city-sponsored event, then say so. I mean, if the city's going to co-sponsor this event,
He was in the meeting Monday. He was in the meeting with these guys Monday. These guys been reaching out. These guys been calling individuals. Man, you had those questions, man. Get with them, man. I mean, these guys been reaching out to each and every one of you guys. He announced he went to the meeting Monday. So why we have to spend 30 more minutes or 40 minutes on this?
Okay, well, here's why, Mayor. And let me do this, because I want to make sure I respond to you, and I need to lock in this camera good.
Wait, you don't got locked in the camera, man, 'cause I ain't even going there with you, man. I never respect you when you're talking. We ain't got locked in the camera. Just sit down and talk, man.
Okay, well, you can call me Tragic in person, but extend me the courtesy, because I've always referred to you as Mayor.
Councilman McCoy, forgive me for that, but you can sit down. You don't have to lock in the camera, man. We're not even going there.
Yeah. You got some water? You need water?
Yes.
Let me tell you, my absolute job and you don't vote. Let's say that. You don't vote.
It's not a vote right now, man. It's about doing what's right, man.
Budget.
It's about doing what's right.
I would like, given the hour, Mr. McCoy, I would like to.
You can sign off. But I've just been personally insulted, and I would love the opportunity to respond. So do me a favor, and you've already passed the gavel. I wouldn't mind if you do it again tonight. But I'm going to respond to the mayor, and he can log off too if he don't like it. But let me tell you something. Don't ever question the reasons and why I do what I do. I have a professional background. I went to school, and I got an education. Just as much as you would like to think that these people are matriculated and they accomplish whatever, allow me to have my piece, right? If you don't agree, stay there. But don't sit here and try to personally suggest that I'm doing something wrong. I have a constituency that I represent. My personal beliefs, I kind of lean to the more of a conservative side of spending government dollars, and especially in height of COVID. Sir, did you not get the notice that the manager extended to us to cancel all city-sponsored and co-sponsored events? And I'm being brought with something that's initiating the city back into a co-sponsored event. And even Councilwoman Lanier would agree, like, can we clarify if they actually, literally, Mayor, you cannot rent a city facility right now, right? So do you expect me not to ask these questions? Do you expect me not to make sure that our risk management and that we take care of what we need to? Because let me tell you something, sir, there are lawsuits that come to the door every single day of the city of Riviera Beach. And when people are gone, you know who the named person is going to be? The city of Riviera Beach. So even if you don't agree, extend me the opportunity. Yeah, I met on Monday, but it was only after this had already got 3/4 of the way planned. And I inserted what I told him. And if the chief and Mr. Evans and both chiefs can tell you, I said, I'm not convinced. I would love to tell you, I would love to hear something that's going to convince me. And now when I get back to a meeting for the first time, now we had a deviation in plans. We had a deviation in operations. We've now reduced the number of vendors that we have. Mayor Felder, you don't vote. So please tell me, do you expect—
I don't vote, I got a voice. What you
I
don't vote, I got a voice. What are you talking about, man?
But perhaps you don't have to rationalize.
I know I don't vote. I don't have a voice and I can't voice my concern. What are you talking about?
Sound like you're upset, but you expect—
Don't worry about if I'm upset or not, man. Listen, stop this thing up, man.
I am going to intercede, Mr. McCoy.
No, you're not. I still got the flow, and I'm not going to let you even allow this guy to cut me off. Mayor, you don't vote. So what I'm saying to you is simply this. It's our absolute obligation as members of this board to pass a budget. The risk and who decides on what lawsuits are settled rests with the members. And I'm glad that you're in this conversation, because I think all of my members on this body that have shared with me know it's never personal. We debate the issues and we move on. But sir, if you seem to be bothered by this, I apologize. I sincerely apologize, but it's not personal. I believe I'm doing what I'm actually elected to do, and I've only spent 9 years in government. So if you really believe that, then state your position, but don't make it personal about me. And that's exactly what you did, sir.
I'm never personal.
Not at all.
Okay, never personal.
We are not having a productive. I understand.
Madam Chair, I'd like to offer a motion, please.
Yes, go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion that the council agrees that this is a city-sponsored, co-sponsored event, and that all the things that go with that are explained to the council, given to the council, so that we understand what's on the table here, and that we can move forward with this event where we have people from the outside and people who are from this city are able to provide bicycles and provide an activity that Chief Curd and the Chief of Police has assured us that will consider a public health component, and that it will be something that the city can sponsor, knowing that these things are in place. Because if we did go out and just say, give them a permit to do a park, all of this stuff would not be in place.
Thank you, Ms. Lanier. Would anyone care to second? I will pass. Would anyone care to second? I'll pass the gavel. Ben, again this evening, 3 times, and you're out.
City-sponsored event.
It's a city co-sponsored event. That's what I asked.
Co-sponsored event.
But members, hold on one second. Chair and Councilwoman Lanier, All I wanted to simply do was acknowledge. If you go to the website riverabeach.org/COVID-19, it clearly says all city-sponsored and co-sponsored events are hereby canceled. And that was done by executive order of the city manager. All I'm simply saying is we need to figure out what we are doing, where the liability exists right now at this point. I was looking at the April 27th meeting where the manager referenced austerity. And I would invite any of you members to look up and Google what that word means. We reduce our expenses and we increase our taxes.
Here's the definition of that. Used to identify.
So,
Your computer's talking back to you, Mr. McCoy.
Tell me this. Let me ask a question. So, Mr. McCoy, what do you? I mean, given your position, I hear it.
All I'm saying is I don't agree with where we are. That we haven't gotten much as far as what the route looks like. We haven't got as much as what the city's input looks like. Literally, I did hear on Monday that we had 20 officers, but clearly there has been a number of material changes since I left that meeting on Monday. But perhaps the mayor don't think that we should be brought to the table on this. And I'm saying, come on, dude. I got a 5-year-old. I wouldn't. Well, he'll be 6 when this goes around. But I wouldn't even want to bring him there. So at the very least, let me tell you something, members. Let me stop you, Chief. Give me 1 second, members. If you think I'm kidding, when I went to that meeting on Monday, you know that it was stated we're going to make an announcement. You know what I told them? You need to make a presentation because we owe the people in our community that much. So if you don't think it's something that I need to say something about, Mayor, I'm sorry. I'm only being Project McCoy in the way you refer to me. And that's all I know. And I defer back and I yield. In fact,
and Madam Chair, I did make a motion, and Mr. McCoy, I hear exactly what you're saying, but it's the same type of event that Mr. McCoy is sponsoring in July. So, but I do hear you though. I hear you saying that if the city is saying that they're not going to co-sponsor or sponsor any events, then what are we doing? I hear this. I really do. But that's the purpose of us having a vote for it. But I do understand that I'm going to amend my motion that we do move forward with this, but for them to bring back to us before this event, all this stuff that involves the city's involvement with it, I am going to say that. Because I agree with that.
Okay, I'm not sure that if the event is on July 10th, we have another opportunity to have them come back to us. Do we, Mr. Evans?
We have a long meeting on July 8th, but we can put something in writing and get it to the board.
And if no one else is interested in seconding Councilwoman Lanier's motion, I will pass the gavel and proudly second it myself. Chair Pro Tem Lawson, will you take the gavel, please?
Well, I want to add.
I'm sorry. What was the motion? I wanted to get up.
The motion was that we were going to move forward with this event as the city co-sponsoring the event, because that's basically what it is, and that the city and city administration, the chief, police, and fire bring back to us on the 8th meeting the logistics of this.
Thank you.
Well, and I guess my question before you, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, but my question before I second that is, do we know if the Elam Foundation or if Jacoby Brissett wants this as a co-sponsored event? Because I know initially their mission was just to give out bikes. They wanted to just kind of support the community and to give bikes out. I know they didn't want the fanfare behind it. And I know we as a council, we have a fiduciary responsibility to our taxpayers, and we want to make sure that we protect the community. But I mean, I think as a few of us have stated, I just want to be cautious with how we move forward, because I don't know if they even have an interest of making it a co-sponsored event, or if they just want to give the bikes out, because essentially they could just.
I think, Mr. Lawson, I didn't mean to cut you off, sir, but I think Councilman Lawson, we can find that out from them if that's the case. We just really want to do is what we want to move forward with this group, because they are coming to our city. They are trying to bring something here. We want to be clear about what it is that our role is with this. And I don't have a problem with the city co-sponsoring this, given the fact that there is something on the books that says that the city is not going to do this kind of stuff. But I think that this is a special exception, and that because there is. Yes.
I can understand the motion coming before the table, because there was a memo saying that we weren't going to be supporting any event. So that's why I could understand that we could proceed with voting on this event. So I will second that, Councilwoman Lanier.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Okay, we're not calling the vote because I literally asked you a question and it
I'm
seems like,
sorry, I didn't hear it.
so what does this establish? Literally, because here's why. Members, the manager has the sole authority with exercising executive orders. So does he have the authority with approving special events. But I'm simply asking a question. I'm not asking you to circumvent me questioning, because the manager has that authority anyways. Just extend me the opportunity to just ask those questions. What are we doing? Because quite honestly, we don't need a vote to do this. Again, it's the manager's authority. But I just wanted you to begin to think that this is something that literally we found out after the wheels were already rolling. And I had a number of concerns. And clearly, if we don't insert it, at what point would we have that as a governing body? Governing meaning this is our role. Have had that question or had those answers given to us. So, I mean, we don't even need to vote because I'm not going to debate you on this issue. I think it's a good idea, but I was really merely asking for two reasons: safety and the budget standpoint.
Then why do we vote on Doug's event? Then, if that's the case, I just want to be sure. I just want to be clear, Mr. Councilman McCoy. I just want to be clear that the city is if the city is co-sponsoring this, Councilman McCoy, then that means that they have to come back and tell us the logistics. No, if that group is doing this on their own, they just go and get a regular permit from the city and go into a park and do it. They can do that, but I would want to have oversight, the city's oversight with this event, just in case.
The chief was very clear that this was Abe Elam's and Jacoby Brissett's event. Did I not hear you say that, Chief? In fact, I actually typed this on my computer.
Mr. McCoy, yes, the chief is looking to respond. Chief Osgood.
Yes, Councilmember McCoy, I see your passion. I understand where you're going with this, and I completely understand. In the conversation I've had with Abe and Jacoby over the past few days, and we talk quite often through text message or phone conversation, this is Abe Elam's and Jacoby's event. This is not the city of Riviera Beach or the police department co-sponsored event with them. Now, it'd be wrong for us, just like with the protesters, if you notify us that you're doing something, we don't get involved. So we have to get involved and come in and assist in every way we could legally. So when I got involved with Abe and Jacoby, again, I'm looking at the first and foremost, the whole idea was this: I want to do something for the youth. And I heard your remark earlier, Councilman McCoy, where you said you don't believe that, as far as they didn't want their names on this. They didn't. Abe Elam's and Jacoby says, we're not trying to push this out as a fanfare. Jacoby even took a step further and says, listen, man, just give them a bicycle and I'll just go back home. And I'll go back and start camp. And that's it. He said, I just want to help the kids out, do something for the kids. He said, I just thought it'd be a good idea because my biggest role model when I was a youth was a police officer right here in Riviera Beach. And he was just honored to meet me, and I was honored to meet him, Abe and Jacoby, and to do something with the kids. I'm going to be clear. This is Jacoby's and Abe's event. This is not my event, and we're just helping them facilitate it. And they reached out. The reason why they reached out to every council member. I said, hey, make sure you call them, reach out to every council member. They told me they communicated with everybody if they tried to. And one other thing, Mr. McCoy, council member, the other thing with I'm not sure what has really unfolded since we talked on Monday, because we had to scratch that bike route because you said you didn't like the route going through one of the streets. Sir, that was your doing. So I went back to the sergeant and said, find a new route. I said, Councilmember McCoy makes a valid point. They are doing construction in that area. He said, yes. So as far as not having a plan, he blew it up. Now, I don't know if he has a new plan for me. I haven't met with that sergeant. Now, we also put together, we said, let's put everything out together. We estimated how many patrons might be coming up. We even went above what already registered. We even took into account that we might have some walk-ups and people may say, hey, what's going on over there? Let's go over it. So we took in that account. And so immediately I went to my staff and said, hey, I need, just like we do our parade for graduation and stuff, we move cars around, we move units around. I need to have staff to come in and work this event where we're not paying overtime. I need to move people around. If we pay for anything, we might be paying for the tent, which I also volunteered to pay for, because I said I don't want to put any money out of my budget. So what we're doing here, I can't see how we can call this a co-sponsored event without asking the original sponsors. They don't want us involved, other than the fact that they just want to say, hey, we're giving out bicycles to kids. And as simple as it sounds, we almost made it sound not too simple.
So what I'm hearing is that you believe the original sponsors of this event, Abe and Jacoby, would prefer that we not have it be a co-sponsored event. Unfortunately, it seems to me that given the objections of Councilman McCoy, we might want to show our support by voting to support it. Perhaps we can have Ms. Lanier modify the motion to say that we want to state our support for it. I don't know. I'm gonna.
Well, I mean, let me say this. Let me say this first of all. I don't think that Councilman McCoy is objecting to this. I really don't. I think that what he is saying is that we are putting in a lot of work into this. Tents, police work. We're trying to, provide information about COVID-19. We really want to make it a special event. We're just saying that if the city is going to co-sponsor it, then we need to know the exact logistics of what's going to happen with it, because we are co-sponsored. Now, if they don't want us to co-sponsor it, then that may be so, but I don't think they'll have a problem with that. I mean, we got police officers. I mean, like Mr. McCoy said, we got 20 police officers who may be on deck to be able to do this. They said they would do it. They would do it regardless if they're on shift or not. So it is a part of the city. Why not? I mean, they're from the city, so why not it be a part of the city? We have no problem with that. I think his only issue was the fact that they're trying to look and see, he's trying to make sure that we have all the logistics in terms of how this is going to play out.
Okay.
That's it.
Mayor Felder.
They don't want it to be a part as far as a partnership with the city. All right, that's the bottom line.
Then Mayor, then that would mean that the co-sponsors would have to get a permit and just put it out by themselves.
You know what? At the bottom line, they can go at the Imperial Plaza on Blue Heron.
Yeah.
Right. Because this is what they want, right? Where it became political or it became a fight, where they just want to give out some bicycles. I understand.
Well, I don't think so, Mayor. I don't think it was political. I think that the questions were asked was this: if the police and the city and the fire is going to be involved, then okay, the people who, because if it wasn't just the foundation saying we're going to give this out, guess what? It should have never came to us then. It was really just about them. It should have never came to us.
Okay, you're right, and maybe next time they won't.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that to say. All I'm saying is that I don't think that this organization or these brothers would have a problem with the city co-sponsoring this event to be able to make it go off without a hitch. I just don't think so.
Have you talked with them? Because
I'm just asking.
They clearly told me they don't want it. Have you talked with them?
No, I have not talked with them.
They was clear on it.
No, because they're going to have the police department there, the fire department there. They're going to put up tents. How is it that we're not involved?
I believe, if I could respond.
Ms. Miller Anderson hasn't said a word in about half an hour even. I think it's about time
awards. But listen, no, I think that Mr. Lawson did have his hand up some time ago. Did you still? Because if that's the case, I'll let him go first, and then I'll just.
Sometimes it's hard to. Go ahead, Mr. Lawson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe these gentlemen wanted to do something for our community, and we were just trying to change the narrative of what our city has been in the years. Councilman McCoy has just addressed policy concerns, legislation concerns. He is a elected official that's responsible and has a fiduciary responsibility. So even with all the disagreements that we've had on this council, I've never disagreed with the intent of what Councilman McCoy has come before the board. Right now, these gentlemen just want to give out some bikes. I think we need to simplify it, and we're making it a little bit more difficult because I've seen Parks and Rec and I've seen our police force do certain events without coming before the board. So I'm not sure why this has even come before the board, and I just kind of want to understand. I'm assuming they just want the blessing, or it's because of the memo that went out that we weren't going to be doing public events. But essentially, I wanted to see this event just go off without a hitch because these are gentlemen that grew up in this community, that came from this community, that want to give back the same way that we're all giving back, the same way that Councilman McCoy grew up in this community. He's serving his community, and he's serving the way that he knows how to. So I'm not going to discredit anything that Councilman McCoy has said and Mayor Felder has said, because they are passionate about the city in the way that they are. What I want to do is I want to see this event get done. I want to partner with these gentlemen that want to actually provide a service to the young kids in this community who have been devastated by COVID, and we have to figure a way to get it done. It's really as simple as just finding the best way to let our staff get this completed with them. That's not going to have any detriment or effects. I see that they've already got the waivers completed. I see that they put a route in place and they took the consideration from Councilman McCoy to change the route that they had concerns with. I see that we're getting it worked out. I think that we should move as a board to just do everything in our power to get this event accomplished, to change the narrative of the city, and to request that we have people come back to the city to do as much as possible here in the city. So because Councilman McCoy is asking these questions, or Mayor Felder, we may disagree with it. It's the simple fact that's our job. So I'm not gonna shortchange anybody's opinion tonight. What I'm gonna say is let's just get it done. So whatever Chief Osgood, Chief Kurd, Mr. Evans, to get this event done, let's get it done. I want to get these bikes into these kids' hands. I want to get this ride done safely. I don't want to protect our community and represent the city. If we can have the media here to showcase Riviera Beach, that's what we need to do to showcase our beautiful city. So whatever it takes to get it done, let's just do it.
And at that point, I'm going to restate my motion.
Wait, Ms. Miller Anderson is asking to speak. Thank you, Ms. Miller.
I totally agree with Mr. Lawson, and I just wanted to point out that, what Chief Osgood mentioned about the protest, we did have to provide the police as well as the partnership with the other police, and obviously that wasn't something that we planned for, but it wasn't necessarily a co-sponsored event. It was just a matter of just trying to protect the safety of all the individuals and, the community as a whole. And the point that Mr. Lawson made about there were other events that may have taken place, not now, but some time ago, where it didn't come to us, but I would typically see the city's logo on there and see Parks and Rec and all this different stuff. And my question would be, well, I never knew anything about it. Are we providing this partnership? And so what I was always understanding was it came through that department. And so I see this as being almost the same thing as the funding that would be utilized for the police to provide the safety would be coming from the police department's budget per se. And so just like when someone would have like a week basketball camp and Parks and Rec partner with that organization to do that, they were basically providing the space or the tent or whatever it was, but that didn't always come to us. So I see this as almost the same thing, and I definitely don't want to discourage the individuals from, they always come back and do something here in the city. And I just want to put on record, Dr. Hotel, Jacoby lives east of Broadway, not across the bridge. So let's correct that on the record. It's not Sabre Island.
Lives at Sabre Island.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
He's yours old short.
No, ma'am. So, I definitely understand, we want to support, but if it's a matter of, I definitely brought it up last week when we had a public safety meeting about the safety and the COVID and not having an impression out there that, we're going to turn around and do something that we totally are telling people not to do. So I know they went back kind of to the drawing board in terms of how they're going to distribute the bikes. So I know they've been working on different plans. Our next meeting is not till the 8th, so I can't foresee us waiting till the 8th to get information on it and then make a decision 2 days before it occurs. So I'm thinking that's something that can be worked out now, and then the information can just be provided to us. And, I support it, but like I said, I don't want to see large gatherings. I do want to make sure that that's somewhat under control in terms of, making sure people have their mask. And we said that we had the liability waiver and all those things in place. They're providing insurance. So for me, it sounds like they've have looked at the suggestions that we provided, and I support. And Mr. McCoy, you know what, I love when you bring up those comments, and really are just me basically making people be held accountable. And so I'm certainly not mad at that at all. But I think we need, when we look at it and we're looking at this situation, the most recent thing to think about and compare it to would be the protest. Because we had a lot of officers, I mean, probably way more officers than we would have for any event probably that we've had in a very long time. And so that, if we were gonna look at some monies that were spent, I would like to see what that cost in terms of doing that. And that was not something we planned for. And I think if Abe and Jacoby are willing to front the monies for whatever it is that's needed, then, it's not like they're coming to us and asking us to pay for everything. So I appreciate that, and I can certainly support it, but I definitely understand the concerns.
Madam Chair, I'd
Yes.
like to, because it seems as if y'all want this to be a private or a private event that the people go and they give the bicycles out on themselves privately. If that's the case, then that's fine. I'm going to withdraw my motion. I wanted to co-sponsor this event with these gentlemen. I wanted to be able to bring this forward, that to have the police department, the fire department involved. That doesn't seem to be the consensus here. I withdraw my motion, and y'all can, make a motion and do what y'all think y'all need to do.
I'm not sure that I had the same sense about that people didn't feel that the police and fire should be involved. On the contrary, I think that we do feel that we want to have the city involved. And if Chief and the mayor are saying that Abe and Jacoby don't want us to co-sponsor, that's fine. But I think that we ought to at least express our thanks, our gratitude, and our support for the event, even though we're not co-sponsoring. Mr. Lawson.
Madam Chair, I believe this was just a discussion item. The reason we voted on my item was because there was a financial impact that Mr. Evans brought before the table. Chief Osgood and Mr. Evans just brought this event before us just to kind of enlighten us of what was occurring in the city, being that this is a major event for our city. And Councilwoman Miller Anderson has stated in the past that she didn't know about certain events until, she saw it online or saw that it was happening. So I think they would just bring it before the city because they're not asking for any impact to the budget. They've already addressed those concerns. The impact for the budget for my event that we did vote on was because it's going to have an impact that we wanted to get a vote from the council to support. So today was just a discussion item to let us know and to make sure that the council is going to be there and be in support of the event for next week. And Councilman McCoy addressed some of his concerns. We discussed it, and I believe we move forward. I'm not sure if we have to take any action right now.
Well, my motion is withdrawn, and every Tuesday and Friday we co-sponsor giving away food every twice a week. So I don't see a problem with us co-sponsoring this. But as I said initially, I'm going to withdraw my motion, and however y'all want to proceed, that's how y'all proceed.
Mr. Evans, do you need anything from us?
No, Madam Chair, this was for informational purposes only and to bring you up to speed as to what was occurring.
Okay, thank you. And Chief Osgood and Chief Curd, please extend our extreme gratitude to Abe and Jacoby, and thank you and to your officers for volunteering their time, and also to Chief Curd for your folks for volunteering their time. I think in the general consensus on the part of this council, including Mr. McCoy, is that we appreciate the offer and are very, very grateful and want to see this be a very successful event. And I expect to see Mr. McCoy on a bicycle on the 11th. And I know he'll be there. And so do we have any other discussion by the city manager?
No, Madam Chair, I think I've said enough.
Do we have city council committee reports?
No.
I'm not gonna, anybody know. Statements by the mayor?
I did have one, but given the hour, I can certainly wait.
Okay.
12:10, Councilwoman Anderson. It's 12:10.
Did you not hear what I said? Did you not hear what I said? I said, given the hour, I can wait.
Thank you. Statements by the mayor and city council, starting with the mayor.
Yeah, I won't be long. Councilman McCoy, forgive me for calling you Charger McCoy. Secondly, get a bicycle. Me and you gonna ride together so we can talk. All right. I am a serious dude, but get a bicycle so me and you can ride by each other so we can have a conversation. And tell me what your shorty want for his birthday. Good night, y'all.
Councilman McCoy, you have to respond to that.
You gotta respond. You gotta go ahead and lay the comments out. Oh, Mason, he only wants a hug. That's all he wants.
I'm having a hard time hearing you.
If you know Mason, all he wants is a hug. So if you can make my, and I gotta stop him from hugging the skull person, and that's concerning to me. So
I told you he's my favorite McCoy. You know that.
Look at you. Yeah, you look like you can pass the test. You look like you're good. You don't look like you got COVID. So thank you, Mayor. And there's no offense. Everything that I say. I apologize. Can you hear me okay?
I can now. I think it was a little static. It's when it's shuffling papers over there.
Yeah.
Your mic.
Thank you for all offense taken, and I apologize. There seems to be some offense, but you know, things change from day to day. Members, thank you for a very long meeting, and I'm just going to really leave on this. Thank you, members, for supporting the small and medium business, committee related to our forgivable loan program, which rolled out on the 26th, which was last Friday. And I know we have been accepting applications, and I want to make the announcement that it is on the website, rivierbeach.org /COVID-19/loan. And the applications are there. It is limited, first come, first eligible basis. And I want to take the opportunity to thank the members of the committee, Ms. Penzel, and thank you to also Ms. Jacobs, who spent a lot of time working with me on Friday evening, making sure that we can tighten up everything and get everything out. So thank you so much, Ms. Jacobs, members of the committee, and also Mr. Evans for making the ability to locate those dollars. And again, members, please share it, but please, I've asked the manager to reach out to you regarding some protocol, but I don't want us to be involved in the process, if at all, because we have limited funds, and inevitably, when we receive calls about this, somebody's going to be denied, and I would much rather that we don't get involved at all, because you know we have to be above board, and then not only that, without conflict. So thank you, members, and that's all I have. And Mayor, I've been riding, so I look forward to the challenge.
Councilman Miller Anderson.
So I'm really confused when we have the heading that says City Council Committee Reports, and then we turn around right in our statements and talk about committees. So that's why I said I would hold off. I mean, that's why it says committee report, so we could talk about those types of things. So I just wanted to say, I don't know if Chief Kurt is still on here, but the COVID education compliance team, which is very similar to what Palm Beach County has rolled out, where they'll be going around to the businesses and just encouraging them to, well, not encouraging them, letting them know what the requirement is. And I don't know, Chief Kurt, I know you all just started today, so can you take that from me really quick and just explain that part?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. So today, we were able to get our COVID education response team out into the community to inform some of our local businesses of what they can do to better comply with some of the requirements from the Department of Business and Professional Regulations to provide a safe environment for their patrons. We are going to be putting together a program, guidance of Mr. Evans, Ms. Jacobs, and Ms. Huff, actually doing on-site inspections and actually looking to provide a COVID compliance certification to businesses and look to promote those businesses to the community, letting them know that these are businesses that have been inspected, the proper control measures in place to ensure they do visit their business. And we will continue to update progress as we move forward with that project.
Thank you. And then also, and I mentioned this earlier because I wasn't sure if we would have an opportunity to do any statements because I kind of felt like we were going to be here all night. So I threw it out a little earlier about the coming with some information regarding the civilian oversight for the police. And so that would be something. I have several ordinances and sample resolutions from Miami and Broward area as to how they're developing theirs. And there's an individual that we will be able to work with in order to provide us with information on how we could move forward with that. But I certainly want to make sure that we're able to identify funds. And I think we've kind of found all kinds of money tonight and last meeting. So we should, if that's something that we want to do, we want to make sure that we earmark that, especially when we start talking with our budget. I know I kind of threw out at the meeting about forfeiture funds. We also talked about possibly, obviously when COVID is a little better, where we could possibly have like a PAL program and establishing different activities where, we don't have it necessarily in our parks and rec, and really putting more activities in our community policing. So those are some of the things that we've talked about, and that should be coming fairly soon. And just on a shorter note, I know on last week, or last meeting, whatever that was, we talked a little bit about Juneteenth and having possibly a celebration. I'm sure when we have our discussions during budget, we'll be looking at, if that's even feasible, or if 4th of July, any of that is feasible at any point. But there is an organization that would like to do something, and I don't know if that's something that, we're willing to see if they're able to work that out, or they can provide the activities and front most of the financial side of it. Maybe that's something we might want to look at. There may be some agencies out there that would like to do that. And so I'll bring more information regarding that once we start talking about it. But I just want to wish everyone, actually, I just want everybody to kind of stay home, not get in big groups for the 4th of July weekend. I am glad that we were able to close, the beaches will be closed. That was a concern for me. As you know, it was a concern for me some time ago, but I got over that. But I'm glad we were able to do that for this particular holiday, because as you know, everybody, and I see those counties above us, to the north of us, decided to do the same thing because they didn't want the overflow to come to them as well. But everyone just continued to, social distance and have good hygiene and wear your mask and stay safe. And also, Mr. Evans or Chief Osgood, we're having a lot of fireworks, like 4th of July has been going on for about 3 or 4 weeks now. So at some point after the 4th, will we try to reinforce or enforce the stopping of these fireworks that's continuing to go on?
Well, I'm sure Chief Curtis is going to concur with me, but 99% of the fireworks you see out there right now are all illegal. And we were just talking about that yesterday, I think yesterday, that we when we come across the illegal fireworks, should we confiscate them or let them have their fun? But we know how many people get injured with fireworks every year. So we're going to have to probably start confiscating them, taking them and destroying them, turn them over to the fire department for them to destroy them.
So, Chief Curtis.
What's one of the things we do have to consider is Governor DeSantis.
I can't hear him.
I lost you, Chief.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Governor DeSantis did sign an order that does allow for fireworks to be shot off with no restrictions 3 days out of the year: 4th of July, New Year's Day, and New Year's Eve. So we got to be mindful on now what's considered illegal, because while at one time fireworks were only allowed to scare off birds that were nuisance, they now are allowed any and every type of firework and can be shut off.
Well, I was speaking more of starting July 5th.
Right.
I mean, we've been dealing with it for the past 3 weeks already now. I'm not worried about that, not worried about up until the 4th, but for July 5th, do we continue to let them go for another 2 or 3 weeks?
Councilwoman Millie Anderson, I'm going to agree with you. Come July 5th, I'm going to say no, we do not let them continue to go. We're going to have to put a stop to it. We can ask them politely to not fire them up, shoot them up, and then we can get into the confiscation aspect and start citing them.
Okay, because I know a lot of people, those are some real powerful fireworks that are out there, and some people really, like, literally think those are shootings that are happening every 10, 15 minutes.
And sends out shots off every night.
Yeah, and it's going to, 1, 2 o'clock in the morning for some of them. So, all right, that's it for me. Thank you. I really enjoyed my 7 hours, 6 hours I was with you all tonight. Thank you.
Councilwoman Lanier.
To say that I too have enjoyed these 6, 7 hours here. But I also wanted to say that I was in agreement with both Mr. Felder and Mayor Felder and Mr. Councilman McCoy in terms of handing out these bags. I was really looking forward to this happening and the city being a co-sponsor with this. Mayor Felder said they didn't want to co-sponsor, but I thought that because we were having police presence, we were having other issues that were going on in terms of setting up tents, that we would be able to do something like a co-sponsor, but apparently that's not going to happen. But I was all for this event happening. Second of all, since August of 2019, I have been working with a consultant to provide a Juneteenth celebration for the city. I have met with Mr. Evans since August of 2019, and the only reason the celebration was postponed was because of the COVID-19. And Mr. Councilman Lawson had the presence of mind to bring forward to make a holiday out of it, which is very good. But we have a consultant that we have been working with since August of 2019 to be able to have a celebration that is on par with our Christmas celebration and with our 4th of July celebration. So that has been in the works for a long time. And thirdly, I just want to say that the audit committee worked very hard to be able to bring you guys recommendations for choosing an auditor. The council chose to go a different route, which is fine, which they have every right to do. But I just wanted to make sure that the committee, if they look at this tape later or early or whatever the case may be, that the committee did an excellent job in doing what they were asked to do. According to Florida statute, they did an excellent job in terms of ranking and in terms of making sure that the council received a set of recommendations that were based on expertise and based on the law. So however this panned out, I just want to say thanks to the audit committee, because even Mr. Evans brought this up. I was just thinking about the 1.5 months that we met for doing the actual evaluation, but we met a month prior to that, just to even do we the ones who came with the RFP itself. So yeah, it's been 2.5 months since we worked on this project, and I just wanted to thank the audit committee for all their hard work, for all the nights and evenings that they sacrificed to come and to do this work for the city, and any other committee that is out there to know that it is only recommendations and the council does have the final say. That is my comments.
Thank you. Mr. Lawson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to give Mr. Evans, if you could put on the agenda for the 15th meeting, the Arts and Public Places presentation, if it's going to be ready. If not, then just shoot me an email, let me know when we can get it on the agenda. I know we spoke about that briefly, so I just want to see if we could have that on the next agenda item. And the program colleagues, I just want to thank you guys for supporting the grab bag events and allowing for us to just give some type of incentive to these kids, because as you know, that they're being affected tremendously, especially the graduating seniors. They lost their prom, they lost their grad night, they lost their graduation and ability to walk on stage. So anything that we can do, I think is going to be impactful for them. And this will be something that they're going to look back on 10, 20, 30 years down the line and say that, the city did care about us enough to do something. So thank you. And I just wanted to announce we're doing a mental health virtual workshop for young men and women tomorrow. We're partnering with YEP, and we're partnering with Mind Over You. It's going to be a free workshop for kids just to kind of express what's on their mind, what's going on, their thoughts and their feelings. We're going to have 2 therapists on the line. I'll be on the line as well, just to kind of connect with the children, because a lot of these kids are just stuck in the house. And it's unfortunate that we can't really get to them. So we're trying every best way possible to connect with the kids. If any parents, please register your kids. We're focused on ages between the group of 11 through 18. Please call 561-840-0135, and it's going to be a Zoom call. We have about 10 kids registered. We have space for up to as many as possible. I think we can go up to 100 kids, but we want to keep it around 50 because we have enough therapists to cover at least 50 kids. So if we can get 50 kids registered, that'd be great. And we're going to be talking about mental health, but we're making it cool for them. We're going to just let them chit chat about what's going on, their feelings, expressing what's going on, and a fun, safe environment for them to release. So parents, if you have any kids, please get them registered for this program. It's tomorrow at 2 p.m. and we're doing it every Thursday. It's free mental health, free service for the kids. And it's not going to be called mental health. It's just called confidential talk with the kids. So we want you guys to just get your kids registered. Colleagues, thank you for an amazing meeting tonight. Have a wonderful night.
Thank you, Mr. Lawson. I'm going to put off my report about the marine industry committee and the hospitality committee until the next time, because I have 2 items that I want to just discuss quickly. I want to congratulate the first cohort of graduates of the Palm Beach State College course that we offered right here in Riviera Beach. They'll be graduating in August, and bravo to all of them. They'll be walking away with a college credit certificate, 12 credit program in a business specialist. And if anybody is interested in the next cohort and joining the next cohort, my legislative aide, Sam T.C. Brown, can give you information, and his email address is stbrown@rivierbeach.org. That's ST for Sammy Thomas, stbrown@rivierbeach.org. And the other thing I want to say is there's a lot of talk online, especially on Nextdoor, about the derelict boats and the liveaboards in the lagoon. And I want to make it very clear, we are going to do something about this. We will no longer allow people to dump their boats in our waters, dump their toilets in our waters, sink their boats and whatever. It's going to stop. And we're having a meeting where we've invited Palm Beach Shores, the town of Palm Beach, the town of Lake Park. Commissioner Hal Valashay will be there. Someone from the legal department in the county, our legal department, our marine unit will be there, the sheriff's marine unit, the marine unit from Palm Beach, town of Palm Beach will be there, and we are going to come up with a solution for this problem because it has plagued us for too long. So I'm absolutely determined to get to the bottom of this problem and find a solution. I also want to say happy 4th of July to everyone. Please, again, as my colleagues have said, stay safe, stay at home if you can, wear your masks if you can't, and social distance if you're out in public. If there is nothing else, I will ask for a motion to, I'm sorry, Mayor Felder, I'm so sorry. I did not mean to diss you. Do you have a comment? Or did I already do that? I'm getting crazy. I didn't, right? Go ahead, Mayor Felder.
Didn't he go when he asked Mr. McCoy to go riding a bicycle?
Oh, you're
Wasn't
right, you're right.
comment?
Okay. Mr. Evans, see, in my
Mr. Evans sleep too over there.
Mr. Evans could have went like this, and I thought he was reminding me that I missed Mr. Felder.
No, I thought I forgot, and then it came back.
Okay.
Yeah, he don't know.
So, we need a motion to adjourn, or are we all just in agreement that at 12:30 on a Thursday morning we should go to bed? Thank you. If there's no objection.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good night.
Good night.